Good morning, Madam President and Senators.
Good morning. Good morning.
March on, Bahamaland. These are the last three words of the national anthem. To march means that you have a focus and a destination, and you want to get there with determination. As we begin the next half a century in the life of our nation, leaders and senators, it is imperative to determine where are we going as a nation beyond these 50 years? What are our goals, objectives, mores, and values that will determine our trajectory in our future development? Proverbs 1:14 states, "For lack of guidance, a nation falls, but victory is won through many advisors." As you serve in your leadership responsibilities, remember you are integral to the development of this nation. It is an awesome responsibility, and you must endeavor to do your best. There will be seasons when a slow march will be required because of the seriousness of the times. At other times, a fast march will occur because everything will be progressing in an exponential manner. But no matter the season, the nation must go forward, and it is the responsibilities of the leaders to ensure forward movement. These last three words appear to say to the nation, after you have reflected on the many experiences of life, endured trials, enjoyed celebrations, charted new courses, and noted how the world marks your bearing, never forget that you are one people placed by God to dwell together in these beautiful islands and keys, and we are people who are blessed with a legendary past, and God can guide us into an awesome future if we allow him. Psalms 33:12 states, "Blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord, the people whom he has chosen for his inheritance." And so as we conclude the last three words of the national anthem, it appears that the composer is saying to the nation that we must be a focused and resilient people who will march on no matter the weather. March on and not get distracted in seasons of bounty. That we will develop ourselves and seek to remember that many have sacrificed for each of us to be here. And when we forget or not value the blessings of being a Bahamian, we will need to have serious personal and national introspection to determine whether we are assisting the nation in forward, holistic development, or whether we have a narrow perspective that is not inclusive to positive development. Today, I use as our prayer one of the scriptures that was used in the 1973 service sermon. Let us pray. O God, help our senators to remember 1 Peter 2:9. But you are a chosen people, a royal priesthood, a holy nation, God's special possession, that you declare the praises of him who called you out of darkness into his wonderful light. In the precious name of Jesus, amen. Please join in the prayer of our Lord. Our Father,
Who art in heaven,
hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Good morning, Senators and Madam Chaplain, members of the gallery. Today is Thursday, the 29th of June, 2023. Honorable Senators, well, firstly, I would like to, as always, thank Madam Chaplain for her very strong and inspirational words this morning, and thank you so much, Madam Chaplain. Honorable Senators, when the business of the Senate was suspended for last evening, we were at the second reading of bills. The Honorable Senator Darren Pickstock had just completed his contribution to the following bill, a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on a revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and ending the 3rd of June 2024. Just before we get into today's budget debate, we have three visitors in the gallery that I would like to introduce. It's always a pleasure for us to have visitors on the gallery because I think that will put the senators on their best behavior. I'm not sure if that's going to happen today, though, given the lineup we have. But hopefully everything will go well. Firstly, we have senators this morning. Firstly, we have Ms. Diane Watson. Ms. Watson please stand. Thank you. Ms. Watson is an employee of the University of the Bahamas for the past 31 years. Now, she only looks 31, so I don't know how we work that out. Currently, she is seconded to the Bahamas Agriculture Marine Science Institute, BAMSI, as the administrative associate to the president of BAMSI, which is Senator the Honorable Dr. Eresia Hepburn Forbes. Senator Bamsley's guest. Her duties include, but are not limited to, managing the office of the president, liaison officer, managing and updating the president's calendar, drafting and editing of letters, speeches and other documents, formatting and editing of memorandums of understanding on articulation agreements, planning, coordinating, and execution of various functions. Thank you so much, Ms. Diane Watson, for joining us here today. Also in attendance, we have Ms. Bradley Mortimer. Can you please stand? Ms. Mortimer is an employee of BAMSI and is the Alumni Relations Manager with direct link to the Office of the President of BAMSI. As the very first Alumni Relations Manager, Ms. Mortimer has the responsibility of contacting all alumni from the first graduates in 2016 to present. She's also tasked with creating an alumni registry and drafting the policy by which the Alumni Association will be guided. Currently, Ms. Mortimer is conducting research for the launch of the association. Prior to this undertaking, Ms. Mortimer was the manager for academic affairs. Thank you so much for coming today, Ms. Mortimer, and welcome to the Senate Gallery. And finally, we have Jorinda Ramming. She is the manager of the Office of Academic Affairs at BAMSI. She joined the organization in September 2014, and that's since the inception. She has served in several capacities as student affairs officer, adjunct lecturer, and senior admissions officer, and has represented BAMSI throughout the islands of the Bahamas. Her vast knowledge and diverse experiences within the organizations have shaped her expansive vision for her life and her country. She is the founder and coordinator of BAMSI Climate Change Community Advocacy Group. Our organization's outreach effort to educate the public on the impacts of climate change on the Bahamas and to encourage sustainable living. She is an avid youth worker, certified counselor, licensed minister in the Church of God of Prophecy, Justice of the Peace of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Ms. Raming, thank you so much for coming, and I just want to thank the three of you ladies for coming out today and being here in the Senate Gallery. And I also want to thank you personally for your service to the country, and in particular to BAMSI. May God bless the three of you. And just before we proceed, I believe I'm going to give Senator Eresia Hepburn leave to have a quick response.
Morning, Senators. I would just ask some of the ladies to come. We brought you gifts. That's the only thing I'd like to say to the Senate. We'd like to pass out gifts to each one of the senators. And we would like to remind you that today we are having the Climate Advocacy Group. And so the email and WhatsApp will be sent to all senators so they can join at a later date, because I know today we will be busy doing the people's work. Thank you very much for your leave, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Dr. Eresia Hepburn. On behalf of the other senators, I want to thank you all for bringing gifts to us today, and we certainly appreciate your token of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Senator BAMSI. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Kirkland Russell. Yes, please, thank you.
Madam President, before I get into my budget communication, I would like to welcome Swatson, Mortimer, and Raming. You know, Madam President, it is no accident that these three beautiful ladies are here in their various capacities. This is their season.
Yes, sir.
When you look at what is happening in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, in this honorable chambers, where our president is a woman,
100%.
you look at the wonderful contribution that is being made by the other ladies in the Senate. When you look at the other place and you see the amount of women that are making positive contributions in that Senate, in that House of Assembly. And then you look at the cabinet. And so indeed, this Jubilee season, this progressive administration had made it clear that this is the season for women. Congratulations. Madam President, one more thing. I hope that the entire Senate would have realized, I don't know if our good chaplain planned it this way, to end at the last day of budget communication for the new fiscal season. But her presentations of every line of the national anthem ended today. Very good. Job well done. Madam President, I'm truly thankful to Almighty God for all his many blessings. He has blessed me with the strength, courage. Boy, he's short today. And clothed me in the right frame of mind to stand in this honorable place to speak on behalf of the people of this great country once again. I wish to thank our distinguished Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Honorable Philip Edward Davis, for this opportunity to be a part of his New Day government in this noble capacity. Madam President, with your leave, I wish to begin my contribution by extending sincere congratulations to our high school students who recently graduated. I wish also to congratulate all those technical as well as tertiary students who would have successfully graduated from apprenticeship programs, technical schools, colleges, or university. It is my prayer that God will pour his richest blessings upon their lives, enabling their talents to multiply, bringing them prosperity and happiness in all their future endeavors. Madam President, before I move on, let me say that it is critical that each graduate, as well as their parents and or guardian, know and fully understands that this 2023-2024 budget that we are debating today was built on three vital pillars for national development: national security, economic security, and personal security. And this budget was crafted with each one of them in mind. Graduates, you are all welcome to have a seat at the table. You're all encouraged to strive for excellence. And in this season when all Bahamians are asked to pledge to excel through love and unity, this budget is intended to inspire you and give you the full assurance that this is your Bahama land, where you can be whatever you want to be. Madam President, I wish to also offer joyful congratulations to my granddaughter, Krishara Hepburn, who graduated from Atlantic College High School right here on Hay Street as the salutatorian with a GPA of 3.6. My wife and I and all her siblings are very proud of her. I say to her, keep focused because your future is very bright. Madam President, today is indeed another special day in the life of the Bahamas. We find ourselves here debating the second full budget of this Davis administration. You may recall, the Way Forward budget was the name given to the first full budget, 2022-2023, which outlined a focused plan on recovering, rebuilding, and ultimately revolutionizing our nation. And for 3 consecutive weeks, and then yesterday, and you will hear the same today, the people across the length and breadth of this beautiful archipelago will watch and listen carefully as members from the governing side, led by our Prime Minister, give inspiring and compassionate accounts of their stewardships to the Bahamian people over the last 12 months and what will happen going forward within the next 12 months. Madam President, by local, regional, and world standards, the facts reveal that the Bahamas, under the Philip Edward Davis administration, has begun the process of recovering, rebuilding, and restoring our economy as if we were on the do-it-right steroids. surpassing or meeting 2019 numbers in every meaningful category. Under the good doctor, and that's Dr. Darwell, not the other fella, we have dealt with the COVID-19 virus as David dealt with Goliath, while simultaneously putting our people back to work, breaking new grounds, and opening new businesses all across this country. We have once again become the leading voice in the international arena on critical issues. We have strengthened the country's safety nets, and yes, revive, resuscitate, put life into an economy that was on the brink of total collapse when we took office. Madam President, today, our country is truly being rebuilt, restored, and revitalized in every sector. And no matter what gloom and doom stories the other side may preach, the facts are stubborn. From Grand Bahama to Inagua, the buzzword is revolutionize. We know that we are not there yet, Madam President. There's much more work to do. Too many eyes are still teary, and we must and will wipe every tear away. Our relief programs must be accelerated even more so that the compassionate relief we promise can be felt by every needy soul. So, by no means and no sense of the imagination are we on this side beating our chests or singing songs of self-praises regarding our Herculean effort thus far. However, being the people's government for just 20 months and with just 10 days to go before our 50th anniversary as an independent nation, we, the government of the people and by the people, are proud to say to the Bahamians everywhere, lift up your head to the rising sun. Your day has come, and our country is indeed moving forward, upward, onward, and we are doing it together.
Yes, sir.
Madam President, I wish to now talk a little bit about labor and labor relations in the country. Let me begin with this. On the 2nd of this month, we celebrated Sir Randall Fox Labor Day. Labor Day is a public holiday that celebrates the achievement of workers and their contributions to the development of our country and society. Madam President, while pushing the bill through Parliament, Sir Randall said, a day should be set aside and designated as Labor Day as a fitting memorial to the contribution made by the working people to the progress of the colony. Just on June 2nd, hundreds of workers took to the streets of Freeport, along with their unions, for the annual Labor Day March. Senator James Roll Turner was there. Minister Obie Wilchcombe was there.
Yes.
Minister Ginger Moxie was there.
Yes.
Minister Fred Mitchell flew in from Nassau to march with the workers of Grand Bahama, and yes, yours truly was there marching shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters from the movement. But sadly, Madam President, not one, let me repeat it, not one parliamentarian from the upper house or the lower house, present or past, thought it from the Free National Movement, thought it necessary or even important enough
What a shame.
to march in solidarity with the workers of Grand Bahama.
Shame.
It was a shameful experience. The workers of Grand Bahama and their bargaining agent said that I should relay that it was an experience that they will not forget. Madam President,
That was hurtful.
I'll move on. One cannot deny the negative impact the war in Ukraine is having on the world's economy, especially as it relates to supply chain disruption. In addition, the unrest and instability in Haiti is also having a negative impact on our Caribbean regions, compounding the problem. But both circumstances are obviously contributing to an exponential rise in the cost of food and goods. Notwithstanding these uncontrollable set of circumstances, the government of the Bahamas over the last 20 months has prudently maximized its resources and with swift and decisive decisions aimed at protecting the interests of Bahamian workers and their families. This administration has implemented sound policies that has cushioned the blow. Madam President, this is not hot air or just talk, as the other side would like for Bahamians to believe. It is the facts. Let's take a look. Pay increase for public servants. The government maintain and carefully manage social assistance for all those in need. Pension was increased. The suspension or reduction of import duties on a broad range of goods, as well as the continuation of the exemption of custom duty on items to replace building supplies, household furniture, and appliances, and vehicles lost as a result of Hurricane Dorian in Abaco and Grand Bahama. This still is in effect today. The expansion of the list of items subject to price control, including certain medical drugs needed to control many chronic illnesses faced by Bahamians. It took a strong stand by our Honorable Minister right here, the Honorable Michael Alkides, to make those possible for the first time for Bahamians. The government increased food security to reduce our reliance on imports. Increases were made for teachers and nurses, as well as a special pay for their retention, promotion and reclassification for hundreds of public servants, something the former administration must have thought was a crime to do. The cancellation of travel visa, free COVID testing for Bahamians, reduction of VAT on all goods and services, and the increase of minimum wage from $210 per week to $260 per week. Madam President, this administration is fully cognizant that all the above mentioned does not create or justify a cause or reason to what, like I said, to beat our chests. No, we are fully aware that poverty and hardship still exists for far too many Bahamian families. But as we continue this journey that we started on January 10th, 1967, of building a safe, prosperous, and fair society for all Bahamians, we ask the people to take our hands, and together, let us continue to move our nation forward, upward, onward, and together. Madam President, still on the labor, one thing I am certain of is the fact that poor people requires immediate help. Yet, after 4.5 years as government, the other side, who are criticizing us, had the nerves to suggest to the Bahamian people that they would deal with the poor during their second term in office. Well, the poor people
Yes, sir.
sure told them
Yes.
where to go
Yes.
on election day. Madam President, during Madam President, during the campaign leading up to the last election, the Progressive Liberal Party promised the labor unions and their members that if elected, things would be far different than the contentious disrespect and disregard shown to them over the entire 4.5 years by the Menace administration. In fact, the Philip Brave Davis-led Progressive Liberal Party, while in opposition, signed the second memorandum of understanding in the history of the Bahamas with the unions, which set out how the relationship between the workers, the unions, and the government was going to be managed once the PLP became government. So said, so done.
Yes, sir.
Madam President, we must remember that this New Day government inherited a labor relations environment lacking in leadership with outstanding disputes and unresolved matters in every quarter. And those disputes and concerns sat from year to year unaddressed from an unconcerned administration. Once elected, this government began immediately addressing the concerns of the labor movement and workers. This labor-friendly government signed the second Decent Work Country program, which provided the impetus for the enhancement of social dialogue, a fair workplace for women and Family Island constituents. The government also kept its pledge to increase minimum wage, and the work on a livable wage now begins in earnest. In November 2022, the government signed on to 2 ILO conventions. Convention 190, which addressed violence and harassment in the workplace, and Convention 159, which provides greater access to employment for differently abled citizens. The Department of Labor reintroduced the Labor on the Blocks initiative and the Labor on the Campus initiative. The success of these initiatives cannot be denied, as many Bahamians were hired on the spot and many students got the opportunity to determine which career they wish to pursue, and many of them made connections with many businesses and government agencies. Madam President, under the leadership of the Honorable Glenys Hannah Martin and the Honorable Zane Lightburn, the Minister and Minister of State for Education, the government is laying the groundwork for a landmark legislation on the National Apprenticeship Act. This legislation will seek to define, coordinate, and regulate all apprenticeship programs in the country. This, no doubt, will contribute to a more skilled workforce, more remuneration for our citizens, more productivity for our businesses, and greater opportunities for our people, young and old. Madam President, this government commitment to tripartitism is focused, sincere, and strong. There's no question that social dialogue is the most effective way to address industrial relations. I want to take this opportunity to say congratulations to Ms. Sharon Martin, Chairman of the National Tripartite Council, and Mr. Obi Ferguson Casey, President of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas Trade Union Congress and Trade Union Representative to the National Tripartite Council. Mr. Ferguson is indeed a special Bahamian who was able to reach the rank of QC, not by representing big businesses, but by representing ordinary Bahamian workers. And he did it all the way to the Privy Council on more than one occasion, and he won every time.
He's a good man.
Please note that the nation is forever grateful to both of you for the unselfish work you do on behalf of the workers. Madam President, today, I want my good friend from Abaco to listen to this. Madam President, today, just 20 months after becoming government, this Philip Davis administration has completed 18. I repeat, 18 industrial agreements. These agreements came with salary increases, improved terms and conditions, and new benefits.
Meaningful.
Honorable Accountant Halkidas, that's almost, if you could help me, one agreement every month.
Wow.
Listen, man, we've been in office for 20 months, and we have completed 18 industrial agreements.
More to come.
And more to come.
Wow.
Versus,
Wow.
versus one industrial agreement that was completed under the Menace administration.
How
And
many?
that one,
Shame.
and that came by force. Madam President, I am not saying that everything is perfect with the relationship. There are challenges and issues that need special attention and even more reasonableness and compromise. The difference in this environment versus the last is that the unions and their leaders are not being locked on the outside or force of government properties by security officers or police. Rather, everyone from the Honorable Prime Minister himself, who have demonstrated a commitment to good industrial relations, as well as all ministers, are at the table if necessary, negotiating, being respectful, honest, and working in good faith to move the workers' agenda forward, upward, onward, and together. What a difference one election has made for workers and their bargaining agents in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, allow me to talk a little bit about Grand Bahama. Madam President, the facts are that Grand Bahama economy is still sluggish, and the job market within the private sector is not moving in the direction we would like it. However, there's a thick band of silver lining
Yes, sir.
around the dark clouds of Grand Bahama. Today, that silver lining is a caring, compassionate, and well-organized government. This government has been working diligently to jumpstart the ailing Grand Bahama economy. And through its efforts, Grand Bahama has on its book just around $1 billion of new or potential investment, including the East Grand Bahama Carnival Cruise Port, the redevelopment of downtown Freeport, the opening of Solomon's flagship store downtown Freeport, the development of the University of the Bahamas downtown Freeport, the commitment to develop a new state-of-the-art airport for Grand Bahama. Madam President, Grand Bahamians are ecstatic over the historic groundbreaking and contract signing for the $210 million Freeport Health Campus, which was held on Tuesday, May 16, 2023.
Good news.
This premier hospital will occupy 50 acres of land and will offer primary, tertiary, and acute care for residents of Grand Bahama and the Northern Bahamas. And it will offer full inpatient and outpatient oncology care. The project, which is being funded by the World Bank, is set to be carried out in 3 phases, with the first phase set to be completed by the end of 2024, that's next year. Madam President, all of these developments, among other things, were outlined in the Progressive Liberal Party Blueprint for Change, and several of them were opined in the speech from the throne. Simply put, promise made, promise kept. Therefore, despite some of the weak numbers regarding Grand Bahama's economy, I am extremely confident that better and brighter days are in our near future.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Before I wrap up on Grand Bahama, though, I am happy to report to this Senate that the new school that was started under the previous PLP administration in Holmes Rock is just about 100% complete.
Yes, sir. You tell them.
Other than an additional 2 new buildings that were introduced, that are currently being built and are near completion. One of those buildings is a full-scale students' cafeteria that can also serve as a shelter, and the second building is a generator and pump house that will keep the school electrified at all times, including during the passing of a hurricane. This is welcome news for the people of 8 Mile Rock, Holmes Rock, and West End. And speaking about 8 Mile Rock, Madam President, the multi-agency government complex there in 8 Mile Rock is also completed, landscaped, and ready for furnishing and opening. I am sure the residents of the surrounding communities are excited and preparing to reap the benefits of the inevitable economic spin-off. These two projects will positively change the economic atmosphere of West Grand Bahama. Madam President, the government has also recovered, restored, and improved the domestic terminal that was destroyed and later written off by the former F&M administration following the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian. The terminal has been revolutionized and is welcoming non-U.S. flights and visitors, including the return of Sunwing Airline out of Canada. This is not intended to be the permanent solution for the Grand Bahama International Airport. However, what it does do is breathe life into the Grand Bahama tourism economy by putting heads in beds, and it gives hope to all local stakeholders on the island. Madam President, I want to talk a little bit about several government programs and initiatives that are positively affecting the young people and their families, not only in Grand Bahama, but across the archipelago. I want to talk about the Public Service Professional Engagement Program. Many young people, as well as some not so young, are receiving hands-on experience through the program, which was launched in our first year. This also includes the first ever cohort of young Bahamians who are currently working with private sector partners that are linked to the program, receiving salaries, gaining experience, being respected, feeling included, and treated with the dignity they deserve. This program gives these individuals a clear pathway to a permanent position within the government. This is not the 52 weeks program that kept persons stuck in an unprotected position for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 years. No one under this administration will be allowed to fall through the cracks on our watch. And secondly, Madam President, the beautiful Grand Bahama project. This initiative has transformed hundreds of lives, homes, communities all over Grand Bahama. This revolutionary initiative provides immediate relief, empowering and holistic social upliftment for the Grand Bahama community, focusing on short-term employment opportunities, community rehabilitation, and preparedness for a stronger local economy. The beautiful Grand Bahama program gave short-term employment to unemployed Grand Bahamians, most of them coming from the inner cities. The program allowed them to find meaningful work in a challenged economy. The program employed some 350 individuals. Many had not worked since Hurricane Dorian and didn't know where the next meal would come from or how they would feed their families. Projects directed by the beautiful Grand Bahama programs also included the downtown farmers market enhancement with electrical installation to 26 vendor booths for provision of power and lighting, roof repairs, extensive cleaning of the government-owned but closed Lewis Yard School, which is the former Lewis Yard School, which was allowed to become dilapidated by the former administration. We are currently looking at several options for that property. The program cleaned and restored community cemeteries all across the island back to a level of decency where persons can deal with their loved ones in a dignified way. Heritage and tourism attractions were cleaned and made attractive for usage once again. The Grand Bahama Sports Complex was transformed. The Grand Bahama High School Agricultural Program was relaunched. In East Grand Bahama, the program was responsible for pulling vehicles and debris out of the East End waterway. That program was completed. You know, we must understand that East End is a fishing village, and the vehicles and debris dumped by Dorian pose incredible hazards for those fishermen. You know, I can go on and on and on about things that the program would have done. But one thing I want to mention, Madam President, was that both the former ACP Cunningham and the current ACP Bonamy all spoke about how the program helped to reduce crime, simply because gang members now became colleagues on the job, riding the trucks, riding the buses together, working together, and doing their thing. And so, you know, what a success. And so I want to truly give credit to the Ministry for Grand Bahama and their program for overseeing such a wonderful and positive program. Madam President, before I move from Grand Bahama, let me say that there's been much talk in recent times concerning the Grand Bahama Port Authority's performance or lack thereof, and their commitment regarding their responsibility of managing the affairs of the city, such as growing the economy, maintaining standards, finding investors, among other things. My two cents to this argument comes from Sir Lyndon Pinlin's speech at the opening of BORCO in 1969, now known as the Bend or Break speech. And I quote, "There are many people in the Bahamas who are participants in and interested in economic development in the Bahamas. Not all of them, however, are cognizant of or interested in the economic and social welfare of the Bahamian people. Far too few acknowledge, and fewer still accept the fact that development must be shaped to fit the human and social needs of the country where it takes place. Far too many here adopt the attitude that they have certain guaranteed rights to make money, and that's all that matters. Freeport had indeed been a miracle of economic development. It has indeed been a shining example of financial wizardry. What it lacks is humanity. What it needs is a social conscience. What it must have before too long is a soul." He went on to say, "I have always been concerned about the lack of soul in Freeport, the absence of honest concern for human and social needs of people," end quote. The questions are, is this still the case today? Has the DNA changed? I move on. Madam President, in today's world, progress is not just about broad indicators of general growth. The details matter. Compassion matter. Creating opportunities for the underprivileged and marginalized matters. Having a heart matters. Progress must be about ensuring that every individual can thrive, can feel safe, has a right to a decent job with real protection, and to live in a fair and just society. These key markers of a thriving society are at the heart and very core of the Progressive Liberal Party's philosophy. Thus, the policies of this administration. Madam President, this administration is committing to striking a balance between fiscal responsibility and addressing some of the most pressing issues faced by Bahamians. Real issues like growing the economy, creating jobs, reducing crime and the fear of crime, creating affordable housing, managing immigration, strengthening social security, health care, education, and Bahamian ownership. Madam President, this budget, which is a continuation of the Way Forward budget, is loaded with realistic and attainable plans and policies that will cause there to be transformation within our urban communities and restoration of large, medium, and small businesses. Simply put, this budget is about improving national security, economic security, and personal security. Madam President, I will now speak a little bit on the progress of urban renewal. Let me begin by thanking the hard-working staff of Urban Renewal Northern Bahamas, from Bimini, where Center Manager El Shadri Robbins and his staff are holding things together beautifully. In Abaco and the Keys, there's Valencia, Brennan, and her team. Grand Bahama has 6 centers and are led by center managers, Ms. Mary Nan, Ms. Tanya Monroe, Ms. Urella Clark, Ms. Lisa Higgs, Ms. Alicia Burrows. Let me pause on Ms. Alicia Burrows, Madam President. Ms. Alicia Burrows would have buried her husband just last week, Saturday, and so I want to extend sincere condolences to Ms. Burrows on behalf of the entire Urban Renewal Social Services team, not only in Grand Bahama, but also here in Nassau, from also Minister Obi Wilchcombe, who is the Minister for Social Services and Urban Development, and the Honorable Lisa Raming, who is Minister of State. And so we wish her all the best, and we offer her our prayers and support. Then there's Ms. Kyla Tennant-Knowles, and then there's Bishop Darren Stubbs, who coordinate all the centers. Our small home repair team is led by Mr. Kyle Stewart, and our office is headed by Ms. Marilyn McLeod, and she has Ms. Ganesha Williams, Ms. Candice Rule, Shanika Ferguson, and Ms. Hannah, also Ms. Stubbs. I am grateful and very appreciative of all the staff across the Northern Bahamas. They consistently demonstrate the commitment to serve, to serve the people and deliver compassionate relief to all and sundry, especially the less fortunate and vulnerable residents of our society. Allow me to mention some of the wonderful things these center managers and their teams are doing throughout the Northern Bahamas. You know, you talk about the expansion in Grand Bahama. We have recently opened 2 additional centers on Grand Bahama to cause our services and programs to be moved, to be more accessible to the residents within the extreme east, as well as the west end of the island. West End Center is a full service operation, and the East End Center is a satellite operation. As a matter of fact, both locations come with adequate accommodation and space for a full service social services operation, and social services coming soon to both the East and the West. The residents of East Grand Bahama, Madam President, lost so much as a result of Hurricane Dorian, and many of them are still very much in need of government assistance. And it is our PM's, our Prime Minister, aim and objective to ensure that as many government services as possible are accessible to East End and their surrounding communities. And Urban Renewal is proud to be operating in East Grand Bahama 5 days per week. Madam President, thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Madam President, we have relocated the Northern Bahamas headquarters to an ideal, easily accessible location on Queens Highway, Grand Bahama. The new headquarters provides the staff with adequate office space needed to comfortably serve our valued clients, as well as it provides sufficient storeroom space needed to properly run the small home repair program, as well as it provides secure accommodation for an organized, efficient emergency response warehouse. This is indeed forward-thinking, knowing full well that Grand Bahama sits in Hurricane Alley. And failure to prepare simply means planning to fail. And failure is not an option with this administration. Madam President, in Bimini, the center has been renovated, and the Bimini Bay Front Park, baseball park renovations are progressing. Madam President, after thoughtful assessment and meeting with the public schools principal, Urban Renewal Northern Bahamas launched its breakfast feeding program early in the school year. Centers got busy preparing and delivering much-needed hot breakfasts to government school for students, especially the primary school. This was a much-needed and very, very valuable program during the school year. However, today, I am extremely delighted that this caring, compassionate, and brave government have heard our children cry. And in this budget, for this upcoming school year, for the first time in the history of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, a comprehensive breakfast program for our students will officially be implemented. Our centers have also been consistently hosting monthly events for our seniors. Activities include, but are not limited to, dance, games, field trips, exercise, arts and crafts, self-defense, and education. With the aid of the Community Police Department, we have launched the seniors/disability chat groups in every constituency. These chat groups allow urban employees as well as the police to know what's going on with our seniors on a timely basis, ensuring that their needs are addressed in the shortest possible time. Madam President, the chat was put to the test during the passage of Hurricane Nicole last year, and it passed with flying colors. We were able to communicate with our group members, assist them with their evacuation plan, and most of all, provide them with accurate, proper information regarding the approach of the storm. And then we were able to follow up with them immediately to find out how they were doing, if they were okay, immediately following the storm. The seniors were extremely, extremely pleased. Of course, you have regular programs like the Urban Study Hall, where we encourage children to go to the centers, to the nearest centers, to get assistance with homework, study, exam prep, and of course, internet research. We have the music and marching band going on. We have dance. The dance group is called the Urbanet Dance Group. They have become a must-see. They are led. Let me just go back to the band, and so I want Abaco to hear this. With the band, ACP Bonnaby has committed to ensure that we have 2 musically inclined police officers sent to Abaco so we could start the band in Abaco in short order. Yes.
Take care of the whole northern.
Yeah, we can take care of the north. Of course, I was on the Urbanet. The Urbanet is led by one LaShawna Williams. This young lady, listen,
Super.
young Bahamians are just incredible people.
Good talent.
I mean, this young lady works with these young ladies, right? And many of them I remember about a year ago, wayward, some of them lost, struggling. And she has mentored, not only teach dance, man, but she has mentored these young ladies 5 and sometime when they have an event 6 days a week. And this lady has not yet asked for us even a stipend. I tell you, we will. We're working it out. But I just want to say how incredible young Bahamians are. And don't write them off.
Yes, that's right, sir. Scrub gang to superstar.
That's right. We have our straw work and crochet program. This has become a hit among the young and not so young, and at the East Grand Bahama Center. Of course, we have the Girls Mentoring Program, Boy Scouts, clothing distribution, and the Urban Cares Program. Let me talk a little bit about the Urban Cares Program. Following the Fresh Start program, we had a group of about 7 young men who would have completed the 3 months carpentry and plumbing job, training. So after speaking with the Prime Minister and, of course, the Minister responsible for social services, we sat with those young men and we offered them a job under the professional engagement program to come into the center. And because as the center workers would go out and do their assessments, collect data, we would come across residents, seniors, persons living with disability, who is not living good, living in substandard conditions. They need help, you know. Some of them live alone. And so these young men are busy on a daily basis assisting those residents, even if it's just painting a room, fixing a kitchen cabinet, hanging a curtain. When we had the fire in Bimini, that team was in Bimini in less than 24 hours. Amen. Taking care of those residents. And within a week, those properties that were able to be repaired, that team repaired those particular residents, and those persons were able to get back. And so, you know, we just have to be compassionate about what we do. This ain't talk, man. This business about taking care of our people is serious business. Let me leave some of those other stuff alone. Now, let me go to the expansion. You want to know everything? Well, I don't want to talk about the Christmas parties and toy giveaway for children, the Thanksgiving luncheons that are held every Thanksgiving, the Easter egg hunt, the Valentine's Tree party, the Mother's Day and Father's Day activities, the Baptist school and summer camp and summer camp. This is serious work, man. This is not an agency that is used simply for handing out vouchers. No, sir. Not under this administration.
This is showtime. That's right.
Let me talk about the expansion that is in the pipeline for Abaco. Firstly, we recognize that Abaco requires 2 additional satellite centers to provide accessible service to the resident in the extreme south and the extreme north. We have identified a suitable location in Sandy Point, as well as one in Cooperstown. Both locations will create the kind of environment that are conducive for the residents, especially the children and seniors, who now will be able, once those centers are open, to enjoy the various programs offered by Urban. We have also identified a suitable location in Marsh Harbor, Central Abaco, to relocate the current center to a permanent location that meets the needs of the people of Abaco and that can properly service them. These moves will take place within this budget. But I said 3. One will go in Cooperstown, one will go in Sandy Point, and then on Don McKay Marsh Harbor. Madam President, I wish to turn my attention to the Urban Renewal Small Home Repair Program. The Urban Renewal Small Home Repair Project is an ongoing project with the objective of improving the conditions of Bahamians homeowners who may have suffered damage during a disaster of any kind. The primary objective of the program is to repair roof damage. However, based on our client's need and condition, the program may assist with interior damage as well. The program also addresses various issues and deficiencies identified within the home that may be needed to enhance the quality of living for homeowners. Example, a person living with disability may need a ramp built to make his or her home more easily accessible, and so we would undertake such program. The program has helped several families on Grand Bahama, Bimini, Moores Island, and we have recently launched a pilot program in Abaco, similar to the one recently launched in Grand Bahama. Based on the thousands of Bahamians that are requesting assistance, not only from Abaco and Grand Bahama, but every island, and funds are limited. We have developed a plan in Grand Bahama that reduces the cost of the repair while allowing the program to hire a greater number of workers from the community. Fortunately, the Prime Minister has seen it fit to increase the budget for urban. This will allow us to accelerate the process and assist more families in a more timely and efficient manner. My friend from Abaco, I agree with you, because I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. That the focus must be placed on Abaco and Grand Bahama.
Yes.
Because we are the ones who have experienced the ravages, the destructions, the terror, and deaths caused by Hurricane Dorian. And so we will put the focus where it needs to go. We thank all of you, all of the residents who have applied for assistance, and we thank you for your patience thus far. And let me assure this country that this program has no end in sight. This is a marathon, and we will remain on course. This government is resolved in bringing the relief that we promised to the people in short order, and the Bahamas will witness an accelerated program that will increase the happiness index for families across the islands. In closing, Madam President, I have sat, watched, and listened to the other side, crying over spilled milk and preaching this doom and gloom sermon regarding a budget that will continue to revolutionize the process of growing our economy. A budget that will transform our urban communities and provide hope and opportunities for our young people to excel. Unfortunately for them, the Bahamian public is not buying any ticket to see that show, which is filled with a headline that reads like this: Smoke and Mirrors. Madam President, over the last 20 months, including the compendium of bills we are debating here today, this administration has passed, will pass, once this is passed today, 102 substantive bills. My good colleague, Senator Pickstock, said yesterday that laws and policies shape the culture of a country.
Yes.
Based on that principle, Brother Pickstock,
Yes.
it is safe for me to say that this administration is well on the way to shaping the most progressive, compassionate culture where to live in this 242 is indeed a privilege. Madam President, I am delighted and very pleased to support this dynamic budget. And may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And may God, who has begun this great work through this government for the Bahamian people, bring it to completion through Jesus Christ, our Lord.
The Chair thanks Senator the Honourable Kirkland Russell for his contribution to the budget debate. As many.
Thank you, Madam President.
The Chair recognizes Senator the Honourable Darren Henfield.
I just wanted to say that Bishop was in the spirit. My good friend and brother.
Yes, sir.
As he called for some things in Abaco, which is always very important to me. But you know, sometimes the preacher slips out of the spirit.
Yes, that's happened.
And my brother is no exception. Passing 100 bills that, as you described, should touch and shape the culture of the people is, say again, is one thing. But to determine whether or not these bills are actually shaping and touching the culture of people, when you look around our country, it's very difficult to see. I want to also join the President and my sister, Senator, we lovingly call from Bamsey, and welcoming our guests, one of whom is wearing UB blue, like me today, a proud graduate of that august university. I believe taking care of people, Senator, I believe that taking care of the people in the second term, as you indicated, was said formally. I think Prime Minister Davis has shown us that sometimes the writers make errors. So that was a error of the writer. That part about taking care of people, I believe, that may have been an error by the writer, the author of the Prime Minister's speech. I don't believe he meant it like that. I leave that one right there with you. I leave that one right there with you. Madam President,
I'm a little lost.
you are? No, you know, he said that it was said that the poor people will be looked after in the next term, right? And I'm saying to him, that was an error of the speechwriters. No. He understands what it means. He understands what it means. Madam President, after listening to my friend and brother, the Minister of Economic Affairs, yesterday, as he moved the compendium of bills designed to fund the government over the ensuing fiscal year, I now fully appreciate King Agrippa's response to the Apostle Paul as recorded in Acts 26 and 28. After Paul had finished preaching to Agrippa about the virtues of Christendom, Agrippa was compelled to say to Paul, "Thou almost persuadest me to be a Christian." Yeah. Thou almost persuadest me when I heard my brother speak to this budget. And so at the outset, just let me say to my colleagues opposite that we are not supporting 3 of these bills, and we are abstaining on the 4th one. We will not support the passenger tax amendment bill, because we believe this imposes a departure tax on Bahamians. That's our reasoning for that. Nor will we support the Customs Management Amendment Bill, because we believe this is an attempt to backdoor the sugar tax. That's our view. We will not support the Immigration Amendment Bill.
But your chairman supports the sugar tax.
I tell you what we,
Chairman of your party
I tell you what we do. I tell you what we doing here.
Chairman of your party is in the paper saying he
No,
supports
no.
the sugar tax.
He was in the cabinet as well.
He's a minister, not a
He was in the cabinet as well. He was in the cabinet as well. We will not support the Immigration Amendment Bill, and I understand his views. He's expressed them to me many times. I understand his views. I just don't understand how we expect from overnight. You know how much things sugar is used for over the hill, Kool-Aid, and other things. Some people over the hill can't buy.
sugar-free Kool-Aid.
Some people over the hill can't buy the other stuff, you know. They still among us. Them who can't afford to buy the other stuff, they depend on that for the little switcher, the little Kool-Aid, the little cakes. I just tell you. So, you know, these things will come, but we won't support that now. The Immigration Amendment Bill we won't support because we don't believe it is prudent to put in the hands of the Minister of Immigration, not even accepting this one here, you know, the ability to set rates and taxes without the involvement of Parliament. That's why we won't support that one. We'll abstain on the value-added one because we believe it is a bit aggressive to move from 21 days to 14 days for some of these businesses to deal with their accounting. That's our position on that. Whenever we debate budget in this country, over the last 3 years, we must find it important to contextualize the impacts of Hurricane Dorian and the global pandemic. To not do so is simply unfair. One can always debate the handling of these events, but it cannot be denied that these events were unprecedented. And I hear people talk about the management of Dorian and the management of COVID, both of which were catastrophic events, not seen in the modern history of the Bahamas. I wonder if people really appreciate the pandemic, the global pandemic was what they call a novel event, a new event. Not seen in nearly 100 years, I believe, before then. And so I find it necessary to say something about them before I move on, because people speak about them in isolation. Relative to Dorian, in his newly released book entitled Hurricane Dorian, The Story of the Greatest Hurricane to Impact the Bahamas in a Modern Era, Ray Neely, a noted Bahamian meteorologist and best-selling author, among other things, in Chapter 10 elucidates that Hurricane Dorian inflicted damages to the tune of an estimated $3.4 billion. According to the Inter-American Development Bank, that's a lot of money and a lot of damages. The morning when we could come out in Abaco and you looked across central Abaco, following the passage of the storm, I didn't see any way possible. I didn't see any way possible for us to be able to survive among the debris and the rest of it and the bodies and all of that were left, put past to be able to get the island back to a state where people could live in it in the immediate future. Armchair quarterbacking happens on every Monday morning after the big game. Every Monday, no, my job as His Majesty's loyal opposition is to hold the government's feet to the fire. That's my job. That's my job. No, I have 2 hours. So if you 2 hours. Start time it up, please. I have 2 hours, right? Yeah. And the government, we appreciate in the opposition, the government will have its way, but the opposition must be allowed to have its say. That's what democracy is about. That's what democracy is about. The government will have its policies, the government will have its mandates, and the opposition must examine those policies and mandates to see if they are conducive to all of the Bahamian people. And so we must be allowed to express our views on the government's policies and the government's behavior and the government's activity over the course of their administration. That's what oppositions do. As for the global pandemic, I understand. I understand. As for the global pandemic, Fareed Zakaria, he's on CNN every morning. I love to Sunday morning. I love to watch him because he comes on twice, so you can watch him before church or after. A well-known journalist, political commentator, and best-selling author in his book, 10 Lessons for the Post-Pandemic World, notes in the introductory chapter the following. Stick a pin right there with Fareed. You know, I hear a lot of people beating up BPL, and I can give them a little 1 or 2 blows here myself today. Oh, glory. But I want to, I will never forget the work that BPL did in Abaco in restoring power in the record time that it did. And Bahamians must appreciate that there are some places in America, New Orleans, that will never recover since Hurricane Katrina, put past having light. And so BPL has its challenges, and I'll speak to 1 or 2 of those challenges here today. But it is a great Bahamian institution, and they must be encouraged, because all of the challenges that BPL incurs sometimes happen because policymakers like us interfere in their business, and they're not able to do. Sometimes they tell us what to do and we won't listen. See that here today too. So Fareed says this: in the case of the novel coronavirus, the impact is being shaped by the reality that the world is deeply interconnected, that most countries were unprepared for the pandemic. And in this wake, many of them, including the world's richest nations, shut down their societies and economies in a manner unprecedented in human history. So we shut down the Bahamas. We shut down the Bahamas for a number of reasons. Firstly, we didn't have the tertiary level healthcare facilities that we knew we needed to manage a pandemic, an outbreak of the size of the COVID-19. And so, like the rest of the rich countries in the world, we shut the borders. We closed it down because we wanted to keep Bahamians safe. We didn't do it because we wanted to. Did we do everything right? I don't believe all of the industrial countries in the world did everything right. But we did what we thought was necessary based on the advice that we got from the healthcare professionals. You know, Dr. Del Regis is one of the best in the world at managing such events. One of the best in the world. She headed our push against COVID-19. Then we have Dr. Forbes. The cabinet didn't act at a whim. We act based on the advice, the best advice, given to us by healthcare professionals, Madam President.
You have the recording of
That's what we did. And so we, as I said to some Bahamians, you got to stay off the streets. You can't go to dance and then go home and take this deadly thing to Grammy, because we had some people die like that. My wife at one point told them boys of ours to, you start shedding your clothes on the back porch or something before you come in here. I don't know where you came from. And you ain't gonna bring the pandemic in the house. So it wasn't a willy-nilly idea of exercise of power where we said, close the country down, close the country down. No, the whole world shut down. Yeah. Not just the Bahamas. So, Madam President, when I hear, I ain't taking your height with that, man. You just preach a good sermon. Don't backslide. Don't backslide, man. That preach a good sermon, had everybody in here shouting and jumping. When I hear members of government say some things about how we manage these novel events, it's sometimes funny. Because I want my colleagues on the other side to understand this. You have not yet been tested.
We have.
You've not yet been called upon to respond to a catastrophic event.
Bahamas just didn't go on.
You've not yet. So when you sit and berate those of us who did our best under the circumstances that we faced, twin catastrophic events,
Check your history.
do so with a little diligence,
Check your history.
with a morsel of humility.
Check your history. We've been tried and tested.
Madam President, I trying to give my presentation, and this member continues to heckle.
Exactly.
If the member has something to say to me, let him stand up and say it. I'll sit if he wants to stand up and say it. But other than that, please protect me. Please protect me, Madam President.
Well, you heckled me every single time.
Administration, oh, Madam President, you with him then?
No, share with me.
Huh?
That's facts.
You with him? I mean, you all two together? Yeah.
Just baffled by
Yeah. This my friend. This my namesake. He's a good man. So, Madam President, when I hear members of the government, a government that has yet to face a real challenge, berate the last administration on its handling of these twin catastrophic events, which arrived on our shores 6 months apart. Think about this. Dorian hits us on the 1st of September 2019. 6 months later, that would be March. When would that be? March 2021. 2020, COVID comes knocking. So here you are trying to recover, remember, trying to recover. Yeah, what was me, man? What was me? And you know, in the midst of all of it, we came out all right.
That's right.
Because we didn't send any government workers home.
That's right.
We didn't send any government workers home. All stayed at work.
That's right.
Yeah, they work. They work from home on the computers. That's what they did. I expect more maturity from you, man. Yeah, you've been around governments too long to run on with that kind of nonsense. Too long. That's what that's for, the viewing public. Well, this ain't Hollywood. This ain't Hollywood.
Senator Anfield,
Say Hollywood.
can you please speak to the chair? Speak to the chair.
I wish everybody else never speak to the chair. I'd be okay.
Yeah, just speak to the chair.
I'd be
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you. Just speak to the chair. Thank you.
When the pandemic hit, we had to close the schools. We had to close everything. I heard somebody saying that the schools were just lying, dilapidated. They restored utilities. What utilities you all restore? If you all want to speak the truth, there are homes in Grand Bahama and Albuquerque right now, and you know this, Rev, that have not been touched since we left office. Even though we left in place the commitments for the government through the DRA to fix those homes.
Well, that's another debacle.
All right? And you all know this? You all know this, right? You handling the small home repairs, right? That's a part of your... I hear you say nothing but that today. Oh, I was distracted then too.
Where the money
Oh, I
gone?
was distracted.
Where the money gone?
Y'all go find it. Y'all got the books. Go find where the money gone. Y'all got the books. That's what you call real smoke and murder, where the money gone. That's like, almost like what I heard. Oh, okay. And so, Madam President, when I hear members of the government say these things, I have to chuckle. Causes me to wonder if some on the other side, opposite of any real appreciation of what it is to govern in times of crisis. You know, I hope that never happens. I know you have. You came through storms, right? Where it impacted our economy so badly we were downgraded. But that's what happens when you live in a hurricane belt and things happen. You said that yesterday. You drew our attention to that yesterday. I hope you all never have to walk in that path
This fella acting
that we were forced to walk in.
like we sent him home.
They won the elections, and it's time for them now to govern. Not to waste so much precious time just seeking to score cheap political points, cheap, inconsequential, and nonsensical political points. It's time to govern. That's what it's time to do. Churchill once said, when the eagles are silent, the parrots begin to jabber. It's my friend, man. All day yesterday, you touching me, right? Yeah, it's my namesake, right? Parrots, you see, they repeat what they hear without understanding that the eagles, on the other hand, see clearly from the heights that they climb to see the reality of things on the ground. Madam President, Socrates said this, he said, the secret to change is to focus all your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new. That's where you all should be now, fighting to build the new. Not worrying about the old, the people fire us. The people fire us, man, you know why? They weren't satisfied that we managed their affairs properly. And so they fired us.
Not us, the people.
So, yeah, the people fired us. The people fired us. And in democracy, when the people say they don't want you no more, you go home.
Yeah, well, why are you talking
You
about-
go home,
why are
man.
you talking about the people?
I fear this administration has focused so much of its energy on the past that they have no more energy or very little energy left to build in the new. Every time you get up in this place, all you can hear, that man blame us for everything just now except the sun rising. That man blame us. That man say the school was just sitting there, and that school could have been there from the 1800s. but we caused it to be like that is. My God, man, Rev. Even after promising Bahamians a new day, replete with accountability and transparency, the Bahamian public is yet to see the modalities of the private-public partnership policy, which instructs the number of PPPs upon which it has already embarked through this administration. Now, this means that Bahamians are not aware of the terms of such arrangements, such as the rate of interest, and in many cases who these arrangements are made with. But they can be called upon to pay those loans back because they loans, you got to pay them back. And the PPP, the government does a part, the private partner does a part, and then you come to the end of the arrangement. We heard since last year these arrangements will be used to build airports. We heard that last year, right in the same place, in the budget debate, how many airports we can build, right? How many hospitals we can build, how many clinics. That's why I tell you all in Grand Bahama, I've been to plenty ceremonies where you put the shovel in the ground and turn the earth and said, boy, look here, this could be a grand, grand place. They ain't finished yet. They ain't finished yet. Oban never happened, man. Oban never happened. That never happened, man. Bahamians are not aware of the terms of such arrangements, such as the rate of the interest of these agreements. And we heard about the Grand Bahama International Airport that's going to be built. We heard about a new prison complex. And by the way, if it was just me speaking, I'd put all that money into healthcare. I would be later. I think I'm hearing numbers like $500 million or more for a prison. I didn't need a new complex, but we need. I don't know how much it is. How much is it? I don't know. I heard some numbers. Huh? Yeah. Well, tell me what the number is. Tell me what the number is. Well, hundreds of millions. I'm hearing is going to be put in a prison complex. Into a prison complex. So if you say it ain't so, then stand up and say it ain't so. And then I'll withdraw it. Show you proof where it ain't so. That's how the rules work in here. That's how the rules work in here, you know. Everything else under the sun, but Bahamians don't know the cost that they will face at the end of these buildings. How do you tout transparency and accountability whilst doing everything in the dark, inclusive, Mr. Attorney General, of settling lawsuits? With taxpayer money, you know, and you wouldn't even tell them how much money you're giving to who. But that's Bahamian people money. That's Bahamian people money. You giving the money, you spearheading this run.
How much y'all spend on Shane Gibson? I never said that number. I had to say that number.
You ain't talking that?
You spent the money.
You ain't talking that? Why you don't say how much money you done pay? Or the Bahamian people? Huh? Certainly ain't on us. Certainly ain't on us. Some murmurings on the ground, you know, Madam President, says that this PLP administration is living in an alternate reality. That's what the murmurings on the ground say. I don't really believe everything I hear on the ground, but when I go home to Abaco and sometimes I go on the rock fishing, I go on the boat, I get to talking with some people, and they say we just ain't feeling what the government say they're doing. My house still, I talked to Fonson Roll and Grand Key. He said, Darren, my house ain't touched when you all gone. You go all through Foxtown, Crown Haven, Central Abaco. Great Turtle Key is in shams. They can't even get a public toilet.
That's where you put in your headquarters, eh?
They can't even get a public toilet in Great Turtle Key Census Town. And then I listened to my colleague, Senator. This is how I believe that there's an alternate reality. I listened to you, Maxine Seymour, Senator, yesterday, and I realized that reality may be felt all across the country. You know, because if people are not getting serious about social services and people are still hurting, they don't give you enough money. I want to help you. So all you got to do is be quiet and listen. They don't give you enough money for the needs and challenges that you face every day. And you know what's tough with you? You live among them in the community. I have this in my notes, but they're spending millions and millions of dollars celebrating the 50th anniversary. And I got my pin on. I'm a proud Bahamian. Yeah. Even though I was a little boy in Abaco walking behind the AIM flag, Abaco Independent Movement, I ain't ashamed of that. I was only a little fellow. And they had lots of goodies and trinkets, right? Right? You know why? But I tell you why we wanted to go independent in Abaco and why we still have people with that feelings. Because we don't believe in Abaco that we got our fair share of what
Senator Hanfield.
into the cabinet budget.
Senator Hanfield,
You know, yeah.
you need to speak to the chair, please.
What do you mean? I have to face this way when I talk?
Well, you're speaking to the Senate, so you're speaking to the chair.
I'm in the Senate and I'm speaking to my colleagues.
No. You're supposed to be
colleagues there.
addressing the chair, not your
Madam
colleagues.
President, please
Thank
allow
you.
me to make my presentation.
I am allowing you to make your
Yeah, but-
presentation, but you have to make your presentation within the rules.
Please allow me.
Please address the chair.
Madam
Thank you.
President, some murmurings on the ground states that the PLP is living in an alternate reality. Alternate reality. And one of the reasons why is because the PLP, this PLP administration, has lost touch, they believe, with the people who took their chances with them. That's the only point I'm trying to make. Like them, we were convinced that our policies, like the side opposite, Madam President, we were convinced that our policies, most of which, after the first 2 years, were driven by exigencies like Hurricane Dorian and the COVID-19, were exactly what the people needed. That's just how you all feel right now. You got just what the doctor ordered. I mean, after all, in the face of the novel challenges in the modern Bahamas, we still managed to keep all government employees off social welfare lines. Not one government employee was sent home because of the pandemic. We undertook to manage the largest sustained feeding program in the history of the Bahamas.
Don't bring that up.
People had food on their shelves,
Don't bring that up. Leave it alone.
food in their homes and food in their bellies.
Leave that alone.
Madam President, governments following successful elections by the people, even if it's less than 40% of the electorate, assume certain responsibilities. But you can't deliver because you've overpromised. I heard somebody say this yesterday as well. Rudy Giuliani, who was a I don't know what happened to him, but he was a brilliant mayor. He was a brilliant mayor when he ran New York, right? He wrote a book. He wrote a book. He wrote a book, and he said politicians should under-promise and over-deliver. We all get into this trouble, Madam President. The Bahamas, we all get into this trouble. I believe that the rule and dictum of Giuliani, it always been that politicians should under-promise and over-deliver. Not promise too much and then deliver too little. We guilty of that too. all governments in the Bahamas in the recent 20 years, I believe, are guilty of that, Madam President. Last budget debate, Bahamians were promised the way forward was seagrass meadows. Seagrass meadows, and I still believe it holds a tremendous future for us. But as I explained then, and I say it again now, it can't happen overnight. I mean, you still put in the modalities to see how, we got the carbon, we got some money for the carbon emissions to monitor that now. All that needs to be in place. All that needs to be in place before we go out. At one point, you promised Bahamians millions and millions of dollars off seagrass. I'm just saying that. This year's budget, Madam President, promises, among other things, to do the following things. Keep citizens safe as much as practically possible, free from the fear of crime. And I wrote down something Minister Alquita said. I listened to him, He said this one. I can't remember where it is. He said this one. He says this one. This is the real one. This is the real one. This is the real challenge, because this one is pivotal. Not only are we, and I assume the point you were making was not only are we in our 50th year of celebrations, but this is actually the third budget after COVID and Dorian. And this is actually your second since coming to this place. And so here you're promising now to keep Bahamians safe as much as possible. You remember you came and you took the supplemental budget. There was a budget in place. You took the supplemental, we forget the money. The second thing is the provision of adequate healthcare institutions, not just in New Providence and Grand Bahama, but also in the Family Islands. We promise to provide acceptable opportunities for education, both the academic and technical and vocational spheres. I hear BTVI go into some of the Family Islands, Grand Bahama, Abaco. No, man, send that to Abaco. Plenty of people in Abaco. Look at your population demographic. It promises to help less fortunate and underserved through the provision of necessary, much-needed social assistance. That's what this budget promises to do. Enable opportunities for aspiring Bahamians to realize their dreams of becoming entrepreneurs, business moguls, without having to compromise their souls. Promises to develop youth programs toward giving our young people a spirit of patriotism. And what you talked about, young people helping the elderly in your community, Bishop, that's the kind of thing to put something in them, to make them know that they got a reason to exist, far beyond some of the things that they get caught up in otherwise. You saw, I was so pleased to see Senator Dunn come in here yesterday with the young men from Next Gen. So pleased. So pleased. A wonderful initiative which more politicians like us ought to consider getting involved with, because there are far too many young men out there who are fatherless, and they could use a male mentor. And so I commend you, sir. The only one comment I can make on this, and I'm not going to make it political as much as I can, it's not one red group. You didn't go to any F&M parliamentarians and ask them to sponsor money. You could come next time, come to me. Let me and you talk. I send you to one of my colleagues from Grand Bahama or somewhere. Huh? No, I ain't saying that. All I saw was red. It was gold MPs from your side. I just commend you, man. Take that take that and leave that alone, man. You promised to better manage the issues associated with illegal immigration. Madam President, it was also promised consistently to provide basic utilities. Well, we know where that promise is now. Madam President, these basic aspirations are not much for the next generation of Bahamians to expect. Those who came before us set a good path as they sought to shape the modern Bahamas, sophisticated in banking and tourism. Our founding fathers built on what they found in creating better schools, better clinics, better institutions. Of one I am a proud product, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Better infrastructure. I heard somebody saying here yesterday, they never, I believe it was my brother, never went to a private school. Government school.
Government high.
All our lives. Proud of it.
Yes.
You went to government high, you went to Abaco Central High.
Yeah.
Proud of it, man.
Yeah. Me too.
Proud of it. That's all Bahamians expect, you know. It is now our turn to take our people and our country to the next level. The founding fathers and the rest of them we talk about, they did their work. I recently read an editorial in the Nassau Guardian of 12th of June under the heading, "Where Are We Headed?" And I believe Senator Raming laid the editorial yesterday. If not, Madam President, I assure you I will lay all of these editorials. I have a litany of them with me. I just couldn't print. And I like to keep my papers for archives. And so I'll ask one of the assistants to the clerks to do so at the end. Where are we headed? And which I thought was it was an instructive piece of writing because it examined where we have come over the past 50 years. And it provoked us to think about where we are headed for the 50 years to come. We won't be here, many of us. I mean, some of us will be well into the 100th, the century mark. So I lifted a portion of it, Madam President, for our edification, and it reads as follows. 50 years in, we deserve a celebration. But we should also pause to reflect. The kind of Bahamas we will have in the next 10, 20, 50 years will depend largely on whatever we are able to develop a shared vision and work together to get where we can and want to be. I continue to quote, "Many of us will not be around, as I said, for the next 50 years, but we owe it to our children and future generations of Bahamians to build on our success, use our best talents to solve bigger problems, and create a buffer for the crisis that is for certain lying ahead." End quote. That should be all of our aspirations, to see how we could leave this country in a better place than we found it, based on the work that our forefathers did. Build on it. Let me add that what we must also find a way to empower more Bahamians toward is financial independence. You know, when I talk about our 50th anniversary and the celebrations, the money that we're spending on it, I didn't make a lot of noise about the jacket. I didn't want it. I have enough blazers. But I went and I Googled Singapore, right? One of the most progressive countries in Asia, Singapore. And I like Lee Kuan Yew, a great leader of his day. And I Googled what they do on their independence. They call it a national day. Know what they do? They celebrate a military parade, or we have this as well. We have a police tattoo, and we bring out all of our armed forces, and they showcase what they can do. I mean, I just feel like we have too many challenges to be spending so much money celebrating.
Patriotism, man, independence.
I served in the military all my life, man. You can't tell me about patriotism.
Yeah,
I was prepared to die. I don't know where you were.
no.
So when you're talking about patriotism, beware to whom you speak.
I am aware.
To whom you speak.
Apologize.
Patriotism, man. I stood and saluted the flag every morning and saluted it every evening as it went down.
Yeah.
That's what I did as a patriot.
Yeah.
And then I went and put my life on the line.
Yeah.
So don't tell me nothing about no patriotism.
You can't sound.
The point I'm making, Madam President, is I believe you're spending too much money.
Apologize.
That's
for
what I
the
believe.
independence movement.
Now you can excoriate me for that.
Yeah.
Do whatever you feel like.
Yeah. Apologize first for the Abaco independence movement.
No, man. I'll never
Then talk
apologize for
about
that.
patriotism.
I'll never apologize for that. I was only a little child.
Yeah, but you were on the line, right?
Yeah, as children do.
You can't talk about.
Let me add that what we must also find a way to do is to, real independence for Bahamians. What we need right now in this next 50 years is financial independence.
Abaco independence movement.
That's what we need.
Apologize first.
This should be prominently featured among our objectives over the next 50 years. And as such, Madam President, we must work harder to leave ensuing generations of Bahamians in a far better place and space.
Passive aggressive.
We must improve upon which we graciously inherited. Madam President, instead, we continue to see a government that is satisfied to govern through the rear view mirror, blaming the former administration because they have nothing to show except for what we built.
You have an Oban. Talk about Oban.
No, I want to talk about that nice bridge we built down in Little Abaco.
Talk about Oban.
The little nice bridge we built down in Little Abaco, none like in the Bahamas anywhere else after the storm.
You're living in
Beautiful,
the
beautiful bridge.
universe.
Madam President, during his budget communication delivered on the 31st of May, 2023 in that other place, the Honorable Prime Minister read at the outset stated the following. As with all national budgets, this second budget of my administration is the best expression of the intentions of the government. Woven among the various facts and figures are the priorities and choices we are making to continue to make life for Bahamians. But they also contain an expression of our values to move closer to fulfilling the ambition and promise of independence. To put people first by ensuring that economic activity is not just a series of metrics, but instead driven by the very human needs for dignity and justice. And to ensure that the state, the government, in its drive for efficiency and effectiveness, does not lose its ability also to act as a good Samaritan. Well, Madam President, if the budget represents the best expression of the intentions of the government, the Bahamian people are in for much longer nightmare than I initially thought possible in this new day. But what we say in the Bahamas, Madam President, is fishermen don't call their own fish thing.
Well, that's the fish.
I admit that this budget does make life better for some. Some consultants who will benefit from the consultancies and the contracts, which we don't know what they are. It provides for them. But what does it do for most Bahamians over the hill in the Family Islands? These are the Bahamians who need it most. These are Bahamians who listened and bought into the idea that an independent Bahamas would finally yield the benefits of their labor. But instead, what they continue to get, Madam President, is the same old thing from the PLP. Recycling the same old and by now tired diplomats, retired permanent
You
secretaries,
should know better as the former member.
and other senior public servants to collect a pension and a pay,
You should know better.
contracts, and undisclosed settlements.
You should know better.
When you bring back retirees
You should know
into the public service, what you do is stifle the growth of the public service. And you say to these retirees, Madam President, that we can't allow you to retire, we need you to stay. And in the interim, those undersecretaries, those deputy permanent secretaries, those first assistant secretaries, they're looking up to the top there and they wondering, when am I ever going to
Carry the debate.
attain to this
Carry the
this
debate.
high office? No administration likes to talk about crime, I could hear the jabbering, so I know they feeling a little something here today.
They're feeling nothing. Can
Feeling
shut
a
down. Well, that's
Feeling
the
a
only
little,
person
feeling a
who
little something here
benefit.
today. Feeling a little something here
I'm
today.
the
No administration, Madam President, likes to talk about crime, none. We didn't like to do it either. And I heard you, Minister Alcides, when you said that this budget strengthens security. That's good. I hope it does. We all hope it does.
That was everybody's business.
It is.
Don't
It always amazes me when, and you just said it, I have it right here in my notes. It always amazes me when I hear politicians say, don't politicize crime. And maybe one day we can grow to that level of maturity. Members of the government whose current leader, no, that won't happen today. That won't happen today. Members of a government whose leader went around New Providence planting billboards in highly visible places, which touted, Madam President, the murder numbers no less. This happened in 2012. And all them roundabouts had them big billboards. Everybody forget then the tourism was our bread and butter, you know. Wasn't no more than that. Wasn't no more than that.
Bought back Josh for stairs.
A great behemoth.
Yeah.
A great behemoth.
Talking.
Now we can't talk about crime, so
Yeah, it speaks of the
so
two
we
sides
just
of it.
turn a blind eye and
Two sides.
turn a blind eye to the killing fields of our streets
Man who bought back Josh for stairs.
and communities. Madam President, I understand crime has been a very vexing issue in our country for far too long, particularly over the past 25 years or so. And Bahamian people are yet to see a coherent plan to fight this crime from this administration. In the Nassau Guardian editorial of 7th November 2023 entitled, "No Clear Plan to Tackle Stubborn Crime," it reinforces the notion that clearly no plan has been forthcoming, Madam President, since the new day dawned in the Bahamas. It reads thus: "The government appears to be handling the crime problem such as it has in other areas of governance. Since coming to office a year ago, a lot of public relations, multiple re-engagements of retired police officers, displacing serving officers and sending others on mandatory leave." I saw a headline, Madam President, by Candia Dames in the Nassau Guardian of 29th of March 2013 that reads as follows: "Crime rising despite harsh," I got them right down, "despite harsher sentencing." Monroe, I think she was quoting the Minister of National Security. He was lamenting the fact that these criminals are getting younger. In the article, the Minister is quoted as saying, "The movement in the reduction of the age of hitmen is also troubling to the extent that we must address our intervention programs." And another Nassau Guardian headline of the 14th of June entitled, "Crime Down 30%, but Rapes Up." Rape reports were reported to be up 64% in New Providence. I got going somewhere with this. In that story, the Minister was quoted as saying, "Monies allocated are being spent currently to address it, by establishing a centralized unit to deal with sexual offenses and domestic violence that will house NGOs and victim care professionals." The article went on to say that, "I don't believe in counting these," I think they're quoting the Minister, "counting these because one murder is one too much," and I agree with the Minister. One armed robbery is too much. One rape is too much. The Minister I admire the Minister. He was one of my tutors in law school. You know, Madam President, apart from the apparent contradiction in the headlines shared, it is my view, the Minister is right on track. He's seeking to be transparent and open with the Bahamian people. He could do some talking to Minister Alkitis about sometimes how to do that, how to come across to the public. The only problem we on this side have with the Minister, who's among my favorites, you know, is that he appears to lack the sense of urgency, benefiting the exigencies of his ministry. Simply put, no more time for identifying the problems. We don't have time to identify it. We know what the problems are. We know they've existed for a long time. What we need now, however, are solutions to this national crisis that has plagued us for far too long. Madam President, this is precisely why we keep calling for a holistic approach to address the challenges of crime in our country. For 4.5 years, I listened to my colleague, brother, and friend, the former Minister of National Security, the Honorable Marvin Dames, repeat ad nauseum this notion that crime has to be treated holistically. If we were ever going to be in a position, Madam President, to break the stranglehold over our country. Madam President, just as the majority rule and independence were our forefathers' problems to fix, crime is ours to fix. For years, our focus in crime and the crime fight has been more manpower and more equipment for the police. But these have not rendered the solutions that we need. They simply have not. And we need these solutions desperately. So, Madam President, 50 years post-independence, there's no more time or space for blame to be passed without offering solutions. So we offer, along with the other responses that we have given to mitigate crime, the following advice to the government and people of the Bahamas. As my colleague Marvin Dames used to say, security would always require a holistic approach.
That's what we're doing.
This means that the war on crime must include each and every one of us, not just the police and our security forces. Need all of us. What you're doing, Senator Duncombe, that impacts the fight in the war.
Urban renewal.
What you're doing in urban renewal,
Yes.
Pastor, that impacts the fight. Because you see, you take some of them young fellas out of the fight and give them something to look forward to work for. The holistic approach must include, Madam President, must include our homes, our schools, our churches, our civic organizations, our government entities, and the security forces working together, defeating this insidious scourge of crime that is plaguing our land. The aim must be more than just to fight crime, but to go to the root causes of crime. Together we have to become the country's biggest gang if we are going to snatch our young people back from the brink of self-destruction and destroying us right along with them. All of our futures depend on this issue of resolving this crime problem. It's no longer enough for us just to identify these problems.
Lead by example, boy.
Madam President, the government must move post-haste to establish a committee, if it hasn't done so, inclusive of each necessary institution, such as the homes, the schools, the churches, the civic organizations, government entities, and security forces, with the single objective of planning the way forward as it relates to crime. The teachers in the schools get identified early. Children with disruptive behaviors. In the churches, we see them, kids with disruptive behaviors. And so when we identify that this one is on the wrong path, and sometimes my grandma used to say, if you had not with the crow been found, you would be at home safe and sound. So if you had not with the crow been found, that's the royal reader, you would have been at home safe and sound. Right? You hear the song? Strike the nail right, boy, hit it on the head. Strike with all your might while the iron is red. That's something from the royal reader. Such a committee must have a secretariat that is empowered, adequately funded, if it is to achieve its goal, Minister. This committee must be empowered, it must be adequately funded, and it must have a singular objective to see how we could help our country arrest this crime problem. In the speech from the throne, this administration promised to pay particular attention, and I so love that promise. Particularly because I was in the cadet corps, Boys Brigade. Pay particular attention to young people. We support this approach. But we say there's now time to move so much more deliberately. Yeah, we know you're making some efforts in that regard, but this problem on us, Madam President, is too urgent for us to take our time to address. We must go more deliberately now. Madam President, as I leave crime recently, there was a stirring surrounding comments of Prime Minister Ralph Gonsalves of St. Vincent and the Grenadines relative to the granting of bail in the Bahamas. Boy, that went viral. He made some comments that were not choice words, but if you know the man, you know where the comments came from. I've had the pleasure of attending many CARICOM and other meetings with Prime Minister Gonsalves. He's a senior and very highly respected leader of our region. I've come to appreciate that he speaks his mind and no holds barred as he ought to, a man of his age and years and political life and leadership. Not so long ago, he made these comments about courts and bail, and most of us found them odious and offensive.
Against the Privy Council, too.
But in my humble estimation, but for his choice of words, he said exactly what our police leaders have been saying for the past 10, 15 years. Just last week, Thursday, Commissioner of Police Clayton Fernandez reported in the Tribune, maybe they live in a utopian society where they don't need to. They could have their trials on time. We can't in the Bahamas. We've proven that for many years now. Yeah, man, you say your piece, I can say mine. So just last week, Thursday, Commissioner Fernando in the Tribune is stating that many repeat offenders. He failed and plenty of y'all failing now. The jury's still out on some of y'all. Jury's still out on some of y'all. We've been in 4 years, 2 of them being fighting pandemics and something else. I know that our court system is inundated and overwhelmed under tremendous strain, which results in matters taking far too long to be heard. It is, however, hard for me to wrap my head around the notion that some could be on bail for multiple offenses, triple murders, multiple other serious infractions of the law, and still manage to satisfy a court that bail is appropriate. On this occasion, the commissioner, no, this is what the commissioner said. No, I'm quoting what the commissioner said. Oh yeah, I agree with him. I agree with the commissioner. I'm willing to stand by every quote I put in my presentation. That's what the rules say. That's what the rules say. That's what the rules say. On this occasion, the commissioner was lamenting, Madam President, noting that a sexual offender on bail and suspected of other sexual offenses despite being ankle monitored was able to sexually assault an 83-year-old woman. That's what the commissioner was so upset about. Look, I don't have all the answers here. But I know that if someone continues to appear before a court, he or she should not continue to be granted bail. I mean, it can't be so you've been here twice already or once already for the same offense and you're back again and say you can't go outside no more until we try your cases. Come on, man, work with me. Because you go right out and you offend again. Right? We have to find a way to fix this. This ain't no problem that happened overnight. This has been going on for far too long now. No one should be allowed on bail after repeatedly appearing before the court accused of multiple varied offenses. How much time I got? Boy, because I on the clock today, another hour? Oh, we got time here. We halfway through. I ain't gonna get that liberty like what my friends get. Yeah.
Actually, Senator Henfield, you have a total of an hour and a half.
I have an hour and a half? No, man. When that happened, I prepared for 2 hours.
It's in the rules.
So you putting the rules on me now, Mr. Leader? Huh? Let me sit down so y'all can resolve that, because before we came here, you and I undertook. That's why I took my time. That's why I took my time. I have a legitimate expectation that I had 2 hours. Huh? Legitimate expectation. You stopped the clock, right? I said no.
Because it's you. Okay, no problem.
No, listen, the leader of government business and the
Mr.
president.
Leader, Madam President.
Stand. Okay, according to Rule 42(4),
Yes, ma'am.
you have a total of 90 minutes, but I understand that there was an arrangement with you and the leader of government business, which
Madam-
I would abide by and
Madam
give
President,
you.
I'm obliged.
And now I want the record to show that I'm giving you an additional 30 minutes.
You're something else, Madam President. your grace and benevolence.
I also want to further put in the record that our good Senator Darren Pickstock yesterday only received an additional 5 minutes. So you're actually receiving an additional.
Listen, I got 30 minutes extra. Don't worry about what he had. He finished.
So
Don't worry.
Senator Pickstock, you're actually receiving an additional 25 minutes over Senator Pickstock.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Senator Hatfield, you're
Madam
actually
President,
receiving
I'm
additional
much
25 minutes over
obliged
Senator
for your
Pickstock.
grace. That has been extended toward me. I really appreciate it.
Yes. Let the record.
And so, Madam President, my brother Reuben Ramming dealt quite sufficiently with the issue of immigration yesterday. But it's my considered view that immigration poses for us a similar challenge as this crime, if not quickly brought under control. There's one more of those issues that we haven't been able to fix since independence. We on this side, as we did with the crime, offered to work with the government to come up with comprehensive immigration policy, but were soundly rejected.
Depending on how much time you're giving, that depends how much time you're asking, whether it depends on how long we stay with these heads. So let's give and take. Yeah, you could do that and be undemocratic, and you know, you could do that. Citizenship, Madam President, is perhaps the most prestigious honor that a nation state can bestow upon an individual. That is precisely why the process is filled with many checks and balances and involves so many institutions along the way. These include immigration, the board thereof, elements of the Ministry of National Security who vet applicants, people of the Bahamas who, when you see these photographs in the papers, the people of the Bahamas have an opportunity to chime in. And then finally, it ends with the cabinet, the executive. And so as such, the practice over the years has been to treat, Madam President, with the utmost care, and reverence and respect the bestowing of this honor in a solemn, sober, and most serious manner, almost akin to a marriage ceremony where you expect that it's going to be celebration, celebratory, but the vows are so serious that you have to appreciate the solemnity of the event. Never before have we witnessed, as recently transpired, where this oath was so flippantly administered in conditions that, to say the least, were less than customary and described aptly as unorthodox. Imagine all of this being done against the backdrop of a country where the topics of immigration and citizenship are extremely emotive, and in many instances, very unsettling. You know, whilst a member of Parliament for North Abaco, I had the privilege of attending 2 swearing-in ceremonies, one with the Honourable former Minister, Brent Simonet, and one with Minister, my brother, Ellsworth Johnson. On both occasions, the ceremony, Madam President, was conducted in the Magistrates' Court in the government complex. It was marshaled by a senior immigration official and was a very serious, very solemn undertaking attended by family and friends. Rightly or wrongly, such occasions must inspire confidence in the system, not to be used to engender more distrust in an already doubtful process. I fear the circus-like manner of the incident in question erodes public trust and further avails to the process disrepute, ridicule, and intolerance. In 2020, one of my favorite persons in the whole world, Justice Ian Winder, another one of my tutors, as he then was, well, ain't nobody perfect. Ain't nobody perfect. Ruled in the Supreme Court that children born to Bahamian men and foreign women out of wedlock were citizens at birth. The matter was heard by the Privy Council in January 2023, and the judgment was rendered on the 4th of May 2023. So it's taken us, give or take, just south of 3 months to get to this point. So the Privy Council ruled it took us 3 months to get the ruling back. Oh no, we got the ruling back, and it's taken us now, we've not settled this yet. So it's taken us now 3 months to get to this point. You want to get up and say it? I'll sit for you. Okay. You know, man, you don't live like that. This brings me to the front page story in the Nassau Guardian dated 19th of June 2023 entitled Citizens Impacted by Ruling Remain in Limbo. They got you in here too, you know. The story opined that the Minister of Immigration suggested that Census Ministry had some 1,400 files of such applicants. The natural step would have been for immigration to simply issue those approved with their certifications. Okay, so this process of determining the policy or the rules by which these Bahamians would become credentialed, not to be dealt with by 3 ministries. I appreciate that. Whom I suppose, as it happens to be, the normal scheme of things. We take their policy or rules recommendations to the cabinet. I assume it was immigration. In fact, the story said so. It was immigration. It was the Attorney General and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, because after that, you're gonna have to go and look for your passports, and you know. So these ministries included, as I said, and I won't repeat that again. In the end, it's my understanding the Passport Office has been instructed to treat those individuals whose fathers signed their birth certificates, for all intents and purposes, as a Bahamian. Well, you know, this is Bahamas, you know, sometimes
You all know that song? Your daddy's your daddy, your daddy don't know? That's a real Bahamian thing. No. No, I think that was the right proper decision to make.
What's your point?
If you would just be quiet, you'd hear my point. But, you know, you're just sitting here jabbering and jabbering along. Jabbering along ain't helping nothing, man. Right? You know, in the case of those, and I think this may have come from your office, in the case of those with unsigned birth certificates, they will have to be subjected to DNA tests. Okay, good, good, very good. Very good. You sound like you're getting edgy, touchy, man. Lighten up yourself, man. Drink some water, lighten up yourself. See, I'm cool as a cucumber. Cool as a cucumber, man. And so even with the help of the courts, it still takes too long for us to get through applications for citizenship in our system. The system just takes too long. You know, and so some people are tempted to go outside of the system and do other things, right? So, Madam President, some might suggest that I protest too much over nothing. But people like Gloria and Sabrina Knowles, now women with children of their own, they're impacted by this ruling. You see, I consider Gloria and Sabrina my nieces. Their mother was a foreign woman who died, and my sister Jackie adopted them, basically raised them. So they call me Uncle Darren. She took them into her home, Jackie, and helped to raise them. And so before the ruling in question, I'm advised that Sabrina and Glory, between them, spent an estimated $5,000 on their applications and another $2,000 to complete the naturalization process. Before the ruling. But they're still in limbo. They're still in limbo. One of them called me the other day and said they lost their, he signed. He signed. Okay, so stand up and say it so they could.
No.
Stand up and say it so see, there's a lot of ambiguity out there still. And I don't know if our officials understand.
Okay. So, thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator Honorable
Just
Ryan.
to clarify this one point, it's in the paper he quote, but I'll say it again. On the heels of the Privy Council ruling, the Privy Council ruling dealt with Article 6 of the Constitution. Article 6 says, if you are born in the Bahamas and one of your parents is Bahamian, you are Bahamian. Those are the two tests of Article 6 of the Constitution. And you're born Bahamian. You're born Bahamian. Which means, if you can demonstrate, in this instance, where you are born out of wedlock, and your father is Bahamian, and your mother is not. Those are the facts of the case. And those are the facts that have been in dispute over time. If you can demonstrate your father is on the birth certificate, and your father is Bahamian, and you were born in the Bahamas, you go straight to the passport office and get your passport.
Okay.
The passport office has been so instructed. I have told the press, the minister responsible for the passport office has issued a press release, and the permanent secretary of that ministry has instructed the passport office. It is instances where your father is not on the birth certificate that come into question, because you have to still demonstrate paternity, which meaning your father was Bahamian. And those are instances that would require a DNA test. Now, in those instances, we require a DNA test from a properly certified lab, and we are working with the Ministry of Health to put the criteria of what the proper certification for DNA testing should be. Because as you would appreciate as an attorney, you would need a certain chain of custody of the sample to ensure that the sample originated from who it originated to get to the test lab, and then the test lab being a properly regulated test lab to be able to provide the results that are required to prove paternity. But again, that's only in cases where your father is not on the birth certificate. If your father's on the birth certificate, you could go to the passport office because you are Bahamian at birth. If your father is Bahamian and he's on the birth certificate and you were born in the Bahamas, you are Bahamian at birth.
I guess at another point you're going to have to explain if your father died, all right? How do we get through those genetics? But not now, not now. So I want to say, Gloria, to Gloria and Sabrina, I take the Attorney General, and according to the Attorney General, you can just go to the passport office with your other application, the requirements of your application for a passport, and go get your passport. And I think you just helped a lot of Bahamians who still didn't appreciate. I knew, but for the sake of the public. For the sake of the public, yeah. Madam President, we were unceremoniously removed from office in 2021, but we had in place a committee. And this is aside the point because it goes to the broader issue of immigration and the system. We left in place a committee with the sole objective of vetting these applicants, putting together their files and bringing them to the cabinet, who is the final authority, to sign off on those applications. And I'm curious as to whether or not the committee still exists, or if it's been disbanded. The issue of these applications pending for... No, it was a committee. It was a committee headed by a judge with appointees that were assigned to look at. I forget the name of the justice now who headed the committee. That were assigned to vet these applications very quickly and to make the recommendations to the cabinet. No, it wasn't her. Was it? No, it wasn't her. No, it wasn't her. It was Malcolm, Justice Malcolm Hadley, I think. Malcolm? No. No, well, it was a justice, retired justice, right? And so we have to fix these issues surrounding immigration. We have a large swath of our population who can't fully participate in the formal economy because they don't have the necessary credentials. And we're baiting for problem here with this thing. And this ain't just happen on your watch.
Please, just say that.
This ain't happen on your watch, all right?
Come on, man.
I don't want to go there right now. You
don't believe that?
Not everybody. Even those who believe they're entitled, it's not an absolute entitlement.
You're born in the Bahamas and you're 18.
You can't open bank accounts. No. If you're born in the Bahamas and you apply at the age of 18, but you have instances where maybe you've been in problems and all the rest of these things, happens all over the world, they send you back to your origin. That's what they do, right? So you can't open bank accounts, you can't buy land, you can't get Bahamian passports, and you can't take advantage of your opportunities to study abroad, Madam President. And so we must act with more urgency. It's unfortunate. I guess, Madam President, if I knew certain people, I'd be able to get it done anywhere outside.
What are you suggesting?
It simply amazes me that a minister in the cabinet could muster the nerve to take such a cavalier approach, granting Bahamian citizenship without more. Reports indicate that the minister had the approval of the cabinet. I hear people say all the time in there, especially when I sit there. He was sitting right there. He was sitting right there. You can stand up and say that too. If the application had the approval of the cabinet, you can say that too. Then you get up, you can say that too. You like to do this to me. Somebody was sitting right in there. Sitting right in there, and Madam President, you remember he used to do that to me all the time? They were sitting right in there when the cabinet did that. But cabinet approval or not, the circus created by the minister's conduct has been described as highly irregular, smacks of very poor judgment, can be seen as an unfair activity to hundreds currently waiting in line, and must not and cannot be encouraged. Cannot be. Editorial in the Tribune of Tuesday last is instructive on this point. It says, among other things, citizenship is not just a trinket to be handed out as favor. It's not something that can be used for personal or political leverage. It is not something that should be given out to make a minister look good to those he's bestowing it upon. It is an aspiration in and of itself. It is something, Madam President, that should be held up for the importance to our nation and to those who wish to call themselves part of it, end quote. Madam President, we truly cannot discuss immigration without, I leave that now. I think I made my point on that. We truly cannot discuss immigration without addressing irregular and shanty communities. Madam President, we have this ongoing saga of irregular communities, shanty houses, and we have to deal with that too. That's one of those issues we have to deal with.
that just happened?
Yeah, I got you. I got your task force right here.
You're from Abaco.
So we note the budgetary estimate of 600,000 to establish, as was explained by the Minister of Works, and that other place, an unregulated community task force. We note that. It is a good first step. It's a good effort. But it should have been 1.5 million given the gravity of this problem that we have in the Bahamas. Magnitude and severity of the challenge requires more than, I mean, people looking for more than just that kind of money, man, to deal with a problem like this. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, oh yeah. Gotta be more to go against this. You know why? Because the problem is so emotive in the country. The problem is so emotive, and you know, we didn't, in the official opposition, we chose not to join fringe groups to create more hysteria. Our leader didn't want to do that because we understand that this is a problem that has long existed and it must be treated. It must be treated. Stop talking nonsense. That's talking nonsense, man.
Senator, please address the chair.
Madam President, the man
Please.
talking nonsense and
Please.
sitting right there looking at me and talking it.
Please address the chair, Senator.
Come on, Madam
Thank
President.
you.
Looking right at me and talking it. The minister explained that there will be a secretariat that will look broadly at how the country deals with these communities. My challenge, though, is to determine what we are doing now and what we will do until the action plan is produced. Politicians like to set up a committee, you know, but the problem they set the committee up for is ongoing. What we can do in the interim? Tell the committee produce an action plan to do what they got to do. We're just going to sit until the task force determines the next step whilst building these communities go unabated? Huh? Reports in the Tribune of 28 March 2023 are now that the government is seeking to demolish some 555 shantytown structures in New Providence and Abaco. Reportedly, these include 232 unfinished structures and completed buildings on the north and south of South S.C. Boodle Highway, Abaco, 120 structures on the Farm Road near Treasure Key, Abaco. The report further suggests that such structures in Cowpen and Carmichael and Gladstone. So, Madam President, during the minister's administration, we moved to eradicate 177 of these dangerous, unregulated communities in Abaco and New Providence. We were stopped by the courts. In December 2018, we were ordered to stop the destruction of such homes. The court also ordered that there were to be no new buildings. In June 2021, the court ordered similarly that offenders cease and desist from constructing on or repairing any homes in the area under the injunction. We were again restrained from demolishing these shanty communities and buildings in our country, pending on a ruling of the matter. The injunction was lifted in February past, and in the end result, the number of buildings increased exponentially. And are continuing. In this recent matter, Syrian Winder opined as follows. In a case such as this, where the order of the court is being openly flouted, administration of justice is being brought into disrespect and disrepute, the court has an inherent jurisdiction to protect its process, and I am satisfied that the court is empowered to cause those applicants who have breached the order to remove these offending structures. Seeing said that the evidence is unequivocal, that there has been a massive expansion of unregulated communities despite the ruling by Justice Grant Thompson. Madam President, before I leave the subject of irregular communities, I have to say that this administration has to get very serious about this issue, because it will not simply go away on its own. After the courts made its rulings, it falls to state authorities to enforce such rulings. For Lord's sake, let's do something, because you see, the government is restrained by the court order. You can't demolish the homes, but the offenders are not restrained. You drive on S.C. Boodle Highway right now, 500, that's a joke. I can take you to Abaco on these days, you go fishing, right? And I'll take you and show you. Take Mike too. Yeah. Take you and show you these buildings. Because they've not stopped building. See, we follow the law.
We may catch more fish in there.
Yeah, we will. I'm sure we will. We follow the law because we're constrained to follow the law, but those who they're offending the law, they can care less about what the court say, and that's evidence from what I see. We can't summon the courage to remove the ones built in the face of the court order, stop the building of new ones. And so it's very easy sometimes. What we did was we set up roadblocks into these communities. And if you're taking wood and building materials inside these communities, you got to explain why, Madam President. Even if that means the daily inspections of these communities are carried out to prevent new constructions. We just can't continue to form committees while these communities grow with impunity in the face of the court. Madam President, how does a person in possession of a Crown grant or a lease for farming or other purpose be allowed to just lease the government land? That's not his, it's a lease. Well, what's in Lonsdale, that's what it was, a lease is as good as land. You know, how could a fellow with such impunity, with a government lease for Crown land, Madam President, tell you, Behemoth, I know who he is, you know. I didn't call his name, but I know who he is. And it's more than one of them. It's more than one of them. There's at least two of them, right? And there may be more. The Attorney General, they say, could you say that, Benny? No, man, it comes with more power coming from you, man. Your lease will be terminated if you're using that lease against the purpose for which it was granted. Because you were not given that lease to allow the building of irregular communities in our country. You were given that lease to farm or for some other purpose that the government approved it for. But you have determined that you are going to go now and allow people for monies to build on your leased property. Unapproved structures. So I understand your lease will be taken. And if you had not with the crows been found, you would have been at home safe and sound. Right? And I can move on from that point now. I am satisfied. The grant of citizenship in this country, like most other countries, is subjective. Listen to me now. This is the part that you asked the question about. The grant of citizenship is subjective. That means that it is not an absolute entitlement. It is not. If you are a naturalized citizen of the Bahamas, you should not be engaged in the building of irregular communities. You got your certification, you ought not be found in those communities. We'll find something to do with all of them too, right? And so you run the risk of your naturalization, your certification, being taken away. You run that risk. I'm not saying the government's going to do it, but you run that risk if you participate in an illegality of this nature. Can't just come and go online and build, man. Can't just go online and build. The court stopped us before we could do anything in that. The court stopped us before we could do anything in that. I have all heard it said that procrastination is a thief of time. I'm almost done. This won't be over. This won't be over. I'm almost done.
No, we ain't talking about you almost being done. How much?
Well, in our case, we've seen this administration put off tough decisions until not only time was stolen, but people also lost money unnecessarily. Aiming people. How can we forget that this administration's mishandling the BPL hedging program? Because they failed, Madam President, to make the right decision. It's now costing Bahamians millions and millions of their hard-earned dollars in electricity bills. Some businesses are crying for help. Remember in October last year when the Prime Minister announced that the light bills would rise noticeably, but failed to add that it was a result of the government's failure to execute the hedge trades to lock in the lower oil prices, Madam President, on the global market.
Misleading.
As was done previously under our administration. We locked it in so that, you know, the fluctuations of oil didn't matter to us.
Misleading.
We knew that we were going to pay $20, $50 for a barrel, and we passed that savings on to the Bahamian people. Both the Prime Minister and the Minister with responsibility for BPL denied awareness that the program was in jeopardy until a letter informing him of the same was tabled in the House. Then we had a Prime Minister state in the House on Monday past that he loaned BPL $110 million out of the consolidated fund. And I don't remember, Madam President, coming here to approve it. So, you know, according to the laws of this country, Anytime you got big money that you move it like that, it should be in the budget. In the budget estimates, or you should bring a resolution. Or you should bring a resolution for Parliament to approve. You know, you might mean well, but you can't do it like that. You can't, without getting any approval from the Parliament. We appreciate that the monies were not budgeted, but we can't understand why a resolution was not brought to the Parliament to approve such a huge transaction with public funds. Same thing happened with the Bermuda trip, you know, Madam President. Same thing happened with that. You just go in the public treasury, take out the money and fly to Bermuda, then come back so you can pay it back when you get a chance. My friend, I tell you, if you had not with the crows been found, you would be at home. You would be at home safe and sound, Madam President. So this summer payments can thank the administration for their high electricity bills. In the midst of load shedding exercises in New Providence, due to the loss of approximately 60 megawatts of generation in the past few days. Therefore, I smile when I hear people talk and brag about the increase in minimum wage. Is good. Pension and salaries is good. Because you give it with one hand and you take it back with the next. Ain't enough to pay for these things that hey, man, listen, and I speak truth. You give it with one hand and you snatch it right back with the next. So, Madam President, similarly, we saw the inability to make a decision when it comes to national insurance. For nearly 2 years now, we've been hearing the good Minister of State and with responsibility for NIB,
Dangerous grounds for you.
that the fund was at risk of being depleted if increases were not forthcoming. Almost immediately as he did with BPL, when the executives called for an increase in the cost of electricity, the Prime Minister said there will be no increase at NIB.
Your colleague was on the board. What are you talking about? Your
Well,
colleague was on the board.
well, we all know how that happened with
Your colleague was on the
BPL,
board.
and the same thing was happening with NIB.
Your colleague was on the board.
Employers and employees will see increases in the contributions beginning 2024 and continuing thereafter every 2 years
You're misleading the
into the
public.
foreseeable future in order to save the much-needed fund. We need that fund. When it comes time to make serious decisions, make them, man. Stop procrastinating.
You stood there for 4
I
years.
saw
and did nothing.
I saw in the papers 2 ministers with responsibility from your party for NIB. We spend the money feeding people. We spend the money keeping people to work.
4 years. and
We
did
spend
nothing.
we spend the money trying to circumnavigate the pitfalls of a pandemic and a hurricane.
4 years.
That's what we spend the money on. We spend the money on Bahamian people. That's what we spend the money on. That's what we spend the money on. That's what we spend the money on. So, Madam President, when governing, all the decisions you make will not be popular. Government has to demonstrate a propensity for shying away from decisions that it believes will not resonate well with everyone. How much time are you looking at here? Oh, God is good. He said I got 40 minutes. God is good. Huh? God is good. So, Madam President, on the other hand, we are pleased that this administration, I will take all of that. I won't. We are pleased that this administration intends to introduce contributory pension. It's long overdue, and I commend the government for making. No, that's not a hard one. That's not a hard one. I work for the government for. No, that doesn't make it a hard decision. No. That doesn't make. I commend the government for this effort, right? I do, because I served in the government. I served in the military for 36 years, and if I had the opportunity to put something toward my pension, I would have. I would have gladly do it. I'd have been far better off for it. And so this is a good step. This is a long overdue proposition, as the current plan is simply not sustainable and will continue to get worse if left unaddressed. I only ask that we get there quickly. That's all I ask. I give that one to you, Alcides. Let's get there quickly. I'm of the view that this should have been done years ago. If it had if it had been the money of our retirees from the public service, security forces, would be far better off. I'm constantly contacted by colleagues from the Defense Force and the Police Force with outstanding pension issues that are simply taking too long to fix. Amazing how readily we are to pay other bills, pay other sums of monies, and take so long to address these issues. They're not in dispute. These are not in dispute. These are not in dispute, right? The Defense Force was given the wrong pension because the calculations were based on some allowances they were getting, and the people at the public service determined that they should only be given their pensions based on their pay. And that's the problem there. The police sergeants keep telling me every day, the minister's aware of these problems, man, that they have to settle, they have an undertaking from the government to settle their pension problems. Both issues with the police and defense forces have been around for far too long now, and I hope we could use the same judicious steps to get it done. I recall last budget, I'm almost done, Madam President, very, very, very close. I recall during the last budget process, the approval in the interest of the long-suffering victims of CLICO, Bahamas. And I believe we approved in the budget estimates $3.8 million to be paid over the course of last year. It was therefore quite shocking to learn, Madam President, that policyholders did not receive the monies dedicated this fiscal year for their benefit. Very shocking to learn that. They've been dealing with this issue since 2009 when the life and health insurer collapsed due to bad investments, exacerbated by the global economic shutdown. It was heart-wrenching to read the comments of Bishop Simeon Hall and others in a recent Tribune article dated the 21st of June, 2023, entitled "CLICO Victims Urge We Need a New Day." I didn't say that. The CLICO victims said, we need a new day. In that article, by Neil Hartnell, Bishop Simeon Hall, a renowned, well-respected, and established Bahamian pulpiteer, one of the victims of CLICO collapse, is quoted as saying, "Too many Bahamians are stuck in the wilderness more than 14 years later, and we have yet to recover all or any of their life and retirement savings." Other former CLICO Bahamas policyholders and clients, speaking on condition of anonymity, also contacted the Tribune to warn that they and other victims are in dire need of their funds, while questioning whether the government intends to make the remaining collective $10 million payment. According to the mentioned article, that's what they said in there. CLICO, that's personal to me, man. My mother-in-law had an issue with it. Same as the Defense Force, complete disclosure. But we should make more of an effort to address these issues of the little man, or as much effort as we make to address some of these other issues. I'm not going to ride this any further. So, Madam President, as I close, allow me to say that much was said in this place and the other place about the situation in Grand Bahama and the Grand Bahama Port Authority. And AG, here's my disclaimer before I say anything about this. I don't conclude myself to be an expert on the matter. I have been around for a long time. That said, we will all readily agree that something has to be done about Grand Bahama and its economy. We all agree that. Port Authority, governments, plural, and the Grand Bahama Port Authority have not been able thus far to fix the issues. They have not. Grand Bahama's economy has been stagnant for far too long with no real solution in sight. Far too long. But I believe that it is counterproductive and ill-advised, Madam President, for the government of the Bahamas and the Grand Bahama Port Authority to engage in a public war of words. Does not grow confidence and hopes of rebuilding the economy of Grand Bahama, nor does it grow confidence and hope in foreign direct investors who might be interested in investing in Grand Bahama. I encourage dialogue, Madam President, between the government of the Bahamas on the Port Authority, constructive dialogue that is done outside of the view of the public and the international community. Madam President, with that, I rest. I thank you for your benevolence and Godspeed. Thank you. Ryan, this you?
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Darren Hentfield, for your contribution to the budget debate. As many. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Quinton Lightburn.
Thank you, Madam President. I didn't want to interrupt the good senator during his lengthy and informative contribution, but I just had to point out a few points and factual information. He made a comment, he said that rape is up 65%, which is not the case. Rape from 2021, 2022 went up by 15%. It's a very sensitive topic, we must be mindful. And also he made mention of the task force of $600,000 for the initiation of the task force. Shanty towns did not sporadically came up in 22 months. The previous administration was in government for 4.5 years and did nothing. This government has been in for 22 months and starting an initiative to address the shantytown issues in the Bahamas. So I just want to make that very clear. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Quinton Lightburn. As many, chair recognizes.
Opportunity to respond. Okay, the figures I quoted concerning the rape, it's on the front page of Nassau Guardian. No, this is what I use. This is what I use. All right, this is what I use. You go to the commissioner. I can go with this because if this was wrong, the commissioner should have sued. Somebody should have sued, right? And this headline says that crime is down, but rapes are up. Rape reports up 64% in New Providence. Yeah. Okay, so I stand corrected with that. I stand corrected with that in New Providence. All right. Now the issue with the shanty towns it's not that it's been around for a long time, right? But what has happened since you've come to office is they have exponentially increased. Yeah, they have. They have. If you go into Abaco, you can see where the increase is, and because we were constrained by the injunction. And so, you came to office, and the buildings just went on. We cordoned off the mud and the pea after Dorian. We cordoned off the farm, but they moved somewhere else, and exponentially grew after that. That's the only point I was trying to make. And I think the 600,000 is a good first step, but I think it should be more. Should be more.
Thank you, Senator the Honorable Darren Hentfield. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Halkitis.
Thank you, Madam President. Before the Senator Ryan Pinder commences his contribution, which will be the final contribution for this debate, I would just move, Madam President, that the business of the Senate do sit beyond 1 p.m. this afternoon.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved. You want to go quick before we, yeah. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate go beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate will sit beyond the 1 p.m. hour. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Ryan Pinder.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I begin my substantive contribution, I just want to take an opportunity to respond to a couple of comments made by the prior senator. The prior senator heavily criticized the national celebrations of which we are all supposed to be unified in one for these 50th year anniversary. For one, that's his opinion. He can criticize national celebration. That's fine. But what he should understand, and what he did not say, is that all the money being spent for these great celebrations of 50 years are being spent by primarily Bahamian small businesses. These are an injection straight into the economy, causing strength and prosperity for scores of Bahamian small businesses in this country. I think that is something that was omitted in his clear disregard for our. On the Irregular Communities Committee, I would like, my opinion is he misled the Bahamian people. The senator gave the impression that the budgetary allocation is to form and do the work of the committee. I think it's important to recognize that this committee has been in existence for more than a year, a multi-agency committee of which the Attorney General's office is part, so I could speak firsthand on this. Been working throughout the entire year to formulate this plan, civil servants, technicians. And we are at the stage where the plan is being ready to roll out, and the $600,000 is intended to support the plan. You misled the Bahamian people in that you insinuated, or even specifically said, that the $600,000 was for the formation of a committee. And I don't want there to be any lack of clarity because it's an important issue. This has been worked on for more than a year. A comprehensive plan being unrolled, unraveled or rolled out, and one in which we are going to advance. Yeah, go ahead.
The point I was trying to make, Madam President, was that 600,000 is, in my view, insufficient. I said, I'm concerned with the formation of the committee. And if I insinuated that, that's not the point I attempted to make.
That's fine. Thank you. On to my substantive contribution, Madam President. Madam President, for the record, I support this 2023-2024 budget presentation. I support all of the bills laid before this House, and I support the contribution of the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, the country is finally moving in the right direction, and the economy is not just stable, but it is growing. Our administration inherited a nation in crisis, but our rebuilding and building efforts are paying off. And in this upcoming budget year, we are on track in a number of areas to surpass the state of economy that existed in 2019, the year prior to COVID-19 that crippled our economy and that the other side wants to constantly put the blame of their inept leadership during that period. Madam President, last year's budget was labeled the way forward, a budget that was intended to help lift the Bahamas out of a severe economic crisis that we inherited. It was our first full budget. It is worth noting that while Dorian and the pandemic may have been double blows to the economy and to the country, in both cases, the situation was worsened by the decisions made by the former F&M administration. Madam President, before touching on the clear success of the prior budget, we must not forget how we got where we were and why it took a focused Prime Minister leading a compassionate and innovative government to get the point of clear economic growth that Bahamians all across this archipelago, Madam President, are feeling. Bahamians remember, shortly after the former administration came to office, the F&M campaigning on the principle that VAT was the easy way out, maintaining that they disagreed with the form of taxation, And then when they came into government in 2017, contrary to their political promises to the people and without consultation, increased VAT by 67% to 12%. This was a material shock to the economy of the Bahamas, slowing down growth, increasing prices to the consumer, and laying the foundation for 4 years of economic misery and a pattern of poor decisions. Madam President, additional poor decisions of the former administration compounded the economic crisis that we inherited. The harsh and arbitrary lockdowns, the arresting and citing of Bahamians trying to live day to day, the shutting down of businesses, the multiple extensions to the curfew, these decisions all deepened the country's economic crisis. Before that, Madam President, the poor management of the Hurricane Dorian disaster response cost the Bahamian people hundreds of millions of dollars with inadequate help for the Bahamian people. This botched response to Hurricane Dorian slowed the recovery in Abaco and Grand Bahama, further compounding the economic crisis that it created. Madam President, we are all happy that it is a new day. We entered government, Madam President, with a big job to do, and we were ready to do it. We are charting a path to fiscal responsibility. The story of the first 20 months of this administration, Madam President, is the story of a government that has made important investments, overseen innovative new policies, increased government revenues, decreased the deficit, and improved governance. Madam President, the former administration added billions of dollars of debt and left us an economy in shambles. And in less than 2 years, Madam President, we have reversed this. This administration has reversed it. And this is not a matter of opinion, Madam President. The numbers will demonstrate the strong fiscal performance of this new day PLP government. We have worked towards increased government revenue, not based on increased taxes. Our focus has been on simplified and more effective tax administration. In fact, Madam President, we lowered taxes, simplified the administration, which resulted in increased revenue. Lower taxes to increase revenue. That's our theory. We are set to exceed our own target of $2.85 billion, which was set for this current fiscal year that is ending. This is a target, if I recall correctly, Madam President. The former Minister of Finance under their administration in that other place stood up and said it was unachievable. It was pie in the sky. Madam President, the deficit will also improve to $389.5 million, down from $575.4 million. We forecast a continued trend of increase in revenues without adding any more taxes. Recurrent revenue is projected to be $3.316 billion for this fiscal year. And Madam President, we remain on track to have the first ever budgetary surplus by the year 2025. That's fiscal responsibility. That's good governance, all without raising taxes.
Yes, sir.
In fact, lowering taxes to get increased revenue. New revenue will continue to come from proper enforcement of our laws and providing a direct relationship with those taxpayers who pay the most in the country. Madam President, I think we could all agree around this place. Nobody is above the law. And everyone will pay their fair share as prescribed in law. We have chosen to increase revenue by enhancing enforcement and creative frameworks to prevent fiscal leakages. In other words, Madam President, we are tightening the rules so persons don't take advantage of unintended loopholes. That's good fiscal governance. Madam President, we are establishing a large taxpayer unit in the Department of Inland Revenue. This unit is to improve compliance and revenue collection from the 100 businesses that account for $1.7 billion in taxes. Think about that. 100 businesses in the country, just 100, account for $1.7 billion in taxes. So they should have a unit that they can have a relationship with the government, a relationship with Inland Revenue. They help finance the country. This unit, Madam President, will focus not only on ensuring the large taxpayers are paying what they owe, but will also provide a point of contact between the Department of Inland Revenue and those large taxpayers, creating a relationship between the two. Gone are the days of an automatic adversarial relationship between the tax collector and the taxpayer. That's not how you conduct efficient tax policy. This is a new area of reform of tax administration, having a positive and facilitative relationship between the taxpayer and the tax collector is important and will assist payment and collection of what is due. See, Madam President, the PLP and the F&M have clear differences in tax policy. If there's something you can look at and you want to say, what is the difference between the PLP and the F&M? It's how we approach tax policy. The former administration raised VAT by 67%, from 7.5% to 12%. However, Madam President, they did not experience 67% increase in revenue. Our administration, we lowered VAT from 12% to 10%. And while consumption taxes go down, people spend more and revenues go up. That is the distinction on fiscal policy between us and between them. They raise taxes, we empower the consumer. They don't raise revenue raising taxes, they burden the Bahamian taxpayer. We relieve the burden and they spend more. That's the difference. VAT receipts have increased by over $100 million. $100 million by lowering taxes. Madam President, it's important to note that in this current budget debate, more than 95% of the new revenue is going to come from non-Bahamians. 95%. And yes, that's a very deliberate policy choice. One example is the adjustment on departure tax to cruise ship passengers. In fact, I would have liked to see it equal with that of airline passengers. It's only equitable. We've also increased the cap for real property tax on high-end properties. And you know what? We didn't get no letter from Lyford Key. We didn't get no letter from the West. Madam President, since coming to office, the government under the leadership of the Prime Minister has been focused on providing a broader economic diversification platform for this country. We immediately made decisions to responsibly open the economy and get Bahamians back to work. We ended the emergency orders. Remember those emergency orders? Do you remember when we came into office, we were still under curfew? And what was the first decision of the Prime Minister? Lift that curfew. Get away. Get it away. We fully reopened the economy so employees could return to work and business could resume operations immediately. The immediate activity proved clear results. Clear results. Madam President, we are witnessing growth of and arrivals in our tourism industry like we have never, ever seen before. At the end of April 2023, Now, that's just a couple months ago. Overall, air and sea arrivals surpassed the 2022 levels by 79%, and in fact, exceeded the banner year of 2019 that they claimed was the banner year. I recall the former Minister of Tourism in 2019 saying this is the highest amount of tourists ever to come to the Bahamas. Well, you know what? We have beat that by 32%, Madam President. 32%. Madam President, on this current trajectory, we fully expect to shatter the much-touted historic 2019 visitor arrivals by the end of the third quarter. And will conservatively welcome over 8 million visitors by the end of 2023, a number we have never seen before, Madam President. Never seen before. This is all done in less than 2 years. Imagine what we're going to do in 5. Imagine what we're going to do in 5. We all know that stopover visitors are the most impactful to our economy and to the income of Bahamians in general. Air stopover arrivals surpassed 2022 by 34% and matched those in their banner year of 2019. This growth in our tourism industry is not only focused on Nassau, but the Family Islands are thriving as well. In addition to Nassau and Paradise Island, we are surpassing historic tourism arrivals in South Andros, in North Andros, Berry Islands, in Cat Key, in Cat Island, in Eleuthera, in Exuma, in Long Island. All of those islands are having banner years in tourism. Every single one. Every single one. The real proof of the economic state of the country is found in the recent unemployment statistics, Madam President. Let's look. We are talking facts. We are talking numbers. We're not talking hyperbole here. In 20 months, this is where we have come. From a state of curfew, from a state of lockdowns, from a state of emergency orders to today. In July 2022, the IDB estimated that unemployment in the Bahamas stood at 18%. As of May 2023, the rate has been reduced to 8.8%. This number, 8.8%, is lower than the pre-pandemic levels of 2019, their banner year, which stood at 9.5%. We are very pleased with the progress, which is demonstrative of our governance philosophy that Bahamians come first. Yes. We have emphasized initiatives like Labor on the Blocks 2.0, Labor on the Campus, and since May 2022, we have helped more than 3,000 Bahamians find employment. We recognize the challenge of having and developing a more skilled workforce. That was made clear as well, that need. Madam President, we are investing in skills and training for all. Through the National Training Agency and BTVI, we are addressing skills gaps and preparing all of our people, young and old, for the jobs of today, and more importantly, Madam President, because we know how technology advances, we are preparing them for the jobs of tomorrow, giving them economic security that they deserve. Citizens of the Bahamas across this archipelago can tell you they are directly feeling the economic rejuvenation put in place by this PLP government. When the other side was in government, they would put their hands in the pocket, and all that was there was lint. Under this administration, they put their hands in their pocket, and they're not fumbling coins, they're fumbling dollar bills, marlins, everything. We're working on that too. Madam President, with respect to this budget and the legislation we have before us, as the Attorney General, with the ministerial responsibility for preparing the laws that we debate in this place and that other place, it is my responsibility to discuss and lay out the legislation that makes up this budget. I don't think I have heard one single contributor, especially from that side, speak to the actual bills before us. Speak in hyperbole. I'm going to take these in alphabetical order, Madam President. The Agricultural Sales and Services Bill. Madam President, this formalized policies on fees payable for the sale, import, and export of plants and animals, as well as provision of certain farming services. Madam President, the Animal Control, Protection and Control Bill. Now, colleagues would know that I am an animal welfare enthusiast, and I would like to see more amendments in this bill. I'm working with the minister with it. But this bill, with the rise in population of animals since COVID-19, and I think we could all agree that as a result of COVID-19, we saw a rise in wandering animals and domestic wildlife. There's been a corresponding rise in issues regarding animal control and ownership throughout the country, including the responsibility of pet owners to license and register their animals. The bill before us seeks to address these issues by offering microchip dog licenses, in addition to physical dog licenses, which are already available to dog owners. And this is a good form of forcing responsible or providing the option for responsible pet ownership, as these microchips will include the name of the owner, will include if the animal's been spayed or neutered, will include where the home is, and would be easily scannable, Madam President. The Bahamas National Trust Amendment Bill that we debate. This provides for a specific value-added tax exemption to be granted to the Bahamas National Trust on acquisitions of real property, and removes stamp duty exemptions on personal property acquired by the Bahamas National Trust. Now, this is to empower more so our national fauna and respect of our marine parks and environments, and to encourage those to give more to protect those. The boat registration bill provides for increased penalties for violating the requirements to register your boat. This is important and is put in place the world over, and especially in an archipelagic nation like we have. The Business License Bill 2023 is a full repeal and replace, Madam President, because the former bill, which was passed in 2002, was extensively amended and had 4 separate amendment acts, which make accessing and understanding the law a tedious process for laypersons and practitioners. So we have consolidated these amendments, Madam President. We've also introduced new tax frameworks for IBCs and financial services entities doing business from within the Bahamas. This is to be in compliance with our international obligations put in place by the removal of preferential exemptions bill and CESRA, which is the economic substance bill. We've done thorough consultations with the industry last week on both pieces of legislation and have received some feedback. And in fact, we have issued a pronouncement in partnership with industry and the Ministry of Finance that sets it out in writing. For the members of Parliament in that other place, they would be happy to know that the Constituency Capital Grant Amendment Bill increases the capital grant for all constituencies. Fisheries Amendment Bill gives the Director the power to also prohibit the transshipment and export of fish products which are determined to be vulnerable, threatened, or endangered. These must be conserved. You cannot allow threatened and endangered species to be exported out of the country. The Harbor Dues Amendment Bill adjusts the framework of approved ports and increases the landing rates and charges, something that hasn't been done for a number of years. The Hotel Amendment Bill addresses and refines, after industry consultation, how the condo taxes are to be calculated. Colleagues would know we put this condo hotel tax regime in place last year to close the loopholes that existed. Industry has consulted, and this is an attempt to refine the legislation after such consultations. The passenger tax amendment bill introduces the tourism enhancement levy on cruise ship passengers arriving and leaving the Bahamas. This is to be developed in the deposited in the new Tourism Development Fund. That fund, Madam President, is to be utilized to create opportunities and empower Bahamians in entrepreneurial activities within the tourism sector. A very important component, Madam President. The Real Property Tax Amendment Bill, and my colleague made point of this, increases the maximum tax on owner-occupied property from $120,000 to $150,000. Madam President, that's the cap for high-end properties, primarily owned by foreigners. They should pay their way. No, but we believe that they should contribute to the country and the society in which they live, and frankly, in which they brag about living in. To provide assistance to Bahamians, Madam President, all units of duplex or triplexes are classified as owner-occupied. This is the empowerment initiative amply described by my colleague, Minister Halkitis. This is an important clarification because we heard the mischief in this place, Madam President. The Road Traffic Amendment Bill. This prohibits the owner of a motor vehicle licensed as a private motor vehicle, like our cars, prohibits them and that person owning that car to use that vehicle for a fee without a self-drive license. Now, this is an important amendment because we have seen the rise of Airbnbs in the country. And it's by far too many times, no, it's good for Bahamians. They're making money. However, they may be renting their private cars, which puts them in greater jeopardy because those cars are not insured. We've given more SD plates out to Bahamians who want to go into the business than any government before. We empower Bahamians. We empower Bahamians. Madam President, the University of the Bahamas bill similarly provides tax exemption to property owned by the University of Bahamas. We agree with you there. Madam President, these are examples of bills we debate today. And I think it's important that the Bahamian people know the different aspects that are in this suite of legislation. Madam President, our path to economic and social recovery and security as a country starts with our blueprint for change. Our blueprint for change, Madam President, is our promise to the Bahamian people. This is the mandate on which we were elected, our blueprint for change. And we ask you to grade us against our blueprint for change. We have worked diligently since coming to office to fulfill our commitments and to ensure that this budget lays the groundwork for the growth and development of the country. Madam President, I want to touch on certain elements under the oversight of the Office of the Attorney General that will carry out our commitments made to the Bahamian people in our blueprint for change. Security and the prevention of crime, Madam President. In our blueprint for change, we commit to enhancing crime-fighting methodologies in our aggressive war against crime. Madam President, this includes a multifaceted approach and policy measures for crime prevention, to arresting from crime prevention, to arresting criminals, to have efficient prosecutions, and the administration of justice, and rehabilitation, Madam President. The Office of the Attorney General, the Department of Public Prosecutions, and the judiciary play a material part in crime prevention in the Bahamas. With respect to enhancing the prosecution of criminals, Madam President, we have worked hard and continue to work hard ensuring the work of the Department of Public Prosecutions is efficient, effective, and successful in moving the cases through the judicial system. In September of 2022, Madam President, the International Development Law Organization, otherwise known as the IDLO, commenced a 2-year project to bolster the efforts of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas to promote good governance through enhanced transparency, integrity, and accountability in the justice sector. The project's primary objectives entail assisting the government of the Bahamas in building the capacity of 3 critical justice areas: the Criminal Proceedings and Prosecutorial Control Unit, the Crime Management and Criminal Investigations Unit, the Legal Division of the Royal Bahamas Police Force, the Director of Public Prosecutions, and the Office of the Public Defender, in order to develop skills, improve efficiency of trials, manage new forensic, technical, and digital evidence, and ensure access to justice and institutional accountability. As part of these efforts, Madam President, the IDLO conducted a baseline assessment of these institutions. We have received the executive summary of the baseline study with recommendations and the evaluations of our strengths and our weaknesses in the prosecutorial process. Madam President, a common theme was the need for improved collaboration to ensure efficient, fair, compliant, and speedy trials, and meet the needs of witnesses and victims. We are committed to improving the efficiency of the courts, Madam President. We have an unusual system of prosecutions in the Bahamas, with the utilization of police prosecutors in the prosecution of criminal matters in the magistrates' courts. Madam President, this is beneficial in that it gives prosecutions a wider scope than utilizing only the Office of the Department of Public Prosecutions. However, it also requires greater collaboration, communication, training, and coordination. Because police prosecutors, Madam President, are within a different division of the police force. And they are not prosecutorial attorneys, but they are police prosecutors in the magistrates' court. The Office of the Department of Public Prosecution has already undertaken the implementation of some of the recommendations. Yes, some of them are lawyers, but they're not all lawyers. The Office of the Department of Public Prosecutions conducts training sessions with the investigators at CID in their morning briefing periodically to address the issues of how to investigate files and their function throughout the judicial and prosecutorial function. They have also conducted training sessions with the police prosecutors, which are hosted at the police headquarters, with a view to advancing their prosecutorial skills. This is important because the skills of the prosecutor and how to run an efficient trial is fundamental to expediting the judicial process of trying criminals. The investigation and prosecutorial arm of the Royal Bahamas Police Force and the Department of Public Prosecutions have been collaborating on essential issues for the advancement of criminal matters before the courts. Special attention has been given to support for witnesses, and particularly the vulnerable witnesses. Although the Department of Public Prosecutions and the Office of the Public Defender have distinct roles, we've also been collaborating with some of the attorneys regarding plea agreements. Plea agreements are an important area of disposing of criminal matters, Madam President. The Office of the Department of Public Prosecution has also incorporated the officer in charge of police prosecutions and his team in their meetings. The goal of these improvements is to ensure that criminal matters are prosecuted thoroughly and efficiently, to expedite trials and secure timely convictions, which will have a material effect on the grant of bail in certain matters, Madam President. We must speed up the prosecution in our courts to have a direct effect on the critique we have heard regarding bail. Madam President, a fundamental component of crime prevention and effective administration of justice is to ensure that our judiciary has the proper tools necessary to hear and dispose of trials in an effective and timely manner. For too long, Madam President, we have had a court infrastructure that was inadequate and contributed to delays in hearing and disposing of cases. Our government is going to be the one that fixes this long-standing problem, Madam President. I am pleased to announce today, Madam President, that we will build a new state-of-the-art Supreme Court judicial complex. The governor of the Bahamas, through its property acquisition special purpose vehicle called Ponciana SPV, has contracted to purchase 50 Shirley Street and 52 Shirley Street and take ownership of the Rodney Bain building. So you would know 50 Shirley Street is where the Registrar General currently is. This will extend it from Parliament Street to Charlotte Street on Shirley Street. These 3 parcels of land will be developed into a new state-of-the-art Supreme Court Judicial Center. The Rodney Bain building will be demolished, and the current 50 Shirley Street building, where the Registrar General is, will be repurposed for courts and a judicial administration function. A new 7-story Supreme Court complex will be built adjacent to the 50 Shirley Street building. The new Supreme Court judicial complex will provide for 8 civil courts and 8 criminal courts and 4 hearing rooms. There will be adequate parking underground, and the design of the complex will be suitable for a proper judicial edifice downtown. This will be in addition to the 3 Supreme Courts in Freeport. Madam President, constructing this new Supreme Court judicial complex will also allow us to deliver on the promises of specialty courts. Once the judicial complex is completed, which is estimated to be within 2.5 years, the current main Supreme Court will be converted into 2 sexual offenses courts. We've identified and are undertaking renovations for 3 family courts, 3 magistrate hearing rooms on family matters, and a juvenile court at a facility on Bernard Road. We will convert the current Hansard building where the Chief Justice is into a coroner's court. And we are also looking at acquiring a building close to this new Supreme Court complex that will be utilized as an arbitration center and a commercial court. Madam President, these are all in addition to the new specialty magistrate court, the gun court, which we have recently put in place to hear firearm offenses to ensure the swift and equitable justice for those who have firearms offenses. Madam President, this will be the most transformational investment in our judicial system since independence. We will finance this through the public markets with bond offerings and commercial construction loans that will be in the name of this SPV Ponciana. This will be done in the same fashion as it was for the acquisition of the UBS building for the securities regulators. So it's a proven method that goes to market, that's fully transparent in financing this to address some of the issues raised that the Honorable Senator made. We are anxious to get started on this project, having already the concept plans, which I'll just show you a couple of the concept plans. So here we have what the structure would look like. We have the new building, which is the large 7-story building. So this would be facing from the west, Charlotte Street. This will be facing from the east, Parliament Street. It'll be 7 floors that will host 16 courts, plus 4 hearing rooms, plus extra space on the top if we needed to utilize for expansion. It will be a nice dome, fully digitized, fully electronic, to provide the most efficient space and use. You will see this is from the ground floor to give you some location. We all know the Taj Mahal restaurant, so you would see there's parking, adequate parking. This is the ground floor. We'll have a nice courtyard and foyer. We'll have a nice lobby area here. It'll be a nice edifice. It's going to be a really nice judicial edifice. These are what the floors will look like for the attorneys interested in practicing. You'll see each main floor of the new building will have 2 large courtrooms. There will be a remand center down below, and we'll have it designed so that the criminal that is being taken to court is never exposed. The accused that is being taken to court for his matter will never have exposure to anyone in the main facility. So it'll be insulated and protected. This will be designed in the most modern way of adjudicating matters. Again, as I said, we will have 8 criminal courts to be able to expedite this. 50 Shirley Street building will be repurposed, and you'll have some civil courts in there as well, with some hearing rooms. And each judge will have their own chambers, and they'll have direct access from the parking garage straight to their floor without having to come into contact with the accused or anybody else. There's going to be 8 civil courts, there's going to be 8 criminal courts, and there's going to be 4 hearing rooms. And then on the top is going to be where the Chief Justice is, and we're going to have a large convocation courtroom where things such as the opening of the legal year and everything can be done with a proper edifice to do that. And just to address some of the issues on the practitioners, this last card shows underground parking. There will be 80-some parking spots affiliated with this, to be able for the general public and practitioners to have public parking. And you would note, in the parking lot is where the remand center is. So the accused will sit in the remand center, never being exposed, no bank lane shuffles. This will be done in the proper, appropriate way of adjudicating criminal and civil matters. Madam President, to complement this investment, we look to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for the capacity for 5 additional Supreme Court judges, to provide for the necessary capacity to address the backlog of cases that exist. We'll do that this fiscal year. This is an exciting time for judicial reform, which will go a long way to the efficient administration and administration of justice and prosecution of accused criminals in our society. Madam President, we understand that the legislative function, our criminal laws, have to be looked at and updated, not only to keep pace with judicial decisions that are being made that affect those laws, but to take into account the evolution of society. Cybercrimes, for example, need their appropriate legislative framework. Madam President, we have appointed an additional law reform commissioner responsible for criminal justice legislative reform. This criminal legislation commissioner has expertise in criminal law and is directed to lead the said reform process on behalf of the Commission with a view to ensuring systematic development and reform of our criminal laws in the country. We look to bring a comprehensive reform forward that will consider best practices in criminal legislation and procedure and look at all of our criminal laws, giving their functionality, judicial rulings, and best practices. Madam President, I move on to the orange economy and intellectual property protection. In our blueprint for change, we pledged as a key component of our economy that we will create a new economic model for culture, and the creative industry in the Bahamas. That was our promise to the Bahamian people, Madam President. One of our goals to achieving this is to incentivize creatives to obtain intellectual property for their creations. Without having an appropriate legal framework and protections in place, and the appropriate international treaties and conventions ratified and implemented, the development of the orange economy will be stunted. This fiscal year, we will advance legislation and put it into force to protect the Bahamian creatives in the orange economy. We will build the capacity and develop the regulatory know-how. Administrations have worked hard over the years trying to achieve this goal. Madam President, I remember as the minister responsible for trade some 10 years ago, advancing these legislative reforms. We've been doing this, in fact, since 2008, where we have been making efforts to reform our IP legislation to be compliant with international obligations and trade-related aspects of intellectual property rights. We are aided by funding and technical assistance from WIPO and the IDB. Madam President, many administrations have tried to achieve this. We will be the administration that gets it done. Madam President, there are various pieces of legislation awaiting enactment. This includes the Copyright Amendment Bill, the Copyright Amendment Regulations, False Trade Description Act, Geographic Indications Act, Geographic Indications Regulations, Integrated Circuits Act. That's the piece of legislation that provides support for our technical creatives. Those who are developing computer apps, computer programs, they need to be protected as well. The Protection of New Plant Varieties Bill, Madam President, and the Protection of New Plant Varieties Regulation. Senator Bamsey would appreciate this, as we develop in the Research Institute new strains and new forms of agriculture. This will protect Senator Bamsey in her quest in developing the agricultural sector. We have the Patent Act and the Patent Regulations, the Trademarks Act, the Trademark Amendment Bill, and the Trademark Regulations. This is a full comprehensive suite of legislation that we will finally advance to protect our creatives, that we will use as the basis for advancing our orange economy. Madam President, to support the commencement of these pieces of legislation, recruitment of staff at the Registrar General's Department and capacity building of that staff is going to be essential. Over time, our vision is to have a single, independent intellectual property registrar. We looked at it as a development of our economic model. Yes. We want to have the framework to be the intellectual property capital of the region. Trinidad is very successful in this. We see no reason we can't at least equal their position in this. This new framework would allow the Bahamas to accede to additional WIPO treaties and improve our competitiveness and revenue collections as a jurisdiction. And it allows us to align with our promises in the Blueprint for Change for the protection and the development of the orange economy. In fact, we have already engaged and met with the World Intellectual Property Organization for the necessary assistance and technical support. Key areas that we look for the development and support in this area include the creation of an IP sector policy, which will provide the policy direction for developing the intellectual property protections in orange economy. We will develop an intellectual property communication strategy. See, Madam President, this affects every element of our society, because every element of our society has the creative aspect of the orange economy. It's a very fundamental point to be able to communicate this effectively so we can have a proper growth throughout our economy and throughout our society. We certainly need to support and modernize the IP systems to be fully digitized and to be able to have the most modern offerings available. And as mentioned, we are going to restructure the IP office and build on its capacity. Madam President, the administration will get this done. I promise you of that. Madam President, we move on to another important promise we made in our blueprint for change, and that's the regulation of the cannabis industry. Madam President, in our blueprint for change, we pledge to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework for growing, harvesting, and exporting cannabis so that the industry creates opportunities for many. For many. No. Cannabis. We promise to ensure that all Bahamians are given full access to development and fair opportunity to become owners in this new industry, this new agribusiness industry. We promised it for Bahamians. Madam President, I'm pleased to announce that the comprehensive suite of legislation has been developed for the proper regulation of the medical cannabis and religious use cannabis, while also decriminalizing small amounts of cannabis. Cabinet has approved the suite for public consultation, which will start right after independence and be comprehensive and thorough, taking the opportunity to speak with all elements of Bahamian society. That's what religious use is. Religious use is a sacramental portion. The following pieces of legislation will be subject to the public consultation. All of these have been drafted, vetted, and ready for release. The website's been put in place. It's just offline with all of the legislation, so the Bahamian public will be able to have ease of access, and we will hold public consultation and education events in the public, and then meet separately with the different constituents that have an opinion on the issue. Good or bad. Good or bad. We will bring forth the Dangerous Drugs Amendment Bill, the Dangerous Drugs Prescription of Minimum Amount Bill, the Cannabis Bill, Cannabis Regulations, Cannabis, Medical Cannabis and Recognized Jurisdictions Order, the Pharmacy Amendment Bill, Health Professions Amendment to the First Schedule, the Health Professions General Amendment Regulations, the Hospital and Healthcare Facilities Regulations. It's a comprehensive suite, Madam President. We're just not putting the cannabis bill out there for consultation. We deal with every element of what the industry we look to be. From the growing, to the production, to the dispensary, to the research, to the production, to nurseries, straight across the board, Madam President. The framework seeks to authorize the legal use and consumption of cannabis for medical, scientific, and religious purposes, and is in line with advancements made by our peers in Jamaica, Barbados, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Canada. It has been internationally benchmarked across the world. It is of note the major impetus of this compendium of legislation is the findings of the Caribbean Community Secretariat and its 2018 report on marijuana that was titled, Waiting to Exhale, Safeguarding Our Future from Responsible Socio-Legal Policy of Marijuana. And that was a CARICOM-sponsored study. I think it was done when the Honorable Minister was Minister of Foreign Affairs. The report investigated and discussed the history of cannabis, as well as new scientific evidence which challenged past prejudices against marijuana. In its conclusion, the Secretariat recommended sweeping legislative reform throughout the entire Commonwealth Caribbean. Concurring with many of the Secretariat's recommendations, the Bahamas Commission on Marijuana, which was constituted in 2018 under the former administration, submitted a 2020 preliminary report, which we have reviewed in detail. All of these were factored into the framework on how we're going to approach the regulation of medical cannabis, religious use cannabis, and cannabis for scientific purposes. We can expect that comprehensive, as I said, consultation to occur through the summer. It'll start after independence and continue for at least 60 days, maybe longer, to get a full dialogue with the Bahamian people on the framework. And we are open to any suggestions on the framework once you see it in place. Madam President, another promise of our blueprint for change in which we will advance this fiscal year through the Office of the Attorney General has to do with land reform. As has been announced, Madam President, our government established a land reform committee with the mandate to review the following: land adjudication and investment holding, registered land, and the law on property. Some of the important aspects of their mandate has to do with making recommendations on overlapping claims and rights to land. That's where two or more people would claim to own the same piece of land. Happens throughout our archipelago, especially in the Family Islands. Address uncertainty regarding ownership of land. To address outdated policies for Crown land divestment and administration. And to address the existence of commonage land and generation property. I remember, Madam President, the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, Fred Mitchell, when I was just getting wet behind my ears in this world of politics that we know, held public consultations on land reform in Rawson Square. I went and testified on commonage and generation land. I thought it was interesting. And being a commoner from Spanish Wells, I thought it very applicable. In fact, my father farms more than 200 acres of commonage land on the mainland. Yeah, Russell Islands is private land, but on the mainland, it's commonage land. We got good mangoes now, too. So he was revolutionary in trying to bring it to the public. But this is a very complex and technical issue. Complex and technical. The committee has conducted research which benchmarked legislation of other jurisdictions, such as the United Kingdom and throughout the Caribbean region, and also had virtual consultations with land practitioners and experts in countries such as Barbados, TCI, Cayman Islands, who have all experienced similar aspects of this land reform and moving into a land registration and adjudication system. It is important to note that our relevant land legislation is from pre-independence. Imagine that. We're celebrating 50 years of independence. And we always speak about land being the most empowering aspect of our country for Bahamians. And we manage it on antiquated legislation from pre-independence. It's about time that we modernize our land reform, and I'm thankful for the committee for leading the charge and putting in all the hard work. The committee has recommended adopting what's called the Torrens system of land registration as a viable option to reform land ownership in the country and address existing land ownership problems. This would require, Madam President, the enactment of adjudication and registered land legislation, the establishment of a standalone entity for land registration, and the coexistence of a dual system of unregistered and registered land. Because you don't just switch to registered land overnight. You have to have a dual system converting non-registered land to registered land. And those that would have a dispute over the land then would have to adjudicate it to see who's the proper owner of that land so it could be registered. So you got to run a dual system. Madam President, we anticipate hosting public consultation on the adjudication and registered land legislation and the recommended framework by the end of this year. This is a major step forward in establishing a land registration system and providing a mechanism for adjudication of disputes over ownership of land. This is a long-time vexing issue for Bahamians across our archipelago. Doesn't matter where you are from, doesn't matter in which island you live, including Nassau, that there are not issues on ownership and co-ownership and disputed ownership of land that stagnates the empowerment and development of Bahamians across the spectrum. Across the spectrum. If we can fix this singular issue, Madam President, this would be the most empowering thing that can be done for scores of Bahamians, regardless of economic class, regardless of education, regardless of exposure. Every single Bahamian would benefit from the empowerment of land ownership if we can clarify these long vexing issues. And this government will get it done. This government. The bills have been drafted, they're being vetted over the summer, and consultation will begin in the fall.
You're wicked, you're wicked.
Madam President, I'd like to turn my attention to the Office of the Attorney General and some of our accomplishments to date and the initiatives that are being implemented in the upcoming financial year within the ministry. We know the Minister of State, the member for Centerville and that other place, appropriately and well delivered, gave an update of the matters within the ministry that he has oversight. I may touch on these, Madam President, but I won't go into depth on these, as he was adequate and excellent in his communication of the same. Madam President, I want to take the opportunity to recognize and thank the work of the Law Reform and Revision Commission for working tirelessly to ensure the government can proceed with its aggressive legislative agenda. And we did so on day one. And I want to thank them for all the hard work with this budget exercise. I think there are some 30 pieces of legislation and subsidiary legislation that had to be prepared. Madam President, I want to speak specifically on law revision. An important component of the Law Reform and Revision Commission, one that has been neglected over time, is the job of law revision. Law revision, Madam President, is the incorporation and consolidation of amendments into the existing revised edition. In other words, as we know, we're doing it in the form of the Business License Act. I mentioned, since 2010, there are 14 amendments to the Business License Act. That presents the opportunity for mistakes or misinterpretation or misapplication of a law when you have to follow through all the amendments. Law revision is not only the consolidation of that on a routine and everyday basis, but also ensuring that they are published in accordance with the law to be regarded as the official gazetted version of the laws of the Bahamas. Makes it simpler for practitioners like myself, but more importantly, Madam President, it makes it simpler for the Bahamian public to be able to understand what laws apply on a day in and day out basis. Right now, that is very difficult and very confusing. The consolidation of amendments may be produced as either supplemental pages authorized by a law revision order. Us lawyers would know. We used to get pages that we stick in those same books back there to update and open them up, and then it doesn't close because the amendments are too much. Vexing issue. A reprint of a particular law, it could be published by a reprint of a particular law authorized under the Law Revision Act. And so that's a full reprint. Or it could be published in a new revised edition prepared in accordance with the new act we debated this year. Madam President, you would recall that during the recent debate on the Law Reform and Revision Bill, in my contribution, I highlighted the intent of the government to focus more on revision. As a practitioner of the law of many years, I can appreciate the need for such focus. I'm sure my colleague, equally a practitioner of more years than I, can appreciate, oh, maybe not, maybe not. You came a long way. My office is in the process of engaging additional staff primarily to affect the revision function of the Commission. It is my hope, Madam President, that reprints of certain acts with the numerous amendments such as this financial legislation we debate today will be all available in a consolidated, revised official form by the end of this calendar year. Madam President, my office is also launching a new and updated Bahamas Laws Online. This is important. The website will contain all the statutes and subsidiary legislation of the Bahamas up to our last consolidated exercise, which is in 2016. Right now, the last public consolidated exercise is of 2010, 13 years ago. That's why when you go on the website, you see all the disclaimers not to trust it. But we're going to fix that, Madam President. Prior to the launching of the new website, I will issue a law revision order, which will authorize all the supplemental pages to the 2000 edition and the 2016 edition in a consolidated format and publish it online. I said we would do it last year, we're doing it this year. In fact, we look to launch it in August. We've already demoed the website, we've already uploaded the data from the publishers, and it's ready to launch in August. Madam President, with respect to the international unit of the Office of the Attorney General, last budget communication, I advised of the timely resubmission of our re-ratings for the final two recommendations for the FATF, Financial Action Task Force, 40 recommendations. Those would be Recommendation 8, which deals with not-for-profits, and Recommendation 15, which deals with virtual asset service providers. Madam President, I did so before, but given that this is the budget, I would like to update you of the significant achievement obtained on the 22nd of December 2022 with the publication of the Bahamas CFATF follow-up report announcing that the country had obtained compliant or largely compliant ratings with 40 of the 40 FATF recommendations. Madam President, the Bahamas became the second jurisdiction in the Caribbean and the Americas to attain such position, and only the sixth country under the FATF standards to achieve a 40 for 40 compliance achievement. Madam President, despite the misconceptions that they seem to be always right and follow the proper international protocols, there's only one European Union country that is 40 for 40. One. Malta. None of the large economies are compliant with 40 for 40 of the FATF recommendations. We are, but they're not. Madam President, it's a massive achievement by the jurisdiction. See, we like to always focus on the negative, and I understand that. It's easy to focus on the negative. But we need to focus on the achievements as well. Madam President, I'd like to touch on a couple matters of our civil chambers and litigation section. The civil side of the Office of the Attorney General is responsible for providing advice to all ministries, departments, agencies of the government, both when there is a dispute against the government and for support on commercial matters that the government is a party to. This is a significant amount of work and a dedication of a hard-working team of lawyers and their support staff, and I am deeply appreciative for their work and their expertise. Madam President, in the last budget communication, I spoke of the ability to pay down a substantial amount of civil judgments against the government. Judgments that were many years old and accruing interest and costs. Judgments owed by and large to Bahamians that could not recoup what was entitled to them from the government. With the help of the Ministry of Finance, I think we allocated some $17 million to pay down arrears. Far more than the couple $1,000,000 you would find in the budget. This was a monumental achievement with the coordination of the Ministry of Finance. Of note, however, Madam President, this excluded land acquisition matters, which is an even more vexing issue than the civil matters. As colleagues would know, and as I have spoken in this place, and Senator Ramming is one who has brought this up over and over, is that the government owes tens of millions of dollars to Bahamians who had their land taken from them for public use, and the government for roads and different things that are public use things, and have never been compensated for that. In fact, they have a constitutional entitlement of compensation. Administration after administration for decades has not paid the remuneration, and it is unfair, and it is unjust. I think we can all agree to that. Madam President, today I am pleased to announce that we are making an immediate payment of $10 million towards the land acquisition obligations of the government of the Bahamas to Bahamian people at large. Now, this isn't all that is owed. We know that there are tens and tens of millions of dollars owed. But through the assistance of my colleague in the Ministry of Finance, we are able to make an initial immediate payment of $10 million towards it.
Yes.
But not only that, I have the assurance and cooperation from the Ministry of Finance that we will put in a proper plan in place to satisfy all arrears owed on property acquisition matters that are largely due Bahamians across the archipelago. In all communities of this country, everywhere that a new road was built, practically there was a land acquired to do it. And monies are owed to Bahamians for that, and this government will satisfy the decades-old issue
Jubilee.
of giving the Bahamians what they are constitutionally entitled to receive. Madam President, this will be an immediate infusion of cash directly into the pockets of scores of Bahamians. No other government before us, regardless of administration, has taken on this initiative to satisfy these claims to Bahamians. Madam President, this New Day government will take it on, and we will achieve the goal of satisfying the obligations to those Bahamians. Madam President, with respect to Pinewood Gardens, I have routinely given updates on the status of the settlement agreement with Arawak Homes and the regularization of the titles to homeowners in Pinewood Gardens. I am pleased to announce, Madam President, this has been a vexing issue. This has been a vexing issue for scores of Bahamians. I am pleased to announce that we have been working diligently and now have provided Arawak Homes with completed files for 55 homes to be conveyed to those Bahamians from Arawak Homes. We continue to work on it, and there are 43 files remaining that are being reviewed and completed and verified to provide to Arawak Homes to complete this exercise. Madam President, every week we send new files that are completed and verified for conveyances to be issued to Bahamians. I am advised that Arawak Homes are completing their requisite surveys of the properties that have been verified, and we await on them to complete this exercise in order to close this door that is a long-standing issue to hundreds of Bahamian homeowners, Madam President. From my feet, I want to encourage Arawak Homes to complete this review expeditiously and provide duly executed conveyances as soon as they can. Madam President, this is a new day for the homeowner. We are achieving a resolution to a vexing issue that the prior government and the prior member of parliament could not deliver on.
Yes. Yeah, Jubilee.
Madam President, with respect to the Registrar General's Department, I would like to provide an update on the development of the new company registry, something that is long overdue and will contribute directly to the ease of doing business in the country and providing the proper support that the financial services industry is entitled to. Madam President, this new platform is designed to be similar to the platform utilized by the Cayman Islands. In fact, we're using the same software developers that they used. The developer now has released the system with mock data for the Registrar General users to test the environment. So it has been now released internally. We're now moving into the stage where we are migrating the historical data into the new system. Now, this migration exercise is complex, and there's a number of reasons. One, you need to verify the quantity and quality of the data. And the data lies, because of how the Registrar General has, I use the word hodgepodged together for the last many years, we have 3 separate systems that hold data for companies. 3 separate systems that we have to now merge together, different formats, to come with data for a particular company that we can trust is reliable and good data. Now, we've created a sandbox digitally for this, and the technical people and our developers are working right now on the migration of that data. We are planning to host workshops to the providers to begin the engagement process in the new platform. This is a good opportunity for the industry to utilize the platform and give us feedback so we can incorporate some of their ideas and how they utilize the system. We look to launch the pilot program of this in October, and our goal is to go live with the new company's platform in November of this calendar year. Madam President, I would also like to foreshadow the development of an online interactive platform on the civil side of the registry. Madam President, this will allow for Bahamians to be able to access birth, death, marriage records, deeds, and documents online in a more reliable and consolidated fashion. Gone are the days of having to stand out in the hot sun with your baby to get their birth record. You will be able to do that now digitally and online. Yes. Yes. And now I will do it in the Registrar General. You would note that we've had to put tents up on Shirley Street to protect Bahamians from the elements. This is ridiculous. It is a ridiculous system in which we operate. And it will be fixed. The same developer that developed the company registry is going to develop the civil registry. So we will have a unified approach, one that we can depend on. Madam President, I also foreshadowed that the Registrar General was moving from its current location at 50 Shirley Street to new facilities in the financial center. And now that we're going to do our new courthouse, they got to move. The renovations to the new space are essentially complete. And we anticipate the Registrar General to have relocated into their new location at the financial center, which is just across the street, by the end of August of this calendar year, Madam President. At the new facility, some of the upgrades that the Bahamian people can expect a state-of-the-art facility for the application for and collection of certified copies, a fully digitized corporate registry, and a fully digitized civil registry. Madam President, these are real fundamental improvements. In fact, one of the many promises I made when I left the private sector, and those would know I'm a commercial lawyer, is that I will not leave the post as Attorney General until the Registrar General department is fixed. So said, so done. I have plenty more to do. I said one of the many promises. One. Madam President, I think it important that I speak a little bit on the administration of the Office of the Attorney General. And particularly those who work, and particularly the lawyers who work in the office. Many attorneys general before me will tell you, one of the hardest things about being the Attorney General is keeping lawyers. The fact of the matter is, we are the largest and most prestigious law firm in the country. We provide the best training to lawyers, especially young lawyers, in the entire country. And you know what happens? Because we are constrained by being in the government service, is the private sector outcompetes us on remuneration. And we train the best lawyers in the country, and they go to the private sector, and we have to start all over again by recruiting junior lawyers and training them again. This isn't unique to this administration. This is unique to the office. Madam President, we have worked hard to ensure that the administration of the Office of the Attorney General operates effectively. We have worked hard to ensure that long-standing promotions are effected and agencies within the purview of the Office of the Attorney General are recognized appropriately. We are also undertaking a review to ensure everyone suitable for promotion was included, and if they weren't included in the promotion exercise, to put them into a new exercise. We have to reward our achievements. Madam President, we recognize the importance of providing the necessary benefits to legal officers. Legal officers in the public service, inclusive of magistrates, have been advocating for years for a contributory health insurance program, probably since you were there, Senator. This is important, and other areas in the service have contributory health insurance. It has been a long-standing, vexing issue regarding appropriate benefits for legal officers. Madam President, I am pleased to announce that we have begun enrollment into a health insurance program for legal officers. I had foreshadowed that Cabinet had approved it. I am telling you now that enrollment has begun. This is a significant benefit that makes working for the Office of the Attorney General more competitive with our private sector counterparts, where health insurance is a benefit of employment.
Terms and conditions.
Madam President, we have also looked to adjust salary scales for attorneys. Some not having seen an adjustment in their scale for more than 10 years. More than 10 years. And many of those who choose to stay at the Office of the Attorney General are at the top of their scales, having been there for many, many years. They have national service. That's loyalty. That's commitment. And it's a shame on the government that we have not been able to properly adjust scales for legal officers in the service. Madam President, we have obtained Cabinet approval to raise the salary scales for both magistrates and legal officers. We have also implemented a special allowance for legislative drafters
and we look to implement a hazard allowance for criminal prosecutors. We need to make working in the most prestigious law firm in the country satisfiable with respect to remuneration and benefits. I proclaim we work harder, we do more, and we achieve more than any other law firm in the country. We need to ensure we take care of our legal officers. In the Office of the Attorney General, we are working hard to reward those who are deserving, provide benefits that are competitive, and be equitable to our hard-working staff throughout. Madam President, before I close, as Attorney General, I think it appropriate and necessary to address certain matters related to the Grand Bahama Port Authority. Madam President, 2 days ago, the Grand Bahama Port Authority thought it appropriate, although we as the government strenuously disagree, but they thought it appropriate that they air the discussions and dispute with the government of the Bahamas in the public domain. What is more troubling, Madam President, is that the statement was full of inaccuracies and misinterpretations. Although we don't believe in negotiating any dispute in the press, I think it appropriate to lay out the facts as they exist, Madam President. First of all, it should be made clear that any claim by the government of the Bahamas for reimbursed expenses is pursuant to Section 1.5 of the Hawksbill Creek Agreement. This section, Madam President, has never been amended and therefore remains in force and is binding. Section 1.5 of the Hawksbill Creek Agreement, Madam President, provides that costs borne by the government for certain prescribed activities and services would be reimbursed by the Grand Bahama Port Authority for amounts in excess of customs duties and emergency taxes collected. That's how the Hawksbill Creek Agreement reads. To date, the Grand Bahama Port Authority has not responded to any of our requests for reimbursements of those expenses. The first time we heard anything about their objection to the amounts we were seeking to be reimbursed as a contractual and legal right was in their press release. Furthermore, Madam President, their assertion that no government has ever pursued these amounts is patently incorrect. The Grand Bahama Port Authority would recall, in 2015, under Prime Minister Christie, a Hawksbill Creek Review Committee was comprised to review matters related to the obligations under the Hawksbill Creek Agreement, including the applicability of Section 1.5 of the Hawksbill Creek Agreement and the reimbursements owed thereunder. The Hawksbill Creek Agreement Review Committee under the former PLP government went so far as to commission their own independent financial review of amounts that would be owed to the government. At that time, the Grand Bahama Port Authority, likewise, resisted the pursuit and the calculation of these expenses. That very same resistance, Madam President, resulted in a memorandum of understanding being entered into in 2016 between the government of the Bahamas and the GBPA that provided certain governance concessions and pledged to work through all questions raised by the government regarding Section 1.5. Continued communication on the issue of Section 1.5 claims occurred after the signing of the MOU. Shortly thereafter, we know, the PLP lost the general election and there was a change in government. The last F&M administration abandoned the work of the former government on this issue, and even went so far as to try to reverse everything that the government had done to date, and reverse them for the benefit and favor of the shareholders of the GBPA.
Shame.
So as you can see, Madam President, the issue of Section 1.5 is not a novel one.
This,
Right to be recognized.
I didn't want to interrupt the Attorney General, but I don't think he intends to mislead either.
What is your
But-
point of order?
Misleading. I don't think that ever came into fruition. Did it?
The MOU?
Yeah. No, I thought I have to do the research on it, but I thought the MOU was pulled back.
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm happy to show you a copy. The MOU is duly executed by all parties, duly provided that they would work together on issues raised regarding Section 1.5 reimbursement expenses, and went so far as to have continued communication and correspondence after the MOU regarding Section 1.5 and the expenses due. This issue of Section 1.5 is not a novel one. It's not novel. The Christie administration believed the government was entitled to be reimbursed for costs under Section 1.5, and the Brave Davis administration likewise believes so. You would have to ask the other administrations why they felt it unnecessary to pursue the rights for the government of the Bahamas and ultimately the Bahamian people that are clearly laid out in law and clearly laid out in contract under the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement. With respect to the amount of expenses we believe we are entitled to, this calculation was done on behalf of the government by an internationally recognized and respected accounting firm. We didn't do this internally. We got advice. The method of calculation of the expenses has been provided to the Grand Bahama Port Authority with no response until 2 days ago. And we understand that they might disagree with the calculations. That's their right. That's their right, and that's fine. That's fine. The method of such dispute, however, is not in the public domain through miscommunication and press releases, but through adequate methods of dispute resolution that are found in the Hawkesbury Creek Agreement itself. There are prescribed dispute resolution procedures, and if there is a genuine dispute, execute those procedures, that's all. And we're fine with that too. We're fine with that too. But we believe the day has come where the obligations due the Bahamian people have to be made. That's all I'll say on that, Madam President. But I thought it important to clarify some of the facts to ensure that the communications released in the press do not mislead and do not set forth inaccurate representations of what actually occurred. Madam President, as I conclude this debate, I want to say that I'm proud to be a part of this New Day government. I'm proud of this budget, a budget for security and progress. There are progressive and innovative policy decisions in this budget. This is a budget that seeks to touch Bahamians where it matters, to reassure Bahamians in areas of vulnerability. This is a budget that creates opportunities and creates hope. Bahamians can feel confident that the way forward is favorable. It is something to be embraced. and is designed to lift all boats in a rising tide. I commend the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, on his leadership, his strength, and his caring attitude for the least amongst us. I commend our Prime Minister for being brave when it comes to the difficult decisions, such as opening the economy, putting people back to work, managing the pandemic with science, and making sure that Bahamians are the ones who come first in their own country. Through his leadership and compassion, I'm confident that we are assured a brighter future, and we are assured a better way forward. Madam President, with that, I so move.
As many?
Madam President, thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the AG was indeed the final speaker, but just for completeness, since I was the first speaker, I would just officially move, Madam President, for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expense of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing the 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024.
Mm-hmm. Let me do further second reading.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Further second reading.
Madam President, as we are about to now go into the very detailed process of the committee, I would just to make sure that all of senators are prepared for the long sitting, I would just move that the business of the Senate be suspended for 10 minutes.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House shall be suspended for 10 minutes.
As many?
As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The business of the Senate is hereby suspended for 10 minutes. Committee of the Whole,
For you?
No, no, no.
for the second reading. Oh, we did that.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2024.
Second.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time. A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th June 2024. As many are as in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2024.
Further second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal for a bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act, to extend the application of this act to all family islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect family islands not specified in the schedule to this act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act, to extend the application of this act to all family islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect of family islands not specified in the schedule to this act. As many are as in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act to extend the application of this act to all family islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect of family islands not specified in the schedule to this act.
Further second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters. As many are as in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters.
Further second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act. As many are as in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
For the second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023. As many are as in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023.
For the second reading of bills?
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value Added Tax Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
For the second reading of bills,
Madam President, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premiums. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes.
For the second reading of bills,
Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act.
it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation, the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry and for matters connected therewith.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish a Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry and for matters connected therewith. As many are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry and for matters connected therewith.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act. As
Second.
many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act. As many are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provisions of agricultural services to the general public.
Second.
it is moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture for provisions of agricultural services to the general public. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provisions of agricultural services to the general public.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, thank you. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Second reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act.
Second.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
For the second reading of bills.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
For the second reading of bills,
Yes, Madam President, I move for second reading and committal of a bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
For the second reading of bills,
There are none, Madam President.
Committee of the Whole.
Madam President, I move that the Senate do now resolve itself into a committee of the whole with Senator Darren Pickstock in the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now resolve itself into the committee as a whole with Senator Darren Pickstock as chair of the committee of the whole. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. The Senate will now resolve itself in the committee of the whole with Senator Darren Pickstock as chairman of the committee of the whole in the chair.
Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024, I move that the long title be agreed.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as regards to Section 2 of the bill, I move that heads 1, 2, and 3 of the schedule be agreed. That's Governor General and staff, the Senate, and the House of Assembly.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 1, 2, and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say, as many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With relation, my apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With relation to the head, with relation to head 1, there is an increase in the salary of permanent and pensionable staff in the Governor General's office.
Yes.
Can you explain why the increase? Page 43 of 286.
Thank you very much.
They've added.
There is an increase, yes, Senator, there is an increase of approximately $100,000 from $752,000 to $858,000, and this provides for the salaries and the increments for all of the permanent and pensionable officers and posts. So that would account for salary increases, increments, and as well the anyone who would have been affected by the adjustment to the minimum wage. So the increments would account for the increase for the most part, and promotions.
With relation to head 2, which is page 45, which is the Senate, there's an increase in our members' travel allowance. If you can give some guidance as to whether there are some conferences for us to attend.
There is for the members, there are, the amount, yes, increased from 6,440 to a budgeted amount of 10,000 for this year. And as you know, we have at least 2 senators from who reside in the Family Islands. That will assist them with their travel to the Senate. And as well, yeah, there are, from time to time, parliamentary conferences and workshops, et cetera, that we are invited to. So it's a modest increase.
Thank you. With relation to item number 2241205.
Name ahead?
Line item?
It's head 2, sorry, head 2 in the Senate, line item, food, ice, and drinking water.
Yes.
For the first 9 months of the financial year, we spent $53, and we've now budgeted $9,000 for the next year.
Yes. As you know, I think for the first 9 months, we've been meeting regularly, doing some very important business. So I know we've spent more than we've consumed more than $53 worth of stuff. The explanation is that those things were previously largely provided for by the Cabinet Office. And so now we have our own line so that we can provide that for the senators while we sit.
Moving towards
Thank-
parliamentary services.
Slowly but surely.
Thank you. As relation to head number 3, line item, the electronic Hansard.
Yes.
I noticed that we spent $90,000 for the first 9 months, which was the total amount allotted for the last financial year. And going forward, it is 0. Are we losing the electronic Hansard?
No, we're not losing that. When we come to head 21, that amount was transferred to the Ministry of Finance for their, and so it's accounted for in the under head 21, and so it's there under the Ministry of Finance. As you know, within the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs is responsibility for the Department of Digitization and Transformation, and so it is felt that that would mesh nicely with the work that they do.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren
Thank you,
Henfield.
Mr. Chair. Head 3, line item 2821261, Fiscal Responsibility Council.
Yes.
We spent $45,000 the first 9 months.
Yes.
We budgeted 0. Tell me what we're going to do here.
Yes. The provision for the Fiscal Responsibility Council has been moved $150,000 to head number 21, Ministry of Finance, and so we will find it when we go there. If I can just maybe sort of just skip ahead, just to point it out, that would be in line number 2, under head 21, line 2821261. As you know, we recently amended the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and so the responsibility to resource them and appoint them is within the purview of the Minister of Finance. So the funds are there for that. Yes. As many as in favor.
As many as in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 1, 2, and 3 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 4, 5, and 6 be agreed. 4 is the Department of the Auditor General, 5, the Ministry of the Public Service, and 6 is the Cabinet Office.
Second?
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 4, 5, and 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, as many. The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Head 4, line item 211102, salary and contract workers. We noted last year that the Auditor General needs more staff that are permanent. And so we note, well, not that sizable of an increase with contract workers. But can you speak to that for me?
Yes, and we agree that the Auditor General needs more resources, and we are committed to doing it. Now, there's always a tension between private sector and public sector, and being able to attract people on a permanent basis to the public sector, because especially when you get to the professions, when, in this particular case, you're talking about accountants and financial professionals who might be able to get a higher salary in the private sector. And so what often happens in this case is that to get additional human resources, the Auditor General would engage persons on contract, and in that way they're able to offer a more pay than would be the case when you have to fit someone within the public service scales. And so that would account for the fact that there's an increase, and there's almost a 50-50 split between contract workers and permanent and pensionable, but that accounts for that. And I just want to say, while I'm on my feet on a connected matter, just to congratulate the Auditor General and his office for I saw the article in the newspaper yesterday where the Auditor General, the Bahamas, passed the U.S. fiscal transparency test. Now, I don't like to put a lot of to say, well, well, anyhow, it's a magnificent achievement which points to the hard work of the Auditor General and his staff, and so I just want to say thank you to him and his staff and congratulate him and reaffirm our commitment to resource him as fully as possible so that he can continue his work. But that is the explanation. In many cases, in order to attract a CPA or qualified individuals, you have to offer them a bit more than the public service salary scales would allow, and so that would be the explanation for that.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. With relation to Head 5, Ministry of the Public Service, line number global provision, new appointments, monthly employees. There is no estimate for this year or the next 2 years?
Yes, that's 211.
103?
Yes. Yes, what has happened is that line item, the global provision for new hires, is an amount that is put into the budget to provide for new entrants into the public service, minus your uniform branches and your disciplined forces like your police and your defense force. This is for hirings in the public service. And what we have done is centralize that amount of global provisioning within the Ministry of Finance because what happens is, practically, what happens is if you put it in all of the various ministries, the first month of the new budget year, it's all exhausted. And so we've centralized it in the Ministry of Finance, and so the practice will be that ministries that want to engage new individuals, they would come to Cabinet and get approval, and in that way, Cabinet would have a better control as to the ministries that are hiring these people to make sure that that it's being evenly distributed, and where we have needs, those are being filled, as opposed to having them in the different ministries. And it's a control measure. It's centralized in the Ministry of Finance.
Been doing that now for the past 2 years.
With relation to item number, sorry, before we move on, is that the explanation for salary adjustments?
Yes.
And new appointments and recruits?
Yes, because what it does is it's in respect to salary adjustments as well. It ensures that that there is consistency when we talk about the whole adjustments related to promotions and back pay and other things, to ensure consistency, because you don't want, for example, someone promoted in one ministry and have access for, I'm just hypothetically, let's say they get back pay for X amount of years, and in another ministry they get it for X amount of years. You want these things centralized, so one set of rules apply when it comes to things like promotions, increments, and back pay. So that's centralized as well.
But wouldn't the Ministry of the Public Service be the appropriate place to centralize that, since they are the HR arm of the government?
They will be involved in the process, but when we're talking about the payment, well, not that, but so they will be involved in the administration part of it in terms of gathering the information and providing it. But when it comes to the final payment, we want to have a process that's complete. So they would provide the information, then it would be vetted, and then we want to ensure consistency across the service.
With relation to also under head 5, the line item, other supplies and materials. So in the preceding 9 months, you spent $9,428, and the estimate for last financial year was $26,000. But the estimate for this year is $108,000, $108,700.
Members, when you...
This is 2241299.
And as you go through the line items, just please mention the item number. So, yeah, thank you.
2241299. Other supplies and materials.
So that creates budgetary allocation now for costs associated for Public Services Week for the upcoming fiscal year. The outline of the spending is in the annex.
Sorry, I have one more. 2 more in this head. Building maintenance, item number 2251302. $3 million, and in previous years, there was no allocation.
As you might be aware, the Public Service, Ministry of Public Service is responsible for government accommodations for government ministries. And so that item, that amount in particular, is set aside for mold remediation for various government buildings. And so, we've been having this issue of mold, and so we put it there so that, they can, as opposed, I guess, to having it in the Ministry of Works budget, we put it in the budget of the Ministry of Public Service, which is responsible for all of these, for everywhere that government is accommodated, specifically for mold remediation.
And I notice it's forecast for the next 2 preceding years, so is this mold remuneration going to be continuing?
Yes, because what happens is we find that, in many cases, unfortunately, it recurs, and then unfortunately it shows up in constantly. So we put it there just to have it, just to make sure we make a provision for it. Hopefully we don't have to expend all of it. But unfortunately, many of our public buildings have mold in it, and it's causing an issue for employees. Yeah.
Sorry, I have one more.
You come back. Okay. No problem. On the matter of the mold remediation,
Yes.
the government complex, just to comment on it,
Mm-hmm.
the government
Abaco.
complex in Central Abaco has been closing since the hurricane.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's 12 or 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's have them go there first.
All right.
Let's have them go there first. Head 5, line item 2111204, special employment. Tell me what that is, please. I don't recall.
Yes, this is what we call, this is what has been affectionately known for across administrations as the 52-week program.
Okay.
We call it now the
Expire?
the Public Service Professional Engagement Program. That is for New Providence and the Family Islands. It's a program where we're seeking to engage, individuals who are unemployed. That continues the program, and then there's a slight increase, just a slight increase, because we've spent about 11 million. No, we spent 9 million for the first 9 months. So that'll equate to roughly about maybe about 13 or so million, and so for the full year. So it's a slight increase to continue that program. The idea is we don't want to call it the 52-week program anymore, because it seems, people think it's just 52 weeks and you're done. But it's, of course, always. So that is the special program for the employment program. Yes.
We encourage that program. We just ask for equity.
Yes, of course.
Equity across the board. I also know Head 5, line item 2221102, rents of office spaces, is a goodly increase.
Yes.
A goodly increase there. We spent in the last year, I think we spent 36.7. We're projecting to spend 43 million now.
Yeah. Well, what it is if you look at what we spend in the first 9 months is 32 million for this year. So that's the first 9 months. That's up to the end of March. So that's roughly about $10 million a quarter, roughly. And so if you just add another 10 onto that for this last quarter, it'll bring us up to about 42, 43. So it will be about the same for next year, for this upcoming budget. And what is happening with that as well is within that is a process whereby, we've had some spaces that we have had on the lease that we haven't been able to occupy. And as the AG said from his seat, there's, we'll be coming up for some renegotiations. We want to hold the line. But it will be roughly in line to what we've spent. And so that would be, for example, coming out of buildings that we did not get an opportunity to occupy, offsetting like any new increases or any new leases that we go in. So if you, the short of it is, if we spend 32 for the first 9 months, and we budget, that's roughly 10 million a quarter. It is a lot, 10 million a quarter. If we add the 10 million for the final quarter, we'll get up to about 43. Yeah, it is a lot. But unfortunately, what is happening is a lot of the buildings are old, they have mold, falling apart, and so for the safety and comfort of employees, we have to be leasing. Hopefully, we can get to the point where we can, begin to see that coming down.
Sorry, with relation to head number 6, National Independence Secretariat,
Yes.
2241262. Is this secretariat specifically for the 50th anniversary, or is this for independence going forward?
Yes, this is specifically for the 50th anniversary. And so we anticipate the reason there's about, you can see that there were estimates of 231 for this year, and 150 for next year, and then 100 the following year, and then 0 for the. So we anticipate it's specifically for this year, for the 50th, but we anticipate there'll be some expenses going forward as it winds down, as the secretariat winds down, and so that is just to account for them eventually winding down over the next year.
I hear the comment that the government doesn't pay its bills on time, but I see you're foreshadowing bills into 2024, 2025 financial year.
Well,
No, 12
again,
months from today.
it's the secretariat, And as you see, the number is going down. And so we have, for example, we expect to have activities all through this year, straight until December. And we anticipate an eventual, winding down over those years. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
But this 100,000
Yeah.
is for the period July 1st next year to
Members.
July 1st, 2025.
Yes.
So another 24 months,
Yes.
18 months of 50th?
Well, what
So
it
we're
is
going to be
is, no, well,
celebrating the
now,
50th and the 51st?
yes, well,
Okay.
the secretariat is the organizing body. And so this is our 50th year, which ends this year. Or if you say it might
Going into our
be July 10th, 2024 is the end of the year. But the fact of the matter is we want to allocate, so at the end of the year, they need time to unwind and tie up all of the loose ends and then go. And then we have a provision, like you said correctly, 100,000 for 2024, 25. The provision is there just in case. We make the provision because we can't go back, and if it's not there, then there's a problem. So it's there. If we don't need it, it won't be expended. But the idea is, at the conclusion of the festivities, there'll need to be a winding down period. Yeah.
Oh, boy. Michael, you okay?
Yes.
Can I take you back to head 5, line item 2831105, insurance premium?
Yes.
That's an appreciable amount decreased over 2022. First 9 months, you spent 41 million, and you're projecting 70 million.
Mhm.
What accounts for? I believe I know, but I need to hear it from you. What accounts for the appreciable decrease?
Well, it's actually, it's a decrease back from, from 2021, 2022, when it was 128 million.
Yeah.
And then for the first 9 months of this year,
Spent 74.
we spent 41.
41, right. Got it.
Okay, that's for the first 9 months. And so again, that's roughly $13 million per quarter. And so if you add 13 onto this, you get up to about 54 that we expect to spend this year. And we're anticipating 74 next year. So it'll actually be an increase if the trend continues.
Ask about the ceremony again. Yes, sir, sorry.
Yeah, and so it's a decrease from 2 years prior, where I think that has to do more with the experience, the claims experience and the payouts, but that's the nature of that government personnel insurance that we have. And so we're actually forecasting an increase for this year. But having said that, we are in the process of just continually reviewing the program to make sure that we get value for money.
You know, Minister, I trust you with my life, right?
Yeah.
But you're saying to me that this has nothing to do with the fact that we're not going to cover
Dependents?
of the newly joining members of the security forces?
No. I'll tell you why. No, that doesn't have anything to do with it, because I'll tell you why. If we go, like I said, if we go back to what we did this year, see, if you look for the provision, the expenditures for this year, for the first 9 months, it's 41 million.
Yeah?
So that's 9 months. If you divide that, let's say you divide it by 3 for the first 3 quarters, you get
30 million.
you get roughly about 13 million per quarter. So if you add 13 million for the final quarter, let's say to take us to the end of this year, that'll give you like 54 that we expend to spend. So we are providing, so we will spend about 54 for this year, but we're providing 74 for next year. So it's actually an increase from this year to next year. So no, sir, it doesn't mean that it's not a decrease, first of all. And so that does not equate to not covering the dependents going forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
You didn't?
Yeah. I'd like to know on the topic of insurance, what is the current state of insurance? I do recall that when we did come in, that I believe the state of the insurance is mainly for the public service, or government generally was in a state of distress in terms of payments. How current are we with the current insurance payments? And let me add a caveat to that. What is the status of insurance as it reflects on, I know you were just asked about the law enforcement agencies, as it relate to the foreign service officers and the people in foreign affairs? What is the state of their coverage, health, and otherwise? Could you advise on that, please?
I'll take the last one first. I have to be advised on that. I don't have that information readily about the.
Understood.
Now, you are correct. From time to time, the government does or did build arrears in terms of the insurance premium. We've been bringing those down. We still have some monies that we owe, but there's no danger of anybody not being covered. So, from that, it fluctuates. I mean, we had quite a large amount owing, and we've been systematically paying it down. But it's at the point, it's not zero, where there's nothing owing, but I just want to make the point that, we have an understanding with the provider where we're making periodic payments, and then everybody who is covered will have access to service should they need it.
Yeah, just on the abundance of caution and clarifications, because we all in this for governance, and peace of mind is very, very important. I wasn't saying it to the fact that it will be to take an extreme for government insurance policies to be considered invalid. But there were times that it really got real bad, which you emphasized itself. So that question was just to soothe the mind that we came from the brink that is unlikely to happen, and we would at least be within moderately good standing with the insurance company.
Yes,
that's the real driving point I was getting at.
And the provider has been very, very understanding. We've been working together with them over many years, over successive administrations. Yes. So sorry, you're going back to. No, go ahead. Sorry. You're just clear on that one?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Okay.
I wanted to ask about head 6.
6?
I'm sorry, yeah. I don't think you asked about this, right? Head 6, ceremonial events.
Yes. Call the number, please.
2241207.
Okay. Yes.
So for the first 9 months of this year, you spent 3.1 million.
Yes.
And ceremonial, let's do it independence?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's correct. For the first 9 months, this line item is specifically for official events and expenses related to the independence celebrations. Yes.
Okay. No problem. Let me take you to, stay in head 6. If you go down to line item 2821208, and the other 3 that follows, I know the Attorney General didn't just stay in the cabinet and allow you all to take all the money from the Humane Society. Did you all move these Bahamas ASC Rescue, Humane Society? Yeah. Grand Bahama Humane Society, and the Bahamas National Trust.
Yes.
They're showing 0 budgeted.
No, they weren't moved to 0. I'll find the exact spot, but I know Humane Society, Grand Bahama Humane Society has gone over to agriculture, I think. I'll find where.
As of last year, they were in agriculture.
Where,
Humane Society.
yeah, those were moved.
So I guess they put them here because they had
Because they were there historically.
The
Yeah.
50,000 from
2 years ago.
2022.
Yes. I'll find the exact spot as we go on.
All right, AG. No, Mary 7 yet? No. Oh, okay. Okay, so let me make a quick dash. Yeah, deal with that. All right. I just want to know what your contract workers.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 4, 5, and 6 of the bill is agreed.
Chairman, I move that clauses 7, 8, and 9, 7, 8, 9, and 10 be agreed. That's the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, number 7. Number 8 is Office of the Judiciary. Number 9 is the Court of Appeal, and 10 is the Registrar General's Department. I move that clauses head 7, 8, 9, and 10 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Attorney General, with relation to head number 7, Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs, I have several questions. Wait, let me get there. Salary and contract workers, line number 211102. You actually have a decrease in your contract workers. If you could explain.
They became permanent.
Well, we're also looking at, and we have been transferring attorneys who come on contract to PNP. And so the adjustment will be, we forecast more contract workers actually coming on permanent. Now, what we've been doing is because of the length of time, and this is a particularity with the Office of the Attorney General, it's very interesting. When we bring legal officers on staff, generally in the civil service, you have to go to the Public Service Commission. And through public service, the Public Service Commission says, yes, you could hire them, and then they come on. With the Attorney General's office and legal officers, you have to go to the Public Service Commission and the JLSC, right? Which is a double step to actually bring in lawyers who are very scarce to come to the public service. So having said that, it gets a little bit quicker to bring lawyers in on contract and then convert them over to PNP, which is what we try to do. We bring them in on a 1-year contract, knowing that we're moving them to PNP if they're only coming in on a 1-year contract. So.
Thank you. Now with relation to transport and mileage allowance.
Send a text.
Item number 211212. There is a substantial increase. Are we taking the Attorney General's office to the streets?
No, these are allowances, right? And as you get promoted through the scales in the legal officer rank, you get entitled to certain allowances. And I would have foreshadowed, or I would have said in my contribution, that we went through a promotion exercise to elevate deserving attorneys. And so this would be for transportation allowances for new chief counsels, senior counsels, and investigators that have been promoted over the course of the last year and a half. They're now eligible for allowances as compensation.
With relation to still in head, sorry, is she asking a question?
Just to answer, I'm just going to help out the leader of government business.
Sorry, the chair recognizes.
Yeah.
Senator
The Bahamas
Honorable.
Humane Society is found on head 56, and for agriculture, and the Bahamas National Trust is found on head 72.
Thank you.
With relation to, again, head 7, maintenance and support, 225130. This appears to maybe be moved from someplace else, or are you suddenly maintaining
2251.
301, maintenance and support, 570,000?
225. I mean, I know, I can tell you what that is. Well, I can't find it in my sheet. No, that hasn't been moved from somewhere else. So you would have, last year I would have spoke about the case management system that we're bringing online within the Office of the Attorney General to be able to be consistent with the case management system at the judiciary. This is to pay in part the
the case management system. It has been moved. It was in finance, so they moved it here for me to administer. It also is to pay for the data migration that I spoke about at the Registrar General's Department, where we're hiring a contractor to migrate that data over time. So that is to pay for those two digitization upgrade exercises in the Office of the Attorney General.
Okay.
I also noticed that there is an increase with relation to the Office of the Public Defender. It's actually a substantial increase. Is there a plan for that office?
Which line item?
2281-156.
So yes, so we have the Office of the Public Defender to help the defend those who cannot otherwise afford defense. And although it has been a bit of a struggle, we look to continue to bolster that office and recruit for that office because we think, and I think the former Prime Minister had said it in that other place, providing legal aid and legal assistance to those who need service the most or representation the most is an important element. He had brought that up in discussions with the Minister of State. And so this is to try to help bolster recruiting and the administration and administrative staff of the Public Defender's Office. So yes, we are looking to materially increase the capacity in that office.
Thank you. So with that being said, I noticed that the legal aid line item, which is 2721-0108, is only $15,000.
Right, because most of the legal aid that we fund is funded through the Eugene DePuch Law School.
Good. I've been to that law school, and it's a wonderful one.
I'm a graduate as well.
Absolutely. My alma mater. Let's look at your line item 225115, consultancies. Are these external attorneys?
So honestly, the Ministry of Finance hasn't given me what I wanted in this. This is for external law firms and consultants. And so I'll give you an example of what this expenditure goes to. So when we're in front of the Privy Council, for example, we hire UK counsel. And you have to pay UK counsel to assist in representation in front of the Privy Council. When we do so let's use the cannabis legislation. We hired external counsel from Canada, who we know has a very mature framework, to be able to assist us in putting together the framework and legislation to try to be best in class. Did the same thing with the mining bill, because mining and the authority for mining and regulation of mining, we don't really have the basis of that. So we hired benchmarking services to help us develop the world's best practice in oversight of mining. So that is for, yes, outside counsel, but also when we have specialty projects to get the best consultant available. Also included in this, so you would know, is the consultant who's assisting with the implementation of the case management system that we're putting in place.
All right. Right in that same head, line item 281631, legal orders. Are these of judgment settlements, or I thought you had that someplace special? It's $5 million there.
So that is to pay off anticipated judgments and settlements against the government. That does not include the special projects such as paying off for land acquisition, which gets sourced out of the Ministry of Finance. But this is what we, based upon our kind of trend analysis and what we see on the books against the government, as an estimate for payment of costs and damages and settlements and judgments. Of course, you can never predict accurately what the figures are going to be against the government in the upcoming year, but that's a best guess estimate.
Thank you.
Sorry, just a question stemming from your answer. So that this estimate is with relation to orders against the government for the year rather than what the government intends to pay out for the year. Yeah.
So you would have known in the supplemental budget last year, we went under an exercise where the Ministry of Finance had allocated an extra $17 million to the Attorney General's office to be able to satisfy historical arrears judgments against the government that had not been paid. So that was able to effectively pay down almost all, now we get judgments every day, right? But almost all of the judgments historically against the government. So that is an estimate of a going forward basis because we've effectively materially cleaned the slate.
The salary contract workers, and you addressed it as being to the very, very top, 21,111,01, and you were addressing the point as persons moving from PMP from temporary contracts to PMP, which is a good thing in and of itself. But it also caused me to presuppose then that there will be limited new contractual hires because of the allocation there. And I wanted to see for myself, because it should probably be maybe under the public service, the financing for the increase and incentive for those who are in the AG office, which I agree on totally, and also the additional funds for new hires, which probably would be in the permanent pensionable range or going towards that, of a higher salary scale to make it more attractive. Would that be in the public service or in here?
So you raise a couple of different issues, and so I'll speak to a few of them. The attrition, I spoke to this, the attrition in the Attorney General's office happens almost daily. If you know, we have lawyers that move on into the private sector. Once they move on, that budgetary allocation becomes available, right? So if I can tell you I hope to have 25% more lawyers next year than this year, I would be dreaming. I'm basically trying to keep the status quo. So that's why you don't see a material adjustment necessarily in the numbers. But as attorneys leave, we recruit new ones, and it takes up the budgetary allocation. Now, with respect to if we do get our 20 or 25% growth in number of lawyers we have, that would come out of the global provisioning allocation that is now in the Ministry of Finance. So that's how that would work.
Okay.
Was there one more other question I didn't answer?
Okay, no,
I think you talked about salary scales. Because I had spoken that we are increasing salary scales for legal officers. Now that will come about there's a transition going on within the government and the public service with the support from Ministry of Finance of the HR system. And when that HR system comes in place, you're going to see the new salary scales coming in for the JL scales come in place as well. We're hoping that's going to be towards the end of the calendar year.
With relation to head number 8, Office of the Judiciary, salary contract workers, 211111102. There's an additional 500,000 being added.
So you would know that the Supreme Court has brought on some new judges, and we help bolster the administrative staff in there. Also, new technology officers are going to be hired within the judiciary to support the new electronic case management system that's come online. And then as we look to provide, I had said in my contribution, we look to provide allotment for 5 additional Supreme Court justices this year. And as they're brought on, they won't necessarily all be brought on at once, but as the Chief Justice brings them on, we will have to supplement that with the support staff for those judges.
And also in head 8, 22 special projects, 2251134. There's a substantial increase. We're estimating $1 million. What's the special project?
Well, these are special projects that the Chief Justice has under his remit. Some of them have to do with continuing education for justices, and some of them have to do with the implementation of the case management system and being able to provide the technology necessary for those.
Same head. Head 8, Office of the Judiciary, page 58, line 2112112. 2112112, transport and mileage allowance. I see it jumps from 112,704 to 177,400. That's 64,000 plus. What's the explanation there? Are we driving around more?
Yes, we are driving around more. We look to have increased registrars, assistant registrars, bailiffs, and magistrates. You know, we spoke about this and wanting to have a more efficient and effective administration of justice through the courts. And so this is to help increase that. But when you hire these legal officers at that level, they come with different transportation allowances to support the post. And so that's what that's for.
One question with relation to head number 9, Court of Appeal.
Ooh, you're
Building
interest.
maintenance.
Clear interest.
Declare my interest. Well, I know he's not maintaining anything, so building maintenance, 2251302. In previous years, sorry, or is that maintenance support? Hold on. The 37, sorry, that's maintenance and support. My apologies. 2251301, maintenance and support. There was no allocation before, and now there is.
So the Court of Appeal also put in place a technological solution within their remit. As you would know, certainly, but as many may not know, the Court of Appeal actually functions almost entirely on a online remote basis, and without criticism from the bar. I mean, it's actually one of the more efficient and effective remote systems in the judicial practice. And so this is for annual advanced user license fees and maintenance and license fees to that technology system.
Many as are in favor? Aye. Say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 7, 8, 9, and 10 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before I move on, I would just like to go back to the question asked by Senator Ramming. Yes, the Foreign Service officers, their insurance is paid by the Ministry of Public Service. And Basra, Senator Henfield, the amount is moved to national security. $50,000 at 29. Mr. Chairman, I move now that clauses, heads 11 and 12 be agreed. That's the 11 is Department of Correctional Services, 12 is Parliamentary Registration Department.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 11 and 12 of the bill be agreed. As many?
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
I can't help but see how the Ministry of Foreign Finance keep clawing back these things from these departments. In head 11, line item 22411103. You only leaving propane gas to the president? How are we addressing this?
Well, that was moved a couple of years ago. The last time there was an expenditure for it was 21-22, and the idea there is that for those common things that you purchase, we want, as part of our central purchasing initiative, where we want to make sure that we have uniformity, we're paying the same thing, and we're getting better price for something like propane gas that we buy for various ministries.
Okay.
May I ask, and again, same head 11, drugs, vaccine, 2241, 203. There is a jump, and I wanted to inquire, is there a story behind that that represented? We know the prison is a closed environment, and it is very easy for pathogens to be spread throughout that. And also 2241, 21.3, the clothing allowance to the prison. Am I safe to presume that last year was a consideration with the recruits? We see the jump here to $100,000. First of all, it's not a complaint. It's about understanding. They certainly would appreciate the allowance. And actually, while I'm on it, without even saying ahead, so also the police officers.
Yes.
Because many of them believe that the line of duty that they're in, that there should be greater flexibility and more frequency of uniform available and clothing. So if an officer only, for example, this is not a correct number, get 2 changes of uniform and expect to tackle somebody in the mud, he have to make a critical decision whether I'll be prepared aside from his formals. So let's sum this up so it could be one general question by including uniform supplies generally, which is 22, 41, 21, 9.
Yes.
And let's sum that up as just one general question in the whole.
Yes. Well, I'll deal with it. The uniform, the last point you made, 22, 41, 21, 9 uniform supplies. Yes, it is an increase. We would expect to spend, the amount spent so far this year is $226,000, and the amount, there's an increase next year. It's to provide for new recruits. There has been, I think there were two classes that had gone in, and then the replacements for officers, existing officers. So it's just to replace for existing officers and as well for the new recruits. The other item, 22.4.1213, clothes, clothing supply, that is for inmates. They didn't get any new clothes last year, so that 40,000 is, sorry, 100,000 is allocated for this year. And the other, in terms of the increase in the drugs and vaccines, it's just part of the general increase in the provision of supplies for the Department of Corrections.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was said around the table, I think formulating it in a more constructive way, and this may be a little bit too detailed. I may not have it on hand, but I'm aware of the prison facilities. I go there frequently, and I know that the tailor shop carries a great burden and do a wonderful job there. And I salute Mr. Corporal Wright or Sergeant Wright and the rest of those who are in the tailor shop. What role the tailor shop is playing right now in terms of the production of those uniforms, and that they normally do that, which is very cost effective to the prison and of itself.
I really couldn't say off. I'll have to provide.
I give that to that might be a little bit too detailed.
I have to get that for you.
Because I think, sorry, but I think some of the people will look and think that the prisoners may be getting some new Gucci uniforms.
But it does
that's
say
materials.
Yeah.
And
I'm certain that it's still operational, and I can undertake to get some specific information as to the percentage that they provide. But the item does say clothes and clothing supplies, so that would mean the material with which they would manufacture their uniforms.
Same head 11, head 11, page 65, you may be in a different book. And this one in particular is line 2251-302, 2251-302. So obviously we talked already about the importance of maintaining public buildings. I noticed that the building maintenance jumps by over $112,000. Now I do know that we're also forecasting the construction of a new Department of Correction facility. So I just want to confirm if the buildings we're going to continue to maintain and invest in, if you know what the use will be thereafter, and of course, if they will be used.
Compound, there are, there's the various detention facilities and as well offices and quarters for staff, prison, single officers, quarters and such. So that, that number would encompass, maintaining their offices, their quarters, all of the surrounding buildings. I think general inflation, and sometimes what has happened, sometimes you didn't get something in the past, and it's now just time to fix it.
Fair enough. And do we utilize the those who are, yes, correct, the inmates in terms of the process?
Yes, they do. They do utilize the inmate labor, and as a matter of fact, I saw for the first time just recently inmates now out on the streets once again doing.
You got a problem with that?
But no, yes, they do utilize skills of those incarcerated.
Yeah, before we jump off that, and if I may, again, in 2251, 33.6, and the item below it, 33.7, it 3251, 33.6, and the item 6 and 3, 6 and 5, 6 and 5, sewage maintenance and sanitech maintenance contract. First of all, with the sewage maintenance, between last year and this year and going forward, we see a 5% increase. Obviously, we don't anticipate that being no major overhaul, but yet it's substantive enough that there is something that is improving or something that is being upgraded. I obviously, no one can surmise that that's going to remove the issue of the slub bucket, et cetera, which should be addressed with the new facility. But obviously, there is something being sufficiently addressed in here that it is not only is practically doubled, and also it is going to be a recurring expense. Now, Sanitech, I just want to make sure the word in itself also is in connection to certain aspect of sewage cleaning, line cleaning, as well, because it is an unusual word to someone who knows.
I think the Sanitac is the I believe that is the what do you call the portable stuff?
Yeah.
The portable ones. Yeah. Porta potty, is that parliamentary?
Okay. Yeah, it certainly is.
And the sewage maintenance, I think, is just it's an increase so they can improve the service and more regularly service. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, because you can't just dispose of that any which way.
The motion is carried. The motion is agreed.
Okay.
Clauses 11 and 12 of the bill is agreed.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that head 13 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 13 of the bill be agreed. Any?
Thank you.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Mr. Chair, I draw your attention to line item 211102. In 2022, we spent 1.4 million. In the ensuing 9 months, last 9 months we spent, looks like 2.9 million. And it's projected that we're going to spend a 6.6 million, we estimate that we will spend during this period. Does this account for diplomats appointed overseas or contractual workers? Can you explain this one for me, please?
It is an increase of
But 5 million over a year.
Yeah, if you look back from 2021, 2022, it was 1.4, and now we are estimating, we spent A little context, we spent 2.9 million for the first, just under 3 million for the first 3 quarters of this year. And if we extrapolate that to the end of the year, we would spend about 4 million for this year. And we're estimating 6.6 this year. And so that's an additional $1.5 million. As you know, we have had some additional ambassadors appointed. We've also had a new office opened in Canada and Toronto. There's one in Toronto. I think there might be one in Houston. I'm not sure that's this year, but that
upgraded in Houston.
Yes, that accounts for the for all of the offices in the post and the engagement of new contract officers to facilitate, the new offices. I would say, just as a final point, that last year we budgeted, for this year we budgeted 5.1, and it looks like we're going to spend about just over 4 million of that. And so, yes, so next year we're budgeting 6.6, and so it's not an absolute, but we're making provisions, as you know, and we also have, ambassadors to places like Kuwait and
they want to
yeah,
put something
and Los Angeles, and so that is
to the Bahamas and all
yes. So that is for all of the offices in post and anticipated new offices and staffing those offices. Yes.
I want you to know I support an aggressive foreign agenda. Politics should stop at the border in the Bahamas, right? You want to take it, Michael? Go ahead. I'll come back to mine.
Okay. Lucky number 13, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Public Service. That's my number as well. Consultancy services, that explains a lot. 2251115. Last year, for the preceding 9 months, we spent 9,000. We budgeted 1.06 million, and this year the estimate is 135. We seem to be jumping around a bit.
I'll have to. Yes, it appears if we had provision for an extensive, for a very large increase from 9,000 to 1 million. We didn't spend it. As a matter of fact, we've only spent 9,000 this year out of a budget of $1 million. And so let me just undertake to find out what was anticipated that did not come to fruition. But it looks as if some sort of a project that was anticipated that did not happen. I can undertake to get the details of that for you.
All right, Minister, if you look at, thank you, Mr. Chair. If you look at line item 21112-108, a special allowance, I guess there's added qualifications. It's right on page 69. Add qual 2112108.
Yes. Special allowance, additional qualifications.
Okay, so you came in on that. It's probably new. Is it new? I'm not sure if it's new, but we didn't spend anything on it in 22. You came in with 30,000. You actually spent, I think, 320,000. I had 340 estimate. Who gets this?
It's in reverse, Senator. So we actually budgeted the 320.
Okay.
And we spent 30 so far this year.
That's right, yeah.
And then we're budgeting 340,000 for this year. So we didn't spend as much as it was budgeted. That is, it's for foreign service officers and employees of the ministry who, when they achieve additional qualifications, there are allowances that they get.
Very good.
Should they upgrade their training.
Give them some more.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
There's just one more I want to ask about. In here 13, 262101. We have operations for IMO, International Maritime Organization.
Yes.
This seems to be a new line item.
Yes.
200. It's minuscule when you look at what we pay generally to these organizations. But why has this come about?
I think this has been moved. I am pretty certain that this was an item that had been, Yeah, either transport or the cabinet office. Yes. And so that when you see it,
Probably came from the BMA.
yes,
Yeah.
so that was just a move from, I'll indicate to see exactly where it came from, but normally that would have come
That would
from.
make sense. if
Yeah.
it came from the BMA. Yeah, you do have an ambassador now. You have the commissioner,
As
ex-commissioner,
many-
former commissioner.
Yeah. Before we move on, 26, 21, 14, 2, and that's grant and international organizations. Addressing mainly the endowment fund for the Commonwealth Scholarship. We no longer participating in that scholarship program, and if you do have available, and it is so that we're not participating anymore, could you cite why? And the Office of the Trade Negotiator, I know we did step up our foreign policy and foreign policy approach, which could create needs for such an engagement, but I'll leave it up to you to give us an explanation why we have of a doubling in those areas. So we're looking at the participation in the Caribbean scholarship funds, and what's the intent behind the trade negotiator?
Actually, the Office of the Trade Negotiator is a CARICOM office.
Yes.
And we make a contribution. Oh,
Yes.
Yeah, we make a contribution.
Yes.
And what they tell me is that we were owing some money. We had some back dues. And so we are making up what we owed. So we're paying that this year. And for the Commonwealth Scholarship, I see it's as you rightly said, it appears if we had an ongoing $28,000 contribution, and now that has gone away. I would have to undertake to get that for you for Foreign Affairs, that endowment.
I just want to note generally, it is actually almost surprising because I know as of all the other CARICOM participants, the Bahamas have a stellar track record of being the one to always pay. So that is unusual because that has never been the case in any matter relating to our obligation to CARICOM. I just want to interject that.
Yes, I agree. And let me just make a clarification there. The note says it was underfunded, so I know that was my word.
Okay.
Yeah, so it could very well
we
be.
all stepped up our.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. So you're quite right. You have a stellar record of paying, and many times we pay and then don't even take advantage of what's offered. But you are correct. The note said it was an underfunding, so we had to step up the level of our contribution, as everybody else did. Yeah.
Just for clarification, the public will hearing it, and I guess this is a good example of your credibility causing us to show the correction. We're able to stand on our credibility with the CARICOM, and that contribution, as I think indicated by Senator Alcides, is one that would have been agreed regionally among all the heads, and thus we start doing our part. And it's good to know that we still have a stellar record within our community.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 13 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 14, 16, and 17 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 14, 16, and 17 of the bill be agreed. As many, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Okay, head 14, salary and contract workers. We spending $3.1 million.
What's the number, item?
Head 14, I'm sorry, 2111102. That's a lot of contract workers. If we hire a bunch of people at OPM, what we do, or they somewhere else. We estimated we're spending that.
Yes. We're estimating 3.1 million for the upcoming year, and this would The estimate for last year was 2.6 million. And it looks as if all goes according to what has been happening, we'll spend about maybe 2.2 million for this year. So that'll represent an additional allocation of just over $1 million. Now, provisions are being made for all contractual workers who are in post, and also funding available for the potential hires of new individuals within the OPM. As you know as well, we have OPM here in the Bahamas. We have OPM in Abaco, and there is Grand Bahama, and then the Prime Minister had forecasted an OPM in Exuma. So that is not only New Providence, that's Grand Bahama, Abaco.
Makes sense. It's central.
Yeah.
And just to add to that question, that answer. So in the Office of the Prime Minister, that houses the Secretariat for the carbon initiatives that we are undertaking. And as you would see, there's a line allocation to build out the emissions registry and would also build out the surrounding support for the carbon registry and the carbon initiatives that are undertaken. So I know for a fact that this allocation includes additional capacity building in the carbon area space.
I see the line item for emissions. One of my concerns, though, is that I continue to see less money being spent on permanent and pensionable, and more money being spent on contractual workers. I just thought I'd put that right there, because this is not the only ministry that I've noticed that. And yeah, I know the reasons why, but I think we need to reconsider sometimes the way we go about these things. Political patronage and all the rest of that. Yeah. Let me take your attention to line item in the same one, line item 225110-2. We're projecting to spend 2.2 million on that. What we advertising?
Yeah, this is for public relations to basically inform the public what the public relations spent amongst the various Bahamian media houses, and as well, when the Prime Minister needs to do a national address and other government initiatives, basically keeping the public informed. Okay. As we know, that's very, very, very important.
Okay.
Yeah, that same line item would beg the question, what Bahamas Information Service doing? But I haven't even reached that one. That's one baby that is yet to be weaned from. ZNS is one baby that is yet to be weaned from the public first. And quite frankly, I pray for my brother Clint Watson and what he have to bring to bear. I sincerely do in his role, and everybody else who is associated with ZNS. You all are in my prayer. I raised these two issues right now under services 2251-32, building maintenance, and right underneath that janitorial service. And I raised that simply because of its oddness, and so I would assume, because this cannot be relating to OPM New Providence, because janitorial service would be pittance, and I would presume that is covered or should be covered probably maybe somewhere under works or some other entity or whatever. But also building maintenance will be pittance, because
they wouldn't get that. NIB takes care of
the maintenance of the building. So am I correct that this may possibly be relating to those services at the other OPM locations that may need some special assistance? Those numbers.
Well, what we have is at the OPM, we have staff that's on. We have janitorial staff that's paid on staff, and then we have from time to time you have for deep cleaning you would have people come in periodically And then when you're dealing with the lavatories and such, there are certain services that have those that would come in. And that is also part of the janitorial. When you look at any item that says operation of facilities, certain of that covers janitorial as well.
Office Head 14 still. Consultancy delivery unit, you are increasing the delivery unit by over $1 million. It sounds like they weren't really delivering.
As you know, the delivery unit, what these funds represent is the government. The unit is funded by a loan from the Caribbean Development Bank. And what this represents is the government would make the outlay and then get reimbursed from the bank. But the idea is this is an evolution. The office was started several years ago in the previous administration, and it has gradually been beefed up. The idea of the whole delivery unit is better coordination of government ministries to be able to deliver services to the public. So yes, it's being beefed up, and hopefully we can see delivery.
Exactly, we deliver. We deliver. So still on Head 14, Office of the Prime Minister, line 2821413, 2821413, Antiquities, Monuments, and Museum Corporation. There's a significant increase there. Is that related to the independence celebrations?
No, it's related to, number one, the Bahama office. We have, we're going to have an office in Grand Bahama, so that's to help with their operational expenses. And the rest is for staff salary increases at the corporation. Yeah, we send a, we just send a, they send a subvention to them per year, every year. So everything is in that one. They give them the money and they spend it. Huh? No, this is not Independence at the Fort, no.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 14, 16, and 17 of the bill is agreed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would now like to move that heads 16, Bahamas Information Services, 17, Government Printing Department, 18, Department of Local Government.
We didn't do it?
No, we just did 14. 19, Department of Physical Planning, and 20, Department of Lands and Surveys. So I move that clauses 16, heads 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 be agreed. No, I only did 14. Yeah.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the bill be agreed. As many?
Okay. With relation to clause 17, head 17, sorry, and this also relates to, I think we see it as well in another, in 20 as well, in head 20, the security services contract. There seems to be a substantial increase, larger than if we were to take that 9 months and apply it to 12 months. There's an increase in the security services contract. Is there another building? 2251111, security services, for both government printing and Department of Lands and Surveys, and I know they're two separate buildings.
Yes, as you can see back, if we just step back a bit to the year 2021, 2022, where the amount spent was 160,528. And then, as you rightly said, we'll probably spend an amount of, looks like maybe 140,000 if we stay on this current trend. And so this 160 that we're now budgeting will just go back to what it originally was. I can't say why we underspent this year by a few dollars. Yeah, and so, but the 160 is consistent with what the contract was 2 years ago. If you see, the number is identical. So, yes, and as my colleague said, if we look at the estimate for this year is 160,704. The estimate for next year is 160,704. We've only spent so far 99,000 for the first 9 months, and as I said, I think that would take us to about 135 if it stays the same. But I'll have to completely verify it. But it looks as if the contract just remains the same. It might be just a delayed invoice coming in. We didn't pay it for the first 9 months as yet. But it appears as if it's the same contract. Yes. 17.
Sorry, Senator Seymour and I have a question with relation to Head 18, Department of Local Government. We're specifically looking at, well, we'll do them one at a time. Office supplies and stationery, 224121. We spent $185 in office supplies. The previous year, we spent $34,000, but we're estimating this year to spend $58,000.
Yes, 2241,201, right?
Yes, office supplies and stationery.
And then is that one in particular?
Well, no, then well, let's answer that because it's a different question for food,
Yes.
ice, and drinking water.
Well, what has happened is we are working out the kinks on our central purchasing, and so bottom line is what we did here was put some funds back within the local government department so that they can more quickly have access to funds to buy supplies, particularly like if they're in family islands. So that's a movement back. That's a Senator Hensley said we're clawing back power. That's sending back some power to local government in order for them to be able to purchase locally.
Okay, so does that mean we're trusting them again to buy their ice and food, ice, and drinking water, and that's why we see that?
We've always
And the cleaning and toilet supplies?
Yeah, we've always trusted them.
They've demonstrated responsibility. I understand.
Yeah, we've always trusted them, and this is an effort to make sure, particularly when you're in the family islands, that we have funds available in their budget that they can spend in their local communities. Yeah.
Look at in 18, head 18, look at line item. It's not, I'm just going to make a comment about it. That isn't necessarily you have to respond. This looks like 268 contribution to Family Island Regatta. And then the one right below it is contribution to Homecoming. I just want to say that these events, I'm sure the minister, being an island boy like me, Minister of Tourism, also an island boy like me, appreciate how important these are to our local communities, because it gives us an opportunity to make some money, and that's good. And this is a new line item. Both of them are new line items. Or it came from somewhere else. Yeah. Oh, okay. Sailing is now a national sport. I recommend we treat it as such. Give them fellas some money. 1.4 is a good lick, but all right. This is a comment I wanted to make.
So,
Yeah.
56. So on the sailing issue, just to give you an update. I'm I'm a sailor. I sailed in the Bahamas Nationals as a youth. I think I came. Yeah, I think I came third in the Bahamas when I sailed. I sailed square rigs. I've sailed 12 meters. I sailed all kinds of boats, right? Yeah, I used to sail sunfish and lasers. But having said that, the Minister for Local Government and I have been speaking and have spoke to the Prime Minister, and collectively we will be advancing a National Sailing Academy. As a national sport, you should have a National Sailing Academy of where you can teach more and more Bahamians about sailing and to sail. Part of that is we have a significant shortage to the point where you probably count them on two hands, if not one, of Bahamian sailing instructors who you can actually hire as full-time instructors throughout the archipelago. That is a serious issue. Serious issue as we promote sailing as a national sport. So we will also look to support training, education, and exposure for those who would be sailing instructors as well. Hopefully the minister will be able to make a meaningful and substantial announcement on the progress at the midterm budget as we work over the course of the next 6 months to put that together. I'm working with him very closely on that. Yeah.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause heads 21, 22, 23, and 28 be agreed. 8. 21, 22, 23, 28. Ministry of Finance, Treasury, Customs Department, Department of Inland Revenue.
It has been moved. It has been moved and seconded that clauses 22, 21, 22, 23, and 28 of the bill be agreed. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren.
Mr. Chairman, I draw your attention to Head 21, line item 2111103, Global Provision. New appointees of monthly employees. Last 9 months, we prepared to spend 48,000, and we look like we're estimating to spend just under 11 million, 10.9. Just let me know what we can spend on.
That is the global provision that has been moved from Head 5, which is Ministry of Public Service. So that amount, that just under $10.9 million, represents what is allocated for new appointments in the entire public service for the upcoming year, minus the uniform branches. So yeah, that's the amount that has been moved from the public service.
So the line item right below that, Minister, is salary adjustments. Does this account for increase in salary in the public service? Or?
Yes, this is the amount. That is the amount for public service. That's to facilitate public service promotion, increments, reassessments, and reclassifications. So, you know, any back pay increments that I do as a result of promotions, it's accounted for there.
Chair recognizes.
Thank you. So the same head number 21, gasoline,
Yes.
line 2241101.
Yes.
So I know, Minister, that you told the petroleum dealers no to an increase,
Yes.
but the budget has increased. So I'd like to understand what that's about. I do see more electrical vehicles on the road with red plates on them as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a preferred dealer? Are we driving more? Do we have more vehicles? What's happening there?
Yeah, what happens here, thank you very much. What happened, you're quite correct. There are quite a lot more electric vehicles, and we'll be looking to get more and more electric vehicles. What has happened is number one, the price has gone up. And secondly, we had to provide, even notwithstanding electric vehicles, we're not 100% electrical, and we had to provide a lot of new vehicles for other government departments. For example, I know that you know, the Ministry of Works for their inspectors, the Consumer Affairs for their price inspectors, just to name a few. And so we had to provide, it's a combination of price of gas going up as well as providing additional vehicles for various government departments, you know, not only in New Providence, but throughout the Family Islands. One of the biggest things people, you know, departments say we need more cars, even though we might see a lot out there. There's this, so we have had to provide more. All right, and I think at another point in soon we'll see an amount for leased vehicles where we saw further up in the same head where we see an increased provision for the lease of vehicles because we've had to provide more vehicles for government departments.
Thank you, Minister. I completely understand that explanation, but more than an increase of more than $1.5 million in gas, especially with the frequency by which I see government vehicles, I mean, doing what I would think are non-government things. For me as a Bahamian to be spending more than an additional $1.5 million on gas in a year, bringing it up to over $5 million in gas, that explanation isn't sufficient. I would like to know whether or not we are enforcing whatever policies we may have in place as well in terms of this gas and this usage.
Yes, two things. Firstly, I'll say, yes, we are provisioning, we're providing an additional, we're allocating an additional 1.5, so from 3.4 up to 5. That is what's being allocated. We're hopeful that that's not spent. The second, and I appreciate the statement that you make about, and I'm sure other citizens see it as well, what they perceive to be wasteful use of resources. And you know, that is something that we have to look at. I mean, it's one of those stubborn issues, because I think as part of the benefits for, you know, some people who are engaged at certain levels in the service is the provision of vehicles for their, I think they call it their reasonable personal reason. Yeah, certain levels. But definitely the point is taken that in these times when we're paying so much more, the public would like to be assured that, you know, we are enforcing and so sort of like blatant what we might think, I'm not defending anything, but, you know, blatant, when I say what we think is blatant non-government use, you know, like you say, you might see them places at certain hours where no government business is being conducted. And, you know, it's important, the optics of the public, that, you know, we are able to say that, you know, we're doing our best. And all I can say is, you know, we'll do our best to make sure that it is being respected. But we're hopeful that we don't have to spend it. But our experience has been, I mean, I can tell you, experience has been, you know, we need more vehicles, we need vehicles, you know? And so we try to manage it, better care, all of that. So, yes, it is significant, and we have to do all we can to sort of reassure the public that it's not wasteful.
If I may, I need a big latitude. I was looking so far ahead that I was thinking that head 20 would have been in the next lot instead of jumping from 21. And I have to go back there because I think the Attorney General will know that this touched something that is rather important to me, and I did so also to the Bahamian people, and also indirectly touched on by the speeches of many of these senators when they spoke about land grants, et cetera, et cetera. All those things reach right into this department. And so I was rather alarmed at the actual overall reduction in budget, caused me to have an alarm. Then when I look at the salaries and contracts, it didn't bring much hope in the movements, because the numbers don't speak to me as related to the programs I'm about to ask about. When I look at the security contract, well, that doubled. You could explain that in a separate line, security contracts in 2022, 2251-1111. And when I look at the consultancy services, I saw the increase in the consultancy services, which is right under that, 2251-11.5, which increased over the last two budgets from roughly 170 to 300,000 And then another disheartening note with the survey campaign, which is right underneath that, 2251-14-4, which went from 450,000, which was beforehand budget at zero, then 38,000, then 450,000, then it's back down to 250,000 and 250,000 throughout. My concern about that is the importance of the land reform, which, as much as you have your legal battle to deal with that, you have no place to go without service. The shortage of qualified surveyors that we've been struggling with in this country for years, which has not only caused a backlog and hindrances to even law disputes, property settlements, including even the work that I am thanking you for advancing with the homeowners in Pinewood with the issue with Iraq homes and delineating boundaries. So my general concern is bring some comfort to me that, for one, survey being a critical part of all of these things, land reform and everything else, that those things are still going on, and how in this budget do we see, or where is the funds allotted for that aggressive push to bring in more surveyors and to actually probably expand lands and surveys, which is needed for all these services to be facilitated. So I was alarmed that this didn't look as pretty as I would have hoped it would have.
And it's quite understandable. You know, this has been a long, vexing problem.
Yes, it is.
About, you know, the whole issue of Crown land, and in order to be able to grant the Crown land, you have to be able to have it surveyed, and there's been a lot of discussion over the years about bringing in, first of all, the lack of, or the lack of when I say, I don't want to say lack, I mean the insufficient number to qualified here locally to do the work in a timely manner, and there had been some discussion about bringing in surveyors from, you know, within the other countries in the region that might have a surplus. But to specifically talk to the question, we see that if I go to your question on consultancy services, where $1.5 million was spent back in 21-22, that dipped down to 179, like you said, so far up to March in this fiscal year, and we're allocating another $300,000, and that is to action outstanding Crown land surveys. So we're going to put a little dent in it. Of course, we could always use more. The survey campaign, we spent $38,000 so far this year, and we're provisioning $250,000 for surveyors and chain men surveying Crown land in New Providence and the Family Islands. So we're putting up some more resources, but I agree with you, in order to put a serious, and the security services, it would be an increase, but if we extrapolate it out, it'll be 75 this year versus 70 that we budgeted last year. Yeah, and yeah, a little bit jump. The year back in 21 was 65. We anticipate, again, for the first 3 quarters, we spent 46. So if we add, let's say about 13 onto that, we'll get close to 60. So I think it's just it's an increase, not a dramatic increase. It's probably just, you know, the renewal of the contract. But you're quite right. We're putting some funds there, so there'll be $300,000 for consultancy services, which will be related to Crown land surveys, and another $250,000 for the surveyors and the chain men. So that is particularly called survey campaign. But you're right. This is a problem that has exercised successive administrations. I recall in the last Christie administration, there was a discussion as to whether, you know, for example, sourcing some from some other countries in the region, like a Guyana or Jamaica, that might have a surplus that we can bring on a temporary basis. And I think, given the demand, that might be something we have to revisit. Yeah.
With relation to Head 21, the Ministry of Finance, and we're looking at food for animals 2241214. You know, we spoke about the quirks and figuring out procurement. And I'm wondering, why isn't this something that we've also given back to customs, BDOCs, the police. We're buying food for police dogs.
You know, I think we have to, yeah, and what happened is, for the idea behind the central purchasing was when you're buying sort of standardized things in bulk, you want to be able to, you know, just sort of get your, what do you call them, economies of scale. And so it appears to be working. And so,
Is it? Because we've only spent 35,000 in the first 9 months, and when you extrapolate
Yes.
that out to 12 months, it does not come to 142,000.
well, that means it looks like we budgeted 142, we spent 37. We'll definitely spend more than that by the end of the year. I think it's working. It looks like we might be realizing a saving, so we'll see how it continues to work. It's a work in progress with the centralized purchasing. Some areas, like when you spoke about the local government, when you have family islands and those things, where number one, you want to spend in the local economy, and then number two, you have the logistical considerations. Yeah, but it appears to be working, so we'll just leave that for now.
Okay, Minister, page 21, line item 2231-201. We're spending $30 million.
Electricity?
Yeah.
Did we only spend 988?
But the first 6 months we spent under $1 million.
The government feeling it too?
Oh, they didn't pay their bills.
I'm tempted to say they didn't edge, right? But let me hear what the minister says.
No, that is the Ministry of Finance will be paying all of the light bill for the service. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get the bill and pay everybody's bill. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Sorry, but I have to push that a little further. When you look at 2021 to 22, we spent 23 million. So we were obviously paying everybody's electricity bill. But then suddenly, the first 9 months of this financial year, maybe we didn't pay our bills? Because it dropped to 988,000 for the first 9 months, which isn't consistent with the 23 that we would have spent before. It's under $1 million. So it looks like we did not pay our BPL bill, or the government did not.
From time to time, what happens is that, you know, BPL might owe the government for certain things, and the government might owe BPL for certain things. And so from time to time, we do what we call a set-off.
Okay.
All right? And so...
So just so I understand.
Yeah.
We paid, what was it, $110 million to BPL? So that's why we only paid...
No, 110, we just got them a check for.
Okay,
Yeah.
I understand.
Government for tens of years.
Right, but you paid them 23.
That was the year before. Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah. So what happens is, it's notwithstanding the point that you made. What happens is, yes, for example, BPL might have, they might owe business license, they might owe VAT, they might owe customs. And so they're not, you know, the reality is they might accrue these, and government might owe BPL in terms of electricity services, and from time to time, we do an offset, which was the case here, back in that year where we only paid 988,000. And so now we're going back where we're allocating for Ministry of Finance to pay the electricity bills of all of the government agencies.
All right, Minister, same head item, street lighting is 2231-202. Strikes me odd, I mean, unless the ministry works, why are they not, I guess they send the contractor to the Ministry of Finance or something?
Yes. Yes, so with that, with the street lighting and as well, you see in that same sort of
10 million?
head, yeah,
Yeah.
10 million. And then the water services as well, and the telephone. So those bills are being centralized, and Ministry of Finance will pay them. It's an effort to ensure that the bills are paid in a timely fashion. Unfortunately, from time to time, we might have had government agencies running arrears. This is an effort to make sure that we are paying our obligations to the public utilities in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Minister. Same head, 2251-337, Operation and Facilities and Other Services. We're estimating we're going to spend 7.5 million. This is also for universal coverage, or?
Sorry, say the number.
2251-337. So this is the same kind of arrangement, I suppose. So finance covering universally.
Yes. So what this is, for example, is specifically, these are like what they call operational maintenance contracts. Again, centralized. This is for the people who, like, for example, put the plants in the government offices, who maintain the lawns, CCTV, document storage, video conferencing, file management, and some rental space for files. So that is like the total bill for the government for those things.
Thank you, Minister. I ask in this one for Simeon Hall,
Okay.
my mother-in-law, and some other people. I want to know why we approved 3.8 million for GLECO,
Yes.
and had 28, 21, 110, and we didn't pay a dime.
Yeah. Yeah. As you know, the matter is in court, subject to liquidation, and we are hopeful that the matter is near resolution. As a matter of fact, we want to bring it to a quick resolution so that everybody is paid off. We understand that there's some court matters and some other jurisdictions that are coming, might be very soon coming to a conclusion, where we may be able to have a good resolution to this whole thing. So I would just like to say, and I've spoken to Bishop Hall and others who are anxious, and just ask them, to, I know they've exercised a lot of patience. The government is committed to make sure that, those people are made as whole as can be. So I would just ask them to exercise a little more patience, and we're hopeful that we can bring a satisfactory resolution to this whole, what can only be described as a debacle within this year, in a very short period, hopefully this year. Yes.
With relation to head 22, credit card service charges, 2251.12.2. So for the preceding 9 months, we spent the 6.6 million. And when you do the math, for the 12 months, if we continue at that pace, it'll be about 8.8 million. But our estimate is 8.3 million. And I was wondering if you could give any insight as to how you plan to bring down credit card service charges.
Well, what we need to do is
Stop using the card.
we're trying to promote as much as possible the use of the acceptance of the electronic payment by government offices. And so,
Who got these cards?
no, it's not, this is not
5%
cards. These are
paid
not
to the
cards
bank.
that are being
Oh,
used.
it's for the service?
It's a
Yeah, this
5%
is-
paid to the bank.
this-
Oh,
yes,
to the bank.
so
Oh,
we
okay.
pay something
No,
to the
Right,
bank.
right.
I had
That's
one
the
in.
fee.
Then
But I never
we
used it.
paid
Yeah, this is not for ministers or.
Yeah. I had one.
So-
I never used it.
So this is
I
the
couldn't find it
fees.
when we
Right,
left office.
right.
So we are budgeting less than,
I got it for Sony.
you're quite right. If
Tell
we
them cancel it,
continue
right?
the
I never
pace,
used it.
we might exceed 8.8. We spent 6.6 so far.
Yeah, it's,
I think.
I have the number.
Yeah, the,
Or payment.
Right,
Okay.
but he answered
The
it, you're gonna do
technicians-
more
the
direct
technicians-
deposit.
Well, we can do that, but I think we might not get quite up to 8.8, and maybe we stay within the 8.3. And
I have 8.861.
no, our question is, we might spend 8.8 this year, and we're forecasting.
Right, so how are we going to bring it down?
Up to negotiating skills of our team at the Treasury there to
Bring down, okay.
How far did you go?
We went from 21 to 28.
To 28, okay.
To 28.
I ain't got it. Now, let me see what I got here. 28, I got it. I did. Let me see if it even makes sense.
Sorry, I noticed in head 23, consultancy services, 2251,115. So we spent 152,000 for the preceding 9, and now we're estimating 780,000. I was wondering if there was a particular project, because we estimated over $1 million previously.
This is all IT related. The consultancy fees and maintenance fees for the IT and IT related consultants. There's a boho.
The app?
Yes, and others. We have the what do you call it? The single window, and then the all of the the customs related IT, OAG app. That's it's all IT related. It's maintenance and consultancy fees for the installation of the IT system.
Looking at the Department of Inland Revenue, we're paying line, head 28 line item 211102. We're spending $5 million on contracted workers.
Yes.
Well,
And this has
it's 4.9.
Yes, and yeah, it's actually more contractual workers than salaries for permanent workers. And what has happened is, when we set up the department, it was in around the time that a VAT was implemented, around that time, and we had to very, very rapidly bring on people to assist with the administration. And so we've engaged, for example, a lot of former bankers, financial people, financial experts on contract. We have in process now is a process to begin to move some of those over to the permanent and pensionable. Some have been on contract with the DIR since about 2014, 2015, when we were running up to the VAT. And also, again, a similar issue as does the Department of the Auditor General have. When you want to bring on experts at a particular level, you might need to pay them at a level that does not fit into the public service scales to attract the individuals. And the second part of it is the speed with which you're able to engage people. Sometimes definitely it's quicker to engage them on contract in the first instance, and then progress them over to the PNP. There we go.
May I relate to head 26, the public debt service, interest, and other charges, et cetera, et cetera. I know this is a hodgepodge of different types of loans, structures of loans, or payments, or debts. Some of the ones that does have the interest rate outlined, I see some of the ones at the highest interest rate is 8.5%, and that is down on page 99, where we have 24/11/24, US $825 million, which will be due in October 2032. I see a consistent allocation of the $73 million. Obviously, during that difficult time in 2022-23, we obviously paid half that on that, but there's been consistency to it. Looking at this as a whole, it was pleasant to see that it seems like a lot of these are actually wrapping up. And so I consider that to be very, very positive, and some of them I could actually see, well, if I only judge by the numbers and the declining rate of payment, that they are also winding up in and of themselves. But right up under that, for example, we see in 2017, which is $140 million to the Inter-American Development Bank to boost resilience and inclusive of growth, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We actually see an increase in payments. That's on page 99, almost to the bottom, 24, 11, 20, 07, 27, 27. Yeah, we saw an increase in the payments, though it went up and down, it's still an increase in the payments in that, and I just thought of it in relation to, because this doesn't tell me all the details, in terms of priorities, I would always think that it will be, in the general sense, more prudent, especially these debt that accrue to higher interest rates, to, if you do have to increase payments, you increase payments on the capital of those if you have latitude. Is there something special about this one that there seem to be, I can't tell you when it's the maturity date or anything, the information isn't here, why we increased the rates? Page 99, 24, 11, 20, and 7, 207. And I did that in comparison to 3 items up, which is 24, 11, 204.
Yes.
Yeah, and so I was wondering what was the state of that. And while you add that, because 24, 11, 21, 3 seem to be a re-engagement of 10 million, 10.5 million, which has a consistent payment going all the way up into 2026. I want to have an idea of what that represented as well, please.
Yeah, they don't, these are what we call the statutory payments, because these are what we owe. I think just looking at the first one that you referenced, the one for boosting resilience, I think that the one of the lower numbers might represent a half year, and the other, the 5 million, the 4.8 going across represents a full year. So it'll be, I'm thinking that the first 2 numbers that you see represent interest for 6 months. And then the other ones represent the estimates for interest for the whole year. That's why it looks like it's doubled. And then the other one is strengthening disaster risk management governance in the Bahamas. What happens with some of these? Well, this one, it's something that is new. And so they're making provisions beginning this year to pay. All right, but all of these are, as you said, the various outstanding loans and bonds, et cetera, for the government. Mm-hmm.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 21, 22, 23, and 28 of the bill is agreed. No, I don't think so. You move the motion.
No, we could suspend. We could suspend. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the business of the committee be suspended for 10 minutes.
Second.
Yep. It has been moved and seconded that the committee be suspended for 10 minutes. As many?
As many as
As many?
as are in favor, say aye.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed will step.
Motion carried.
Okay.
Yeah.
When the business of the Senate was suspended, I think we were at head 29.
Yes,
Yes?
Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 29, Ministry of National Security, 30, Department of Immigration, 31, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, and 32, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 of the bill be agreed. As many,
Thank you,
the
Mr.
chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Hanfield.
Mr. Chair. I don't really want to put questions concerning these two items in head 29, but I want to make a comment on them. The first one is 2251-345, closed circuit television. I see we budgeted, we estimated we're going to spend 2.6. Can you find it, Minister? 2251-345.
Yes.
And the next one is citizen security, 2271-018. I recall this is probably an IDB grant.
Yes.
That has been exhausted.
Yes.
And I want to recommend that we put more monies when we find it into both of these items. Closed circuit television is what keeps Europe safe. They've proven it over and over. And I think we need to make more efforts in establishing closed CCTV, especially in the city. And well, of course, citizen security went toward building community centers, I think.
Yes.
and the like, and we need more of that. That's a comment that I wish to leave with you. I notice 28121246, help young people exceed. It's seems to be a new head.
Yes.
We have 150,000 in it. With all the troubles we got with these children, yeah, we could put. Next time we could see if we can find a little bit more to put in there. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you. With relation to Head 29, consultancy services. For the first 9 months, we spent 45,000. This is 225111.5.
Yes. Okay.
So for the first 9 months, we spent 45,000. Why didn't we spend the 100?
Is that item has to do with the operation of the Neighborhood Watch, I think it's the National Neighborhood Watch Program. That quite possibly is, you see that if you look back to 2021, 2022, where we spent 47,000 for the whole year, and we seem to be just a little bit ahead of that this year, but not quite to reach 100. And I just think what we just need to do is make sure that those funds get out to the Neighborhood Watch Program and eliminate whatever the delay is in getting it out. And just to, I agree with Senator Henfield on the need to expand the CCTV, because we see it all around the world. CCTV operates as a deterrent as well as a detector. And as with the citizen security program being exhausted, we are now in the still early stages of developing what they call the country program.
Okay.
With the IDB, which the country program is the portfolio of loans that you get from the IDB over a period of normally 5 years, coinciding with the administration, but many times overlapping, that will address the issues that are, key. And in our early discussions, we've addressed, of course, health, education, national security. So we'll be looking to, have access to funds to do more along the lines of citizen security. And yes, help young people exceed. HYPE, it's a new program, 150,000. We anticipate that as the program is established and, gets its legs, we'll be able to build on the foundation. But this 150 is to get it started.
Thank you, Minister.
Let me ask on that same question as related to that. It really is a general overall question, because in looking at the budget as related to that, and after serving 18 years of voluntary service with the police department from my early childhood with when John Mackey was MP of Fox Hill, there was a couple of things. I did not see anything that sufficiently gave me comfort that the quality of an improvement of the recreational areas for the police and the police stations, including the funding that I saw as relate to maintenance of buildings. I don't think you see that as being nearly sufficient. Even when I visited the one in Inagua, I was like, whoa. And many of the family islands and the state and the condition where the police officers have to rest or recoup in between patrols is rather dismal. As related to the CCTV program, which I do support, I would like to express a strong recommendation that they deliberately put these CCTVs also at access points around boat ramps and loading areas, because there are significant areas for not only the importation of drugs late at night, also the high rate of theft. The rate of theft for boats have been significant. Even just recently by me, I had to use my security camera to assist somebody. No. Somebody said that their boat was missing, and they assumed certain things. Yeah. But what I'm recommending is that in every point, whether it's Marshall Road or other places, you'll find that there are there are certain inlet routes that is easily accessible. And also generally in the budget, I know there is a concern from persons in the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Police Force, and otherwise as relate to their, not only just their increments, but their promotional funds and other salaries and other emoluments that is due to them. Could you give them comfort as to how that matter is being addressed, and probably if you have timelines?
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I don't have time. I'll come. But just to say that we continue to work on, fixing those anomalies. Some have been very long-standing. I know the Senator Henfield referenced an issue with the retired personnel at BDF, Royal Bahamas Defense Force, which I think we're continuing to work on to try and get that issue resolved. So it is our view that, I can't give any timeline, but it's just our view that any outstanding salary matters or matters related to benefits to anybody within the service will be looking to resolve those very quickly. Just to your point about your facilities, when we get to the capital budget, there is in the capital budget an amount of, under the Ministry of National Security, $250,000, sorry, $200,000, getting late, $250,000 for furniture and furnishings for national security and its portfolio agencies. And then there's a $600,000 for ongoing repairs at various police stations and other buildings in New Providence and the Family Island. So some of that will go towards helping to beginning to help to alleviate the problems with the facilities as you referenced. Yes.
National Security line 2721109, 2721109, Victim Care Fund. Now with crime the way it is and all our discussion about actually concentrating fiscal resources on the perpetrators, Minister, 90 million on the correctional facilities, we talk about CCTV, we talk about everything to do with the perpetrators, and here it is, we have $50,000, the mayor, $50,000 for Victim Care Fund, and of course that dropped. Apparently it was, we spent, but it was $65,000 last year. We have $50,000 for this year, $50,000 for the next year, then we jump back to $65,000 in 2025, 2026 in terms of our forecast. So perhaps you could shed light on why there's such little fiscal attention for the actual victims in this national security budget.
Unfortunately, in some, what has happened is we allocated $65,000 this year. So far, we've spent just under 18. If it stays that pace, we'll probably spend about 30,000 out of the 65. We spent 21,000 back in 21-22. So obviously, there's a commitment by the government to put funds in the Victim Care Fund, albeit, it was 65. We just have to, make sure we have the proper mechanism in place to be able to dispense that money. So we provided the funding. Yes, it's 50,000. It's in the scheme of things, it's not a lot, but unfortunately, we've not even been able to spend the 50,000. So I think what we have to do now going forward is just find out what the problem is, so that we can, the money that we allocate, we can actually spend, then we can allocate some more.
You want to take that?
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you. With relation to Head 30, the Department of Immigration, I'm looking at item 2211-21.5, repatriation of illegal immigrants. Given the ongoing issues in Haiti, I noticed that we have reduced the budget for the repatriation of illegal immigrants. Are we not repatriating?
Yeah.
Why are we?
No, we're repatriating, but you would have, I think senators would recognize that over the past several months, we've seen a significant and I think a significant drop in the amount of interdictions, amount of boats being, or illegals being, I don't want to say captured, intercepted. Intercepted is the word. So we've seen these waves. A few months ago, I think towards the end of the year, in December, it was, very, very rapid. We will never be able to completely sort of get it spot on as to the number. We've spent about 1.6 so far this year. We probably end up spending about 2. We've budgeted just under 2 million, 1.7. So, I'll say two things. We are hopeful that efforts to bring some sort of stability will begin to bear some fruit, and we'll see less of an exodus. But we remain committed to the repatriation. And in these instances, what normally happens when you see a wave and you have, for example, a strain at the detention center, and you need to be able to repatriate, then the minister will come back to the cabinet and seek more funds, emergency funds, to be able to do it.
With relation, under the same head, with relation to 225133.7, operation of facilities and other services, there's a large jump when you look at what we spent in 2021, 2023, and 2022, sorry, and what we spent this year and what we estimated, and now it's going up to 651,500. Is there a specific project?
Yes, this is a combination of, normally when you see operation of facilities, those are like small operational contracts, small maintenance contracts, and as well included in this now is the visitors landing cards. I think they're digitizing that old visitor landing card. What has happened is, as you know, some years ago, the Ministry of Immigration, the Department of Immigration, purchased a immigration system for the production of work permits and et cetera. And now they're looking to activate more features. I was looking for the technical word that the computer people use, but more features, more modules? Modules? Yeah, more features of it, and part of that is the electronic visitor landing card in conjunction with the Ministry of Tourism. So that is why you see that jump there.
With relation to Head 31, the Royal Bahamas Police Force, again, we're looking at the line item for consultancy, so that's 2251.11.5. This past year, we spent 27, or for the preceding 9 months, 27,855. We budgeted 63, but for this upcoming financial year, we're estimating 180,000. What accounts for this large increase in consultancy?
Yeah, as you know, we've had a significant problem of weapons smuggling into the country. And so this will account for liaison office and liaison services in Miami. So that's some consultation that will be going on in Miami, Florida, particularly as it relates to sort of traffic.
And one last question from me with relation to the Royal Bahamas Police Force. I'm now looking at item number 2251.32.5, maintenance, fire prevention, and protection equipment. When we look at what we spent in 21-22 and what we actually spent in the last 9 months, 19,000 versus spending 60,000 previously, does that show that we're not maintaining our fire equipment? What is that?
Yes. What has happened is, no. What has happened is, as you'll be aware, there've been some fires, particularly in the Family Islands, that has caused some serious devastation. And what the commissioner of the police has done was to commission a sort of readiness assessment of what of our firefighting capability throughout the Bahamas. And I think what has come out of that definitely is the need to invest more in the prevention equipment and as well as fighting equipment. But at the first instance, we just want to make sure that we go back to, we have an increase of the amount that we allocated last year, and the commitment is to make sure that we spend it to bring those up to date. But yeah, the underspending, it could be, again, it's for the first 9 months, and so we have to look at things like timing, because now we're almost at the end of the year. That number could quite well be approaching the amount that was actually budgeted.
With relation to Head 32, the Defense Force, which has a special place in my heart. Fumigation and pest control. Still, they stand outside my house. They keep us very safe. 2251 32-1, fumigation and pest control. I'm wondering why we're seeing a reduction in a line item like that. The less rats on the base? I mean, no, but I want to make sure that they are receiving the adequate amount of pest control at the base. Thank you. We need to keep the Defense Force happy.
Very much so.
Yeah.
So why are we reducing pest control?
It's a small amount. I mean, it's gone down from 12, just over 12 to about just over 9 on the allocation. I imagine there must be some savings, but rest assured that yeah, they will be dealt with. It's a small amount. I imagine it might be just some savings, some rationalization, but we won't let the place be overrun.
Let me take you back to Head 31, please, Minister. 22410102. The police force, they don't have an aircraft anymore. And
Yeah.
oh,
Again, that fuel purchase is in head number 21, Ministry of Finance.
and so.
Yes, that fuel purchase has been consolidated under the Ministry of Finance.
And so, Head 32, when you look at the Defense Force, I assume it's the same thing for their diesel?
Yes.
I never liked this. I never liked that the security forces would have to be waiting. Sometimes you go there, and I used to operate a speedboat, and you end up running out of fuel chasing people. Right? So you can't come back to New Providence and say, look, I need money for fuel. I mean, finance probably could call the vendor.
Yes.
I just don't like this. I never liked when it happened last time, and it's here again.
There shouldn't be a case where you have to wait for finance to, you run out of gas. You have to call finance and say, send some money for gas. What this means is finance will pay the bill, so you would have an arrangement at a right. You have an arrangement at a provider. You go and get it. Finance will pay it. This is to make sure it gets paid because yeah, no, finance will pay quickly.
Government, finance will do their best, right? But sometimes government
Send me a photo of it, please.
I can do all first, go through the whole thing first. And then I can do it,
You're going through all of them? I can bring what she said and let you know what she said.
yeah. Listen to me.
And I think Senator Henfield, this actually is an effort to not have that sort of thing occur, because historically we have seen that where agencies, I'm not speaking about the Defense Force, but I've seen in the past where you've had departments where they've had, for example, let's say an allocation for the light bill, right? They don't pay the light bill, they do something else with it, the light gets disconnected, and then, of course, finance has to come in. So, I'm not saying that about the fourth, but I'm saying there would be provisions for you go and you get your fuel from the vendor, Ministry of Finance pays the bill, so there is no chance of a delay where the bill, perhaps something happened, it wasn't paid, and then they tell you, yes. And then please keep us, we want to get the feedback to make sure that it's working properly, because you don't want to have, particularly the Defense Force stranded somewhere because they don't have diesel or they don't have provisions to go out.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 of the bill is agreed.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think we can go now to, I would move that heads 33, Ministry of Public Works, 34, Department of Public Works, and let's do education and all those at the same time. 33, 34, 35, and 37 and 38 be agreed. So 33, 34, 35, 37, 38. Ministry of Public Works, Department of Public Works, Department of Education, Department of Archives, Ministry of Education, Technical and Vocational Training.
It has been moved and seconded. Clauses 33, 34, 35, 37, and 38 of the bill be agreed. As many? Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
In Head 33, Ministry of Works, I made my point on this 600,000, so I think we've litigated that sufficiently. 600,000 for an unregulated community action task force is simply not enough, in my humble opinion. But I want to direct your attention to line item 2251319, maintenance of Family Island roads. This must be, you see it? 2251319, maintenance of Family Island roads. This can't fix no road in Central Pines, put past. So this must be something else. This. Finance?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that doesn't appear to be road construction or road maintenance in terms of potholes. I believe that is no, that has to do with verges. It appears because but I'll check and see. But no, the number's too small because I'm thinking even to deal with no, definitely not for road repairs. I'll come back to that for you.
I'm hoping, Minister Halkitis, that you could help us with this one. Head 33, Ministry of Works and Utilities, 2251.11.5, consultancy services. When they asked about this in the House, the Minister of Work said he needed to get clarification. So I was wondering if you could explain why it goes to zero.
Yes, this was to settle a bill due to an external audit. Media services, and so the bill is finally paid off. Nothing additional. This is for an audit.
Pay an old bill.
To Head 33. When you look at line item 2821.415, it seems we spent in the first 9 months 19 million. And that's why I said to you earlier, with the prisoners cleaning the verges, as less contracts for beaches and parks. And we're looking at the end of the day, spending some 24 million. Trying to figure out if that is sufficient.
Yes. You know, I always like to look a year back. Back in 21, 22, we spent 17. You know, the demand is such that if you double the budget, it would all be gone. It'll still be gone. So what we're trying to do here is do a balance between, you know, adequately having, contracts in place to keep the community clean, but as well, making sure we fit it within our framework. So we've budgeted $24 million, and so that's what we will endeavor to stay with during this year. We could always use more, and the demand is always greater, but we have to work within our framework.
You see, Minister, also on the same head that we've doubled basically from the year back what we given the Straw Market Authority. We're giving them $2 million now. We gave them just under $1 million.
Well, a couple of things happening. Go into this now. Recall back in 21-22, a portion of that we were in that budget year we were still in under rules, so they opened a bit late. I think they fully opened maybe a year ago, so that would impact that.
That makes sense.
And then also there's some extensive work done at I think up on Fort Charlotte there, that market, and then now this straw market is opened fully, so I think that's what accounts for that.
At 35, Department of Education seems to have increased school bus service contracts. This is 2251205. Over the year, it seems almost $2.5 million increase that we've estimated to pay this year. We added more routes, or did you lift the contracts higher?
We've had to. I know I think these were done again. I think it was sometime during this fiscal year, and so we've had to, of course, make adjustments for inflation, and as well, again, if you look at, we will be roughly in line with what we did last year. And if we're looking at the 2 years before, again, school not being school being largely closed. But this is just I think it was this past year that a lot of the contracts were renewed, and so what you'll see is just adjustment to the increases due to increased price of fuel, etc.
Ahead 38. Line item 221101, rent and living accommodations, 100,000 we're looking at spending. I don't seem nearly enough unless it doesn't include paying rents for, what is it, for students? Oh, okay, it's not for teachers. Okay.
That's me.
Head 35, Department of Education, line 2251128. Fees and other charges, 2251128. Now, the last place I'll nickel and dime is education, where we go from 177,000 some to over $1 million. Fees and other charges is a bit vague.
Yeah.
Some explanation would be appreciated.
Yes, there's something that the minister has introduced called a Teachers Morale Initiative. And what this is intended to do was, this is for the one-time stipend that's being offered to train teachers in New Providence and the Family Islands to purchase materials to prepare classrooms for the upcoming academic year. Yeah. So the stories of teachers having to go into their pocket, having to go into their pocket to decorate their classrooms and buy supplies, etc.
Yeah. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 33, 34, 35, 37, 38 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 40, 43, 44, and 45 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded. Clauses 40, 43, 44, and 45 of the bill be agreed. As many, Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you. With relation to Head 40, the Ministry of Transport and Housing, I have two questions about increases. First one relates to 21-11-10-2, salary contract workers. We spent 86,000 in the first 9 months, and we're estimating to spend almost 300,000 next year. Can I get an explanation as to that?
Yes. This is for, it goes up, we're estimating an increase of 295,000. This increase provides for newly hired contract officers within the Ministry of Transport and Housing, particularly in the area of housing, to help with the administration. So if you look at the increase, it's about, let's say, from last year to, we provisioned 210 for last year. All of those persons weren't brought on, of course, and so that that's just additional staff for the Ministry of Housing to help assist with the administration of the housing initiatives in particular.
Thank you. With relation to, again, under Transport and Housing, 2251-11-5, consultancy services. For the preceding 9 months, we spent 68,216. But you forecast last year 100,000, and this year you're estimating 158,500. What accounts for that large increase?
Yes, this is relation to the a contract with Sunrise Communications, which is a document storage and retrieval company. Obviously, so what they've done is entered into this contract for the storage of some of their, that company stores files off-site and then retrieves it as you need it.
I want to ask you something from Head 43. This seems to be a new line item, 225-1107, workshops, conferences, seminars, meetings, and exhibits. We plan to spend $1 million.
That is, yes, that amount. Yes, we it is just a placeholder put in last year, just 6,500 allocated, and we are allocating $1,009,500, and that is to host the 11th Women's and Men's Conference.
Okay.
21st to 23rd August 2023.
With relation to that same head, if we look at the contract, if we look at the contract workers, that is, of course, item 21-11-10-2. Last year, we were at 187,000 for the first 9 months. We estimated 298, and now we're estimating 737,000 for this year.
Yes. Yes. Social services is one of those agencies that has been plagued by shortage of qualified individuals, social workers, et cetera, counselors and all of that. And so this is an attempt by us to provide an additional just under $500,000 to provide for new officers within the department, the Ministry of Social Services and the Department of Urban Development. You heard Senator Russell speak about the initiatives that they're undertaking. So this is for new staff for social service and urban development.
With relation, again, under that same head, let me make sure I get this number right. 28-21-24-3, National Task Force for Ending Gender-Based Violence. It's not so much a question, but a comment. Can we make sure they get the full 42,000 next year? This year,
Yes.
they only got 9,000 of the 42,000.
Yes.
Can we make sure they get the full 42?
Full 100, yes.
And maybe a little more if there's something somewhere else?
No problem.
Full 100.
So we're under the same head 43, Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development. Well, I'll start out with a comment. It's rare that y'all give me occasion to, but I will give credit where it's due. I'm pleased to see that the Crisis Center and the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities have both seen an increase. We're still not where we need to be, but at least it's something. And so we moved the Crisis Center to 100,000 for the year, and it is something I'd like to see us. I know we have the forecast already, but I'd like to see us move them even further up because they could never have too much. And the National Commission for Persons with Disabilities, I see again that we have increased there. And so look, there are two things in this budget that I want to compliment you on. Yes, very, very good. Yes, well, all of the increases we appreciate, but let's just keep increasing until we get where we need to be. Now, Minister, perhaps you can point out for me where the RISE Promise programs are in this head? Because we've all been waiting with bated breath.
As you know, there won't be, I was looking for I wasn't looking for the RISE program because it won't be here. As you know, the RISE program was part of the country program. Country program years ago, a few years ago, the last country program, and unfortunately that was discontinued. So I think just the bottom line is we're committed to have in place an effective system to deliver relief and as well to, and RISE was a wonderful program by the former Minister Melanie Griffin. And unfortunately it was canceled just due to, in my mind, something that could have been resolved. But it was canceled, so have it. There was another program that came in. We believe in the RISE program because we think it's an effective program. We continue to work with what we have in terms of the promise as we transition to get back to the RISE program. Bottom line is we're committed to delivering that assistance and in a manner, with a program that actually changes lives, that changes behavior. All right? So we'll get there. We did it, we had it before. We'll get it back. What happens is sometimes, when we do the stop, review, and cancel, it's not easy to go back to the resume. All right? So that should be a lesson to us all. So it's coming.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 40, 43, 44, and 45 of the bill is agreed.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the next few that I will move are all important but fairly small in the allocation. So I will move that heads 47, 48, 49, 51, 53, 54, and 55 be agreed. Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 47, 48, 49, 51, 53, 54, and 55 of the bill be agreed. As many?
It's me again.
The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question regarding Head 47, Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture. This ministry has thankfully a healthy budget with relation to tuition, training, in-service awards, and subsistence. Item number 2251-10-8. But in the preceding 9 months, we only used 38,000 of the 320,000 allocated. Youth,
Which-
sports, and culture.
Which number?
It 2251-10-8. He is a different. Yeah, we're trying to understand why that
Yes.
is 38 is so low.
Yes, well, we're looking to build on it. It's for tuition, training, and in-service awards for the staff to be able to have them to improve their qualifications. So we are budgeting 320,000 this year, which is a marked increase on the, just about 40,000 that we've spent so far this year. And I think that demonstrates an interest of people who have come forward asking to be given these awards, and so the provision is being made. Yes.
With relation again to Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, the line item for the Carifta Games, 28-21-27-2. I am hoping that that entire 1.35 million is going towards the hosting of the swimming championships next year, and that is not for track.
No, that is for the Carifta swimming and triathlon for this year, 24, 23, 24. So, so that's 1,350,000 for swimming and for triathlon.
Thank you, Minister. Line items, Chair, in the same head 47, 225128. The description is fees and other charges. We budgeted $2 million. What it is?
Yes, that is for the National Junkanoo Festival for New Province and the Family Islands.
Very good.
Yes.
Stay right there. 225134. Sports fields and sport facilities maintenance is only 140,000 budgeted. I don't know how far that can take us. Same thing with National Youth Program, 2281159.
Yeah. Now, as you know, the under that is you have that 140,000 there for the National Youth programs, but then as we go further down into like 27200, you see a listing of the support to the various youth programs like Boys Brigade, Girls Guides, Boy Scouts. So that is just another sort of like a lump sum there to be able to, if people come forward with a new program or seeking assistance, you can make a small contribution. But the bulk of the contribution to the youth programs, like your Junior Achievement, your Girl Guides, Boys Brigade, I don't see Girls Brigade, Boy Scouts, Bahamas Lawn Tennis Olympic Association, and et cetera. Those are, nobody have guides, I think. You don't have Girl Scouts here, you have Girls Guides. Yeah, they're here. So those are, for those youth programs, those are laid out. I think that 140 is just, in case someone comes forward with a program, you'll be able to give a small donation.
Thank you, sir. Same head 47, 22911015, Bahamas Games. This is one event that I do agree with as part of the celebrations for the 50th. Because I think this event gives Bahamians an opportunity to to come together. Ran when? Ran what? What? Yeah. We budgeted 1.2 for the Bahama Games. I got a call last week from a good man of the Green Turkey who's going to help our teams come to Nassau, right? Or wherever they have to go to play these games. And I want to know if these teams are getting these islands are getting any support from the government, or are they expected to go and raise their own capital to?
They would be getting support from the government in terms of transportation to New Providence, and as well accommodations while they are in New Providence. So they would be provided with that assistance. Yeah, getting here and their accommodations while they're here. And accommodation and food and accommodation. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 56, 57, 58, clauses 56, 57, and 58, which is Agriculture, Department of Agriculture and Department of Marine Resources, be agreed. 56,
Second.
57, 58.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 56, 57, 58 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 56, 57, 58 of the bill is agreed.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 60, 65, 66, 67, and 70 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 60, 65, 66, 67,
And 70.
70 of the bill be agreed. As many?
I have a question.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you. I have a question with relation to Head 60, Catastrophic Healthcare Service.
Yes.
2251-12-3.
2251, 12-3.
I noticed that we've slightly increased the catastrophic healthcare service. And one of the questions that we had asked during the budget debate last year was guidance on how persons could apply or access the catastrophic healthcare service. And I was wondering whether you were in a position to give more guidance on that.
Yeah, this is the Ministry of Health and Wellness, where an individual who is in need would apply to the ministry, and this is for, of course, provision of catastrophic health care, as well as for dialysis, heart patients, and other critical medical conditions. They would make their application through the Ministry of Health for that assistance, and they would process it.
With relation again to Head 60, Public Hospitals Authority, that is the subvention that goes to them. I noticed that there is a reduction. Is the Public Hospitals Authority offering less services? Why is there, I mean, I would think that this is a budget that should increase every year.
Yes. No, we, as with all of the the, state-owned enterprises and the authorities and those who get subventions from the government, we're asking them to, see how best they can, improve their operations, control their expenditures, increase their revenue where possible. But of course, the main caveat, in no way reduce the level of service to the public. So, as with the other agencies, should the need arise, we will be there to help support. But you would see that they're back in 2021, 2022, when we were still really experiencing the effects of COVID. They had a high. They were up to 276 million. It came down to 188 so far for the first 9 months, and we're allocating 222. So that will be roughly in line with what they're getting now. I'm asking them to, penny pinch and improve their administration. And of course, the government always stands ready in need as a backstop. But the idea is to begin to have these authorities actually reduce their reliance for subvention on the government.
With relation to the Pharmaceutical Council, 282166.
Yes.
I see that we provide them $30,000 every year, except for, does this mean we just haven't paid it yet for 2022, 2023? I noticed that it is zero.
Yes, it's quite possibly, with some of these things, that you pay them at a particular time during the year. We paid the full 30,000 a year before, and we have it provisioned. So that could just very well be the timing of when we send the money to them.
With relation to Head 60, Department of Environmental Health Services, 65, sorry, computers, business machines, and related equipment, 225136. Are we not buying any more computers?
Say it again, sorry, which one?
225136.
Office equipment maintenance?
No, computer, business machines, and related equipment.
Sorry, say the number one more time, please.
2251306. Oh, sorry. I meant
Doesn't
30.
say,
and then
office
6.
equipment maintenance?
No, that says computers, business machines, and related equipment. And last year, well, we didn't spend any money or haven't spent any money yet at the time. And forecast for the next 3 years not to spend any money
Oh,
either.
yes, yeah, that is, that expenditures under the Department of, DTAT, Digitization and Transformation.
So I thought that you would say that, but I look at the Ministry of Health at Head 60, and it's still there for them. They don't, theirs did not go to DTI.
Well, they have a specialized, you're looking at the same thing with them? 22,
Environmental health falls into the Ministry of the Environment.
yeah,
Health is treated a little different.
yeah. And they have, right, the health would have, Ministry of Health would have more medically related, specialized equipment that they would need to have.
So they don't come under DTI.
Some of it does in terms of acquisition of equipment. But, some of the specialized stuff that they need, we leave it with them to acquire.
Head 60, Ministry of Health and Wellness, line 22881169, 22881169. Nursing training program and the two subsequent lines, National Allied Health Cadet Program, Pharmaceutical Training Program. So I noticed that they're zeroed out in terms of their budget. I also noticed a substantial increase in 2251108, which is the tuition training and service award subsistence. I see that that's gone up to like $2.7 million from 100,000. So I don't know if you could help me understand what's happening.
Yes, what has happened is all training has been consolidated under that number. Yes, so what you said, the tuition training and in-service awards, 2251108, that went up from 100,000 to 2.7. That will now, the nursing training program, the National Allied Health Cadet Program, the Pharmaceutical Training Program that have been zeroed out will now come under that. So those decreases you would see, that's, yeah, no, that's the training. Those training programs, the nurse training program, yeah, the Allied Health Cadet, and the pharmaceutical training, they all go under that training line now. Yeah.
Minister, let me direct your attention to head 60, 60, line item 2251123, catastrophic health care.
Yes.
This is a line item that I thought would be problematic for you because you determined that you all want to manage this in the cabinet. That's what you all determined. That's fine. Huh? I think my understanding is that this is managed by the cabinet, no?
No, that's not managed by the cabinet. That's managed within the Ministry of Health. The cabinet, of course, from time to time, if the allocation is exhausted, we might, up the allocation or, Now, no, the cabinet does not deal with this catastrophic healthcare services. Now, the cabinet does from time to time deal with special circumstances, but not directly managing this. This is
Okay,
health. This is done by the health people.
That is good to know because I always felt that this should have been handled by a committee.
Yes.
And if you wanted to have some input, of course, as the executive, you could. Now, same head, 2251115 consultancy services. This is 18.4 million. How is this done? What is this for?
Okay. Sorry, say the number one more time, please.
Okay, 2251115.
Okay. Yes, consultancy services. Yeah, that's well, that is for the engagement of specialized services. So within the ministry, from time to time, you might have the need to have special procedures done. In terms of physicians, specialists.
Okay.
You might have to engage them from time to time.
Okay.
And so they're estimating that just under 1.2 for the upcoming year. Yeah.
Thank you. This one is of interest to me, very much so, as a family island man again. Head 66.
66?
Yes, and we're looking at line item 221104. And I think this is a part, emergency flights. This item is a part of how we able to help our people in the family islands where they can get the medical care that they need immediately. And this 3 million, is this sufficient to cover this?
When you look at, how it works, back and we look at what we've historically spent, like in 21-22, we spent 2.8. This year, it looks like we on track to spend maybe just over 3 million, or 3 million, maybe 3.1, 3.2. What normally happens with these sort of items is we budgeted $3 million, and at a certain point, the ministry, if it is determined that the amount is being depleted, they might come back and say we need additional funding for this, or we're being depleted. And that is why, for example, in finance, we have a reserve, a contingency fund, so that we can be able to go back and look at things like this. But it looks as if it's around what it has been historically for the last at least couple of years. But so it appears sufficient. If it runs out, there's always a provision to come back and say we've had unexpected activity, and so we need to come back for some more money.
Excellent. I take you to head 67, line item 282147, operational expenses, Airport Authority, has drastically reduced. We estimate from, in the year preceding, we spent 11 million. Now we're estimating we're going to spend 2 million, and I wonder what accounts for the decrease.
Yes. So what is happening is this will assist the Airport Authority with their operational expenses. And in addition to the allocation, they will retain revenues to offset expenditure. So they will, this is what we're sending to them, but they will be allowed to keep some of the revenue, where in the past they were sending it to the fund and we'd send it back to them. Now they'll be able to keep some of their revenue to fund their operations.
Thank you. Sorry, Senator. Head 70, line item 28214001.
We're at 70?
Yeah, I think we go into 70,
Yeah,
right?
we go up to 70.
The Register of Trade Unions. There seems to be a new line item. I mean, it's 100,000, but
Yeah. Say it again.
28
Yes.
21401.
Registrar of Trade Unions, yes. Yes, those are for the operational expenses for the Office of the Registrar of Trade Unions. Yeah, that's just I think the idea is to have him in an independent office, so those are for his the expenses, I was about to say. That's why I was about to correct myself to say the expenses of the office. Yes, thank you.
I have a question with relation to Head 66, the Department of Public Health. I think it's moved. Tuition, Training, and Service Awards, 22251108. It's consolidated.
This department?
This is the Department of Public Health. Their tuition and training seems to have moved.
Yes, I think if we look to the ministry, back to number 60.
225-1108. 225-1108.
Yes, yes. Yeah, if you look at the, yeah, so the number was moved from the department and then into the ministry. And so at the ministry, you see that it's jumped by from 100,000 up to $2.7 million, and that's for, so that's the funding for tuition for the summer 60, which is health and wellness, and as well the Department of Public Health, and it has been consolidated and increased to support training for all staff.
I have a question with relation to Head 67. 2211-201 and 2211-210.
That's air trans?
Air's transport and then the subsistence. So air transport for of persons outside the Bahamas and subsistence for travelers outside the Bahamas. I noticed that the air transport has decreased, but the subsistence has increased.
In terms of the actual spend?
In terms of the actual.
In terms of the,
Or what you're forecasting to spend.
yeah. Well, they both will be forecast to decrease from what was,
Projected, but in terms
Projected
of
in this-
actual spend.
yeah, in terms of the actual spend, the travel is decreased and the subsistence is increased in terms of the actual spend. This is what they plan for. This is, you know, the estimates there. That's what they say they're going to spend in 23-24. So they're all cutting back.
But giving them more subsistence.
They still get stuck.
With relation to, again, Head 67,
Yes.
the operation of the Grand Bahama International Airport. I know previously the airport was not operated by the government, but I see now the government, at least for the next 3 years, has put a provision for the operation of the
Yes.
airport. Is it the plan that the government will operate the Grand Bahama Airport?
I think.
You want the number?
Yeah, you involved in that.
2511219?
So as the Deputy Prime Minister has discussed on numerous occasions, we have selected a group to come in and operate and redevelop the Grand Bahama International Airport. We are substantially along in our negotiations of the contract to have that happen. We hope to be in a position to finalize that rather soon. And then once that agreement is finalized, the operations will be turned over in the immediate instance, of which time they will do some fundamental upgrades for the security. For instance, if you've been there, you would know, you see the tower is dilapidated and effectively should be condemned, and some other elements in there will get immediate upgrades under their provision, and then they will manage the operations from a day-to-day point of view. That is being managed through FAD, which is Freeport Airport Development Company, which has is going to be, as NAD is, for the contracting party to do the PPP for the development operations of the airport. But that is anticipated to happen rather soon, certainly in the first half of the fiscal year.
So we should see the 3.6 go away.
Well, there will be some transitional expenses, but because this is an in-motion negotiation, you had to provision, if you were going to do responsible financial governance, provision for it. To the extent it gets turned over, naturally the funds don't get spent.
Perhaps you can also assist with the Air Transport Authority Board. We allocated, sorry, that is 22,71016. 14,000 was allocated. We spent 240, and now for the next 3 years, there's no allocation.
I think, well, let me get back to you on please. I'll undertake to come back to that. I think that was consolidated under one of these other agencies within the Civil Aviation Authority. But I'll undertake to bring that back for you.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 60, 65, 66, 67, and 70 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the final 5 heads in this bill, head 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 be agreed. That's Ministry of Environment, Department of Information and Communications Technology, Ministry for Grand Bahama, Disaster Risk Management, and Office of the DPP.
It has been moved and seconded. Clauses 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 of the bill be agreed. As many as are, the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With relation to head 72, the uniform allowance, that is 2112132. There was no allocation, sorry, in 2021, we didn't spend anything. This year, we haven't spent anything yet. We allocated 300, and is this moving?
No, I think that's just a realization that there's no uniform allowance to be had in this, and so we're just taking it out.
So, but if you look above, there is a clothing allowance?
Yes, $3,000. I imagine that is for, obviously it's for staff. It's a very small amount. So, but with the uniform, nothing was spent, and 300 was put, obviously, just to keep the line open, and I think they just sort of restyled it as a clothing allowance. Yeah.
The 2271038, development of marine protected area.
That's a little bit of money.
But why, given what we spent last year, or what we've spent for the 9 months, we are going to fall very short at the 50,000.
Yeah.
And given that our seagrass is so important and valuable.
Bless you.
Say the number again, please.
2271038.
Development of Marine, yes. So, second.
2271038, development of marine
Protect-
protected areas. Yes, I think most of this is in that, that's just a small sort of amount, but the bulk of the allocation to deal with marine protected areas would be within the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources. Huh? 256, yeah.
Head 73, Department of Information and Communications Technology, line 2231108, 2231108. Correct. Communications Video Conferencing Network. We go from over $2 million to just $300,000. And I'm really going to need your help understanding this because, you know, at the OPM had 14, advertising and all that was important. Now we communicating, video conferencing, we went to 300,000. So is it that instead of video conferencing, we're now just going to all jump on planes?
No, it's not that, not that at all, because as you know, the travel budget has been decreased to pre-2019 levels. So no, what this means is when it comes to communications and video conferencing, sometimes what you have is when you see the bigger amount, it's because of equipment that's being installed, and then you see the small amounts, which is the service and the software and the support. So that is why you see it coming down from 2 million to 300, roughly 300,000 for the next 3 years going forward. I don't know what the, yes, and particularly, yeah, the Department of Information and Communications Technology is the provider for all of the government. So this is to support the, you know, for all of these programs that you use, you have to get licenses, et cetera, to be able to use it. So we have it, like, say, for example, in the OPM and the Ministry of Finance. Oh, yes, it does. Oh, yeah.
That's why I thought we always traveled. I didn't know we had Zoom.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I just had a cursory look, and if Mr. Halkitis could just follow up on the marine development and get back.
Yes.
Because I didn't see it in Agriculture or Department of Marine Resources.
Will do.
Thank you.
Do, and just for completion, the clothing, the uniform amount, that 3,000 is for clothing for the janitorial staff. Yep.
At 74, line item 2251115. Well, it was only 10,000 for consultancy, but it's now zero. In the for the Ministry of Grand Bahama, they don't need any more consultants. No. That was quick, right? So we go to head 75, which is a very much of interest to me, because this represents, I think, the DRA. I see this is head 75, line item 2251348, debris management. We budgeted, you know, you can see it steadily coming down, I guess. I don't even know if you can tell me what the plans are for these sites, because they're just there, and we're in the hurricane season again, and I feel we need to find some solution. I spoke to an admiral who went to the same school I did, Naval Postgraduate School, and he said, Darren, you know, just take him and dump him in the ocean, man, deep in the ocean, right? But you know, of course, that was tongue in cheek. So,
what is happening is there's provision for the removal and separation and sorting and disposal, and so what you see is there was a $12 million contract. I think it was executed, and it was approved to for the debris sites that were, that had all of the hurricane debris. The idea is to clean up, separate, and dispose in proper sites that won't, that will remove the threat to the, what do you call it, the water table.
Okay.
And so the idea is to clean up, move, remove, separate, and properly dispose over the next 3 years.
All right, there are two sites. One just outside of Treasure Key, which was not as professionally managed as the one in Spring City. People lament the one in Spring City should not have been put there, but it's there, and so we can take.
Yes, the one that you meant is in Treasure Key that was not, as you say, as professionally managed. That the reports is posing a threat, and so someone was engaged to clean it up, separate, and properly dispose. So that should be ongoing.
All right, same head, line item 22710001, operational expenses.
Yes.
That's now at zero. Are you not operating?
Yes, we're operating. I think that's that operational expense is now dispersed with all these various different lines now. Yeah.
Okay, final question on this head from me. 28, line item 2821420.
Yes.
Disaster Reconstruction Authority. I believe this authority was meant to help and rebuild homes. The government, we committed, depending on the damage to these homes. I think it started at 5 and all the way to 10 million. 10,000, I'm sorry. I want to know, because I get this question often, and I know these gentlemen in Grand Bahama get it every day. I want to know if we are making good on the promises that we made to repair these homes.
It is the government's intention to make good on the promise. There admittedly has been a bit of a, not as fast as we would like, but the government is committed to make good, and the authority has been given, stern orders by the Prime Minister to, like Sir Clem said, pick up some more speed. Put on speed.
I'm very happy to hear that. I know the people in Abaco and Grand Bahama are also extremely happy to hear that. And whoever that is, if you don't put enough speed, get something and high incentive you can't scratch, right? I know that's unparliamentary, but
Ripples. Head 76, Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. I'm wondering, Mr. AG, if you could give us an idea of, I see, what you spend and what is forecasted. I'm wondering if this means that we are going to get more prosecutors?
So we're always recruiting for prosecutors. The DPP is a difficult department to keep staffed with prosecutors on an ongoing basis. You would have noted that I made reference to the desire to put in a hazard allowance for prosecutors, to give them a special allowance, which would be a little bit extra remuneration to make it more attractive to stay at the DPP. So that would be an extra expenditure. Also, over the last fiscal year, we have had attorneys transfer back to head office, and then we have worked to have them transferred back to the DPP. I won't go into any further than that. Needless to say that for a period of time, there were fewer lawyers at the DPP than there are now. And so, yes, expenditures anticipated to rise, 1, for additional prosecutors, 2, for additional hazard allowances, and 3, the reallocation of attorneys back to the DPP.
This is I notice under the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, there's also a line item for legal aid. So I saw legal aid with relation to the Attorney General and Legal Affairs, legal aid in the Office of the Judiciary, legal aid in the Court of Appeal, and now I'm also seeing legal aid in the Office of the Director of Prosecutions. I was wondering if you could, how do people access these various legal aid programs? Do they come under one umbrella, or can you, how does that work?
Well, legal aid is centralized within the EDLS, as I said. However, we do have persons from the departments within my ministry that go and serve and assist with legal aid. But legal aid is centralized, excuse me, in EDLS. They have invested in a virtual platform that they've rolled out throughout the communities. And so we centralize the administration in there, but we do have opportunities for civil servant lawyers to go and deliver legal aid with them.
That's it? Yep. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 72, 73, 74, 75, and 76 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect for a bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2024, I move that the long title be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to Clause 3 and the schedule, I move that I will just, I think I'll just move the entire schedule. I'll move them one by one. And, Mr. Chairman, I move that heads 13, 21, 29, 32, and 33 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 13, 21, 29, 32, and 33 of the bill be agreed. As many? The chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I noticed on head 13, line item 3, 1111115, acquisition of an ambassador's residence. Where this is in Washington?
Yes, that is $3.5 million for the acquisition of an official residence for the ambassador in Washington, D.C. Yes.
One at a time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michaela Barnett Ellis.
Thank you, Chair. During the Attorney General's contribution, he whet our appetites with the plans for the upcoming Supreme Court complex. But I noticed under head 7, I don't see the Supreme Court complex. So can you give us?
Sure, not a problem. As you would remember in my contribution, I made the point that the land was being acquired and the development was being undertaken through a property-owning SPV called Poinciana SPV. That SPV is held by the Securities Commission and managed by a board of regulators. So the regulatory agencies sit on that board. So it's not in the budget under the capital works of the central government, because that board and SPV would then go to market to finance both the acquisition and the development costs of that Supreme Court judicial complex. That financing to be supported by revenues of the courts, as well as lease payments that will have to be made to be in that facility. So it's going to be a properly placed, asset-backed, revenue-backed commercial loan and bond offering to do the project.
You happy? Head 21.
No, did he call head 21?
I think he's going through all of them. We're going from 13 to 33.
29, 32.
Yeah. You can come back if you passed it. Head 21, line item 2822007. This line item is energy restoration and renewable energy. What is this for? Solarization?
Yes.
It's 23 million?
Yeah, 23 million. 5 million is for a street lighting project. That says proceeds of a Caribbean Development Bank loan, and 18 million is for solarization projects, that's solar lighting in New Providence and the Family Islands. That's part of an IDB loan.
Okay. Thank you. That's good news. Same story, the SB small and medium-sized businesses support.
Yes.
For the first 9 months, we spent 1 million. Why the money spending so slow? And listen, we have 5.5 million. We estimate that we will have.
Yeah, well, we are hopeful that we are able to, disperse the funds more quickly. This 5.5 is for 5 million would be equity financing for small, micro, and medium-sized businesses, and we're looking to give out $500,000 for grants for things like fishing, small farmers, youth programs. So hopefully we're able to increase. We were just making sure that we had all of the procedures in order to be able to make sure that we directed effectively. So we're hopeful that we undertake to have more rapid disbursements this year.
Thank you, Minister. Line item 311388, Family Island Capital and Development. 13 million doesn't seem reasonable to develop it in Family Islands. You from the Family Island, man, work with me.
Yeah.
Talking about big jumps, I don't know.
On the point taken. Point taken. But I would just say that, when it comes to, we look at when we get to works and when we get to health and wellness, you would see some more in terms of, capital development in terms of the roads and the clinics, et cetera.
On that same head, Family Island Capital Development, I'd like to make a comment, or at least to encourage the government as much as possible to engage local vendors on the Family Islands. I've heard feedback from them that, they do projects, people come in, do millions of dollars worth of projects. One gentleman said he ended up with $600 at the end of the day. They don't often use local vendors, and so local vendors and businesses and persons don't benefit as much, because sometimes we send people in from New Providence or Grand Bahama, spend the $13 million, do whatever we have to do on the islands, but still leave the people on the islands not financially empowered. And so I'd like to hope that of that $13 million, at least 9, 10, how much ever of it could stay on those actual islands.
Point taken.
So on the same head 21, we're back to this $500,000, right? For the women's shelter.
Yeah.
3111318. That's all you could have scrapped up, Minister? Well, last time, you're right, we didn't spend it, you took it back, you gave it back. That's 500, and then it's 500 every year for 3 years. I mean, exactly when is the shelter itself going to be built?
Well, it is, Senator, it is regrettable that the amount wasn't expended last year. I mean, that's regrettable, and so we put the amount back in this year. Same amount, 500,000. We're hopeful that this can get it started in terms of identifying the land and the plans and getting us, and then the following year an additional amount, and hopefully when we come back some more. There's no excuse for it not, for nothing having been expended, so we take the point, and we just undertake to, get it started this year.
Let me ask a question in relation to the women's shelter. Is that not a part of the fulfillment of the international obligation involving human trafficking? I recall that there was some international obligation, a part of the agreement that also include providing some type of shelter or safe house.
Well, we have a safe house that the Department of Immigration manages for women, to keep women and children separated from the general population in that regard. This is separate and apart from that for, I think, women's shelters that are victims of maybe domestic abuse or otherwise. And so they're two different facilities for two different purposes.
With relation to the National Sports Authority 2822056, I recall that the National Sports Authority, I recall, and I see that there's no allocation for capital expenditure in the upcoming, this is in Ministry of Finance.
Okay, 21, okay.
In head 21, 2822056, right under the small and business, right. I see there's no allocation for capital expenditure. And I know that definitely with relation to Carifta Swimming, the minister has made comments about making improvements to the facilities. And then, well, given the ongoing works in other sports authority structures, why is there no allocation?
That line there, specifically that line was put in for the works at the, getting the
Stadium ready?
yeah, the Blue Hill Sporting Complex, sorry, in
Blue Hill.
anticipation when they had the Babe Ruth tournament. So that was, that particular line was, I think, so your question is getting the swim stadium ready for the,
He made certain promises about
Yes.
renovations and, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done.
yes, and it will be done. And so, in between the Ministry of Works, I think that is where we will find that to get that.
I just
Yeah.
want to ask out of curiosity again as related to the women's shelter, $500,000. Normally the going market value of a good triplex is normally about $250,000. Do you have any idea of what the possible capacity of that may be? And I mean, I would think by now if you have a budget, you may have some idea of the plan.
Yeah, sorry. That is, the idea is that a shelter will be constructed. So it's not to have $500,000 to say we're buying a building, because you're quite right, that's a triplex or less.
Yeah.
But the idea is to acquire land and somewhere and actually build it over. It'll obviously take more than one budget period.
Okay.
And so this is, we will undertake to really get the process going this year in terms of preparation, and then, so we can begin construction and hopefully, allocate some more funds towards it next year.
Okay, thank you.
Head 21. Head 21 again. 3111116, rent-to-own housing program.
Yes.
So we have $3.5 million budgeted. And I'd like to know which assets we are acquiring with that funds. And then as a follow-up question, perhaps you could point me to whatever revenue forecasts the government has projected for that they would receive after this program is completed. So I see $3.5 million a year for the next 3 years for the rent-to-own housing program.
Yes, as you know, the Minister of Housing has forecasted a rent-to-own program to expand home ownership, to give particularly those individuals who can't afford to come up with down payments an option to become homeowners. This is to fund a pilot project. You know, it hasn't been done yet, and so this is to fund a pilot project to, you know, get it going, to see how it operates, and then so we can later on expand it. So we're not acquiring any assets per se with this 3.5, no, but this is to support, you know, a pilot project to get it going.
It'll be on government land,
All right?
just like the government housing zone.
Sorry, a follow-up question and to piggyback. So this head is capital expenditure.
Yes.
And it's for the acquisition of fixed assets. Now, I know the school breakfast program is also a pilot program, and that's under Ministry of Finance and reoccurring expenditure.
Right.
So why is this 3.5 a capital expenditure, but the food is a reoccurring, I mean, what's being acquired?
Go back.
Sorry.
Give me a question again, sorry.
Okay, so you said that this is a pilot project.
Yes.
There's another pilot project in the budget, and that's the breakfast program. That pilot project is under Ministry of Finance and reoccurring expenditure. So my question is, why is this a fixed asset?
Yeah, what this is, I mean, it will eventually involve, you know, ownership of property, et cetera. So that is why it's here. The other one, it's, you know, it's recurrent. It has to do with a food program. What we're doing is we have to develop a program. And so, you know, to pilot it, you know, this is where we put it. Because I think eventually it connects to home ownership, which is a physical asset.
Sorry, so is this 3.5 to build the houses that will be rented?
No, 3.5 is not going to build a lot of houses. So we, like I said, yeah. No, what I'm saying is it hasn't been done before, at least not here. And so we have to develop exactly how it's going to look. And so we put some money here to do it as we develop it. All right?
In head 32, just a very brief comment is line 31121102 is the Defense Force, so I can't pass it just like that, right? We've estimated 4.2 million. I think that's to purchase the new Arthur D. Hanna.
Yes.
A ship just under 200, which is befitting of the stature of that Bahamian hero, and so that's very good. So I now move you to head 33.
Sorry, no, let me just say.
Oh, you want to say something?
No, that one is not, that 4.2 is for, that's for 41-foot vessels for the RBDF. So that one is not specifically for the Arthur D. Hanna.
So you budgeted for that?
Yes.
For Arthur D. Hanna? Yeah.
Um,
You ain't getting that now.
Well, let me see that, but that one is not specifically for A.D. Hanna.
Okay,
All right? That's for 4 41-footers
makes sense.
and for the procurement of additional surface
Makes
assets.
sense.
Yeah.
Small inshore patrol craft. So I'll take you to head 33. On line 3111268, we have construction of a gymnasium. Where is this?
Construction of gymnasiums? Yes. That is for the completion of the gymnasium in South Andros,
Oh, okay.
and it would also be used as a hurricane shelter.
All right, I'll kill two birds with one stone here before I come out of this head 33. We have 3111324, New Bight Airport Development, 311330, QE Sports Center redevelopment. The airport is $6 million. The QE2, the sports center is $10 million. Is this being done by these PPPs, or
No,
the Chinese promised us some money for stadium or something, right?
yes.
Okay.
This is, the 6 million is for Newby, that's for the construction of Newby Airport in Kent Island. 6 million is,
That in the bank?
yes, and the
Okay.
6 million is for, rehabilitation of the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in preparation for the, World Relays.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good.
So we're, just to be, so that I'm clear,
Mhm.
we're, the construction of the gymnasium, the 2.5 is to finish,
Yes.
to
South
finish
Island.
the gymnasium, and the 10 million is for, to renovate the stadium for the World Relays,
Yes,
and the 500,000 is for the shelter?
yes.
Okay, I take you now, Minister, Mr. Chairman, through you. At 72, environment,
Oh, so we'll,
I'm sorry.
let's move those.
Oh, I thought
We're
you-
done with
oh, you
up to
didn't-
33?
Oh, I thought you gone all the way.
No, I didn't go all the way.
Oh.
Stopped at 33.
Oh.
Are we going all the way now?
I thought you gone all the way.
As many as in favor? Oh, jeez.
Okay.
I just want to know, has any funds been allotted to address them? The flooding in Pinewood? Specifically? Even if you need to take a moment to inquire, I'll remind you about it
Yeah,
before we close.
yeah, let me just find it. I'm sure it's in here somewhere. I want to be able to specifically point it for you. Okay.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
Yeah, and the plan.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 13, 21, 29, 32, and 33 of the bill are agreed.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the, yes, in head 33, line 3111389, road remediation drainage infrastructure, is $1.5 million allocated, and that is for drainage infrastructure on Dowsville Street between Marquis Street and Church Street, repair of box drains from Nassau Street to Montague, Bel Air drainage, Pinewood drainage, and Sea Beach Estates.
Could you define the Pinewood drainage? Is that the same, just drilled?
I think it's just the drains that are there. I think that's maintenance and, yeah. I don't think that's a special program. I don't see it right here, no. But I'll inquire. Yeah. Oh, yes. So, Mr. Chairman, I now move that heads 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, and 74 be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, and 74 of the bill be agreed. As many as the chair recognizes, Senator the Honorable Darren Henfield.
I'm curious about this one in 72. Head 72, 3111, 319, subdivision development. Is this, it used to be intended to, I think, lay out or help with the development of subdivisions. And we have a real problem in this country where we allow private developers to go and set up to sell subdivisions, but we don't make them put in the infrastructure, right? And so people end up with property with homes built in them, and then they come to the government and say, I don't have a tar road, I don't have this, I don't have that. Light, right? And so this line has discontinued, it seems.
I believe what has happened is that there was in the portfolio reallocations where previously subdivisions was under environment. I think it was housing and environment
Okay.
in the administration.
Okay, yeah.
And so now that has gone to another head. Yeah.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 70, 38, 40, 56, 60, 72, 73, 74 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to the, yes, with a bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act, to extend the application of this act to all Family Islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect Family Islands not specified in the schedule to this act, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as the chair recognizes Senator the Honorable Michael Ellis.
Thank you, Mr.
Barnett
Chair.
Ellis.
I just had a question for the AG with relation to Clause 4 and the validation, whether there are any steps that somebody who received a grant that is now being validated, are there any steps that they need to take? Or does this mean they're automatically validated? This is a validating exemptions that may have been given to islands that weren't previously under, or persons on islands that weren't previously under the schedule.
I'll get back to you on that, but generally what you would do, just like when you apply for the exemption itself, you would apply through the OAS system of customs, and customs would verify it and give the approval. So I would assume the validation will have to go the same process. But I think that's a procedural mechanism in customs.
As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 72 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded clauses 2 through 72 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is carried. Clauses 2 through 72 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved and seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 20 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 20 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 20 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect for a bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 9 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion is agreed. The clauses 2 through 9 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect for a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose, say nay. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 and 3 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that clauses 2 through 21 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 21 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 21 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Madam President, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 16 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 16 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety, inclusive of the schedule.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes, and to repeal the Excise Act 2018, and for connected purposes, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 18 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 18 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 18 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill in its entirety, inclusive of the schedule, be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect for a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 9 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 9 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Chairman.
short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry, and for matters connected therewith, I move that the long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move now that clauses 2 through 31 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 31 of the bill be agreed. Those who oppose say nay. As many as are in favor say aye.
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 Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 31 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill in its entirety be now agreed, inclusive of the schedules.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill in its entirety, it's agreed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provisions of agricultural services to the general public, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 6 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 6 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety, inclusive of the schedule.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in respect of a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that Clause 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clause 2 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 4 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, now with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the bill be now agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act, I move that the long title of this bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye. Aye. Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The clauses 2 and 3 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clause 4 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 4 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 4 of the bill is agreed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety, inclusive of the schedules.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we now move to a bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Long title.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that clauses 2 through 8 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 8 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 8 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move now that the bill be agreed in its entirety.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And finally, Mr. Chairman, with respect to a bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motor Boat Control Act, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The short title is agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clauses 2 through 5 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. Clauses 2 through 5 of the bill are agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the bill be agreed in its entirety, inclusive of the schedules.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is agreed. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I now move that the President, Madam President, do now take the chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the President do now take the chair. As many as are in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those who oppose say nay. The motion is carried. The President will now take the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so you can come back and do them.
There's really only 2 debates because these are pending.
Thank you, my brother. Almost there.
To report that the Committee of the Whole has examined the several bills, having made no amendments thereto.
Honorable Senators, Senator Darren Pickstock, Chairman of the Committee of the Whole, has reported that committee has examined the bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and as passed. A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expense of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending the 30th of June 2024. Order that the bill be... As many? As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on revenue account for the financial year commencing 1st of July 2023 and ending 30th of June 2024.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Revenue Account Expenses 2023-2024 Act 2023. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending 30th of June 2024.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of the sum of $364,600,000 for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for capital development for the financial year ending the 30th of June 2024.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Appropriation Capital Development 2023-2024 Act 2023. For the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act to extend the application of this act to all family islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect of family islands not specified in the schedule to this act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Family Islands Development Encouragement Act to extend the application of this act to all family islands and to validate exemptions granted in respect of family islands not specified in the schedule to this act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Family Islands Development Encouragement Amendment and Validation Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to require businesses to hold a business license, to repeal the Business License Act 2010, and for connected matters.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Business License Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Seconder? Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Real Property Tax Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Real Property Tax Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act 2023.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Public Finance Management Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Public Finance Management Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees levies and for connected purposes.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to establish a fund for the deposit of revenue derived from immigration fees, levies, and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Public Finance Management Immigration Levy Special Fund Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Stamp Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Stamped Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Customs Management Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Customs Management Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Value-Added Tax Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Value-Added Tax Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Help me out with the second. Just keep saying second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Tax Appeal Commission Act.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tax Appeal Commission Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third. One second. Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to make new provisions for the imposition and collection of customs duties to give effect to the International Convention on the Harmonized Commodity Description and Coding System and to repeal the Tariff Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tariff Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many are as in favor say aye. Those opposed nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the imposition and collection of excise duties and excise taxes and to repeal the Excise Act 2018 and for connected purposes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Excise Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Insurance Act and to validate the collection of premium taxes.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Insurance Amendment and Validation Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Constituency Capital Grant Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Constituency Grant Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry and for matters connected therewith.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to establish the Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas, to establish a tourism development fund, to encourage the resilient and sustainable development of the tourism industry, and for matters connected therewith.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Tourism Development Corporation of the Bahamas Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Hotels Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Hotels Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the University of the Bahamas Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be University of the Bahamas Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Fisheries Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Fisheries Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture, the provision of agricultural services to the general public.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to provide for the sale of plants and animals by the Department of Agriculture and the provision of agricultural services to the general public.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Agricultural Sales and Services Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President. I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed nay. The motion is The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Immigration Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Immigration Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Proceeds of Crime Act 2018.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Proceeds of Crime Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be agreed, that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Animal Protection and Control Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Animal Protection and Control Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Bahamas National Trust Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Bahamas National Trust Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Road Traffic Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Road Traffic Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill do now pass. I'm sorry. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and pass. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Ports Authorities Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Port Authorities Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act.
Second.
Water break. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay.
Nay.
The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Passenger Tax Act.
Order this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Passenger Tax Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Harbor Dues Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Harbor Dues Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to amend the Boat Registration Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Boat Registration Amendment Bill Boat Registration Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
Yes, Madam President, I move for third reading and passing of a bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. As many as in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Act.
Order that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Water Skiing and Motorboat Control Amendment Act 2023 for the third reading of bills.
There are none, Madam President.
Consideration of House amendments. Resolutions. Resolutions. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings.
Madam President, I would like to renew all notices in the name of the government.
Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, before we do the final adjournment, I would just like to thank all senators for their participation and cooperation in this debate. We had a compressed timeline this year because of several circumstances and the hour with which we got the bills here to us, but we were able to introduce them on Tuesday past and debate yesterday, Wednesday, and today, Thursday, and I think we were able to ventilate all of the issues quite well. Senators made very informed and insightful, and in some cases very passionate contributions, and I thank them all. We were able to ventilate all of the issues, I believe, and as well go through the committee stage, shedding more light on what is contained in the budget. So I just want to thank all senators for their participation and cooperation. I want to especially thank the team from the Ministry of Finance, of course, led by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, the member for Kid Island and Rumkey and San Salvador, as well as the Financial Secretary, Mr. Wilson and his team, and those who were, there were some who were here today, team members, including who were here today in the gallery to assist us: Corinne Miller, Anissa Tulloch, Carissa Hall, Ms. Tanya Ferguson, Charmaine Johnson, Janika Knowles Burns, and Manita Butler, and working in the background, Joycelyn Gilbert and her team. Thank you to all of them. And so, Madam President, we, the House, oh, how can I forget? Mr. Forbes, David Forbes, the clerk, Ms. Lightburn, Mr. Flowers, and Ms. Hannah, and the other support staff, again, who went above and beyond because the House completed the budget, I think, around 2 o'clock on Monday, and yet we were able to come here at 3 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon and have everything that we needed to proceed ready and in order. So thank you, Mr. Forbes, and thank you to your team. It's a team effort. You always rise. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. Madam President, I want to just, again, before I move the final adjournment, to wish all senators, all staff, all Bahamians who can hear me, a happy independence. The House has adjourned until the 12th of July, I believe. So when we come back here after them, our 50th, the day of our 50th anniversary would have passed. So I just want to take this opportunity to wish the Bahamas at large happy independence. And I would move that the House at its rising do adjourn sine die. And I imagine, Madam President, maybe some other senators, I'll leave it in your hands, who might want to give brief salutations.
Yeah, with leave, I would allow senators to give very brief salutations before we take the adjournment.
Thank you,
The chair recognizes Senator Honorable Darren Henfield.
Thank you, Madam President. I surely will be brief. On behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, who represent him here and the opposition in this place, we too would like to concur with Senator Minister Halkitis, and thanking all of those whom he thanked, who worked so judiciously to get us to this point where we are tonight. And we'd also like to extend a warm and happy 50th independence to every Bahamian everywhere under the sound of our voice. Thank you very much.
Is that it? Okay, all right. Just, I also, too, I'll be remiss if I did not firstly wish all of the graduates throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas all the best on your accomplishment. The president, I had the good privilege of speaking to 2 graduations, Faithway Christian Academy's graduation, as well as Grand Bahama Academy's graduation. And in particular, I want to wish those graduates an excellent future and wishing them all the best. I also want to congratulate once again my niece, Dr. Aliyah Zarnakel, who received a PhD from Howard University, Bahamian, and I actually had the pleasure of having the United States Commander-in-Chief Joe Biden. He was the commencement speaker, so that was a fantastic occasion. Just want to extend. He came to look for the soul of America. So, and in addition to that, I want to extend a joyful and a blessed happy at 50 to the entire Bahamas, and may God continue to bless the Bahama land and bless all of us. And I thank God for allowing us to see 50 years in spite of, and I look forward to another blissful and beautiful and even more progressive 50 years. May God continue to bless the Bahama land. Adjournment, final adjournment. You didn't say adjourn. You didn't say an adjournment. You didn't say an adjourned day. I said adjournment. Adjournment.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. Madam President, of course, we always save the best for last. We want to thank you, Madam President, for presiding and
our fill-in, Mr. Chairman.
yes, and of course the chairman who you know, it was like, it was just natural. He's a natural. Thank you very much for your presiding and shepherding the debate. So, Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Is there a seconder? It has moved and seconded that the Senate do now adjourn. Final adjournment? Wait, moved and seconded the Senate do now adjourn. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Yes, Madam President, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Thank you.
That the Senate adjourn, sine die, yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder? It has been moved and seconded that the Senate do now adjourn. As many as in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. The Senate stands adjourned, sine die.